truth shows no such misrule in the government of the deity. The powers of evil are as much the instruments of good in his hand as the very attributes of his own perfections. And yet, strange enough that my devoted William should appear at the very time, and in the very place, when the destruction of the ugly image was accomplished, as though the charm were then broken, and he were set free. I am distressed, bewildered, Moors, the links are too strong to be undone by my feeble and unassisted reason. That he was reckoned by common report as a doomed one to that vindictive ghost, I know, and that the mutilation of yonder image should apparently have called forth his very substance from the dark womb where he had lain, transcends my imperfect knowledge. Beshrew me, but I could readily become tinctured with the prevailing belief, did not my firm hold on the goodness and the omnipotence of the great ruler of all sustain my faith and forbid my distrust. I know not what wiser heads may think, but if I'd seen his wraith rising fro the image, I should ha thought, what I do yet, and so, tarry with me through the night, Moors. This vision haunts me strangely, and I do feel more heavy and debilitate than I have been wont. Whether the shock was too great or too sudden for a frame so stubborn and unyielding, we know not, but that the firmest often feel more intensely the blows and disasters which others, by yielding to them, do evade, needeth not that we set forth, inasmuch as it is too plain and demonstrative to require illustration. On that same night, Moors, awakening from a short and broken slumber, looked on her mistress, and lo, she was a corpse. This event, according to the popular belief, would doubtless add another to the list of Peggy's victims, and was looked upon as a terrible token from the demon against all who should hereafter have the temerity or presumption to interfere with her proceedings. The following day it was noised abroad, and the survivors were mindful to have the entrance to this fearful chamber walled up, and thus prevent any further mischief or interference. Towards eventide, or ere the lights were renewed in the death chamber, there came a gentle knock at the hall door. An aged domestic answered the summons, but with a scream, she fled as from the face of an enemy. A footstep was heard in the hall. Slowly it ascended the stairs. They creaked and groaned, every step seeming to strike with a cold shudder to the heart. They verily thought that the house was beset by a whole squadron of infernals, who had sent a messenger for the body of their mistress. The tramp of the mysterious visitor was heard in the death chamber. Moans and bewailings were distinctly audible, and Moors, who was in the room, came down with a face colourless and wan, as though she had seen a ghost. She could not articulate, save one harrowing word, "William," she cried, and pointed upwards. 7 years ago had he been drowned, according to general belief, one fearful night, in crossing the river by Bromley or Brunkley hipping stones. Nephew and heir presumptive to the Lady of Waddow, he had left his home that evening writhing under her malediction, for he had in an evil hour, as she thought, formed a base-born attachment to an orphan living with Gaffer Wiswall, and generally looked upon as his daughter. It was this curse which clave like a band of iron about the breast of the proud Dame of Waddow, for, in the morning light, when there came news to the hall that he had been seen swept down by the ravening flood, perishing without hope of succor, she sat as though stupefied, without a murmur or a tear, and her stricken heart knew not this world's gladness again. Solitary and friendless, this fair creation seemed blotted out, and she became fretful and morose. All her earthly hopes were centered in this boy, the offspring of a sister, and they were forever gone. Moors only had the privilege of addressing her without a special interrogation. The appearance, or it might be, the apparition of her beloved nephew, seemed again to open the sluices of feeling and affection, to soften and subdue the harshness that encrusted her disposition, but it was only the forerunner of an eternal change, the herald of that inexorable tyrant, death. Darkness was fast gathering about them, but the whole household were huddled together in the kitchen, none daring to venture forth to their occupations. A long hour it seemed, while every moment they were expecting some further visitation. The fire was nigh extinguished, for who durst fetch the billet from the stack? The conversation, if such might be called the brief and scanty form of their communications, was kept up in a sort of tremulous whisper, every one being frightened at the sound of his own voice. How long this state of things might have lasted we know not, inasmuch as the terrible footsteps were again heard upon the stairs, the same slow and solemn tread. They heard its descent into the hall. It became louder, and the fearful vision was evidently approaching. The sound was now in the narrow passage close to them. The next moment a form was presented to their view, carrying a taper, and recognized by the major part of the group, it being the very semblance of their deceased, young master, as he was generally called, changed, it was true, but still sufficiently like him, when living, to be distinguished from any other. One loud cry announced their discovery of the phantom. "Why tarry here?" said the intruder. "Yonder calleth need of the death lights," and with that he disappeared. Yet, however needful it was that the usual offices should be rendered to the departed, there was no one bold enough to perform the duty. Nevertheless, the lights were kindled by some invisible hand in the lady's chamber that night, and, by whomsoever the office was fulfilled, the corpse was not without a watcher, and a faithful one, till daylight came softly on the couch, driving away the darkness and the apprehensions it excited. It was past midnight ere the domestics retired to rest, or rather to their chambers, so fearful were they of another visit that, by a little care and management, they contrived so that none should be left alone till morning arose before them, bright and cheerful, dissipating, in some measure, their former terrors. Softly and cheerily broke that morning sun upon the frosty and embossed panes of Gaffer Wiswall's dwelling, but the light brought no cheer, no solace unto him. The old man was now a withered, a sapless trunk, stripped of the green verdure which had lately bloomed on its hoary summit. His daughter, as he loved to call her, and he had almost cheated himself into the belief, was ravished from him, and the staff of his declining years had perished. He was sitting moody and disconsolate, and, like the bereaved mother in Israel, refusing to be comforted, when a stranger entered, and, without speaking, seated himself by the broad ingle, opposite the goodman, who was looking listlessly forth into the blazing faggots, but without either aim or discernment. The intruder was wrapped in a dark military cloak, his hat drawn warily over his forehead, concealing his features beneath the broad and almost impervious shadow. Wiswall awoke from his study, and with a curious eye, seemed silently to ask the will and business of the stranger, but he spoke not. The old man, surveying his guest more minutely, inquired, "Be ye far ridden this morning, Sir Cavalier?" "Not farther than one might stride ere breakfast," was the reply, but in a low, and, it seemed, a hasty tone, as though impatient of being questioned, and preferring to remain unnoticed. The tapster's instincts were still in operation. With the true spirit of his calling, he inquired, "From the army, sir?" "Ay, from the Grand Turk, and thou wilt." "The king, they say, hath a fairer word for the dames than for those stout hearts who won him his crown," said the victualler, seemingly conversant in the common rumours that were abroad. "The sparks about court," continued he, "do ruffle it bravely among the buxom dames and their beauteous." Here his daughter's bright image came suddenly upon his recollection, and the old man wept. "Why dost weep, old man?" inquired his guest. "Alas! I had a daughter once, a match fit for the bravest galliard that sun e'er shone upon. She was the wonder and dismay of all that looked on her. She loved a soldier dearly, and her mouth would purse and play, and her eye would glisten at a cap and plume, and yet the veriest prude in all Christendom was not more discreet. Mayhap her sweetheart was a soldier, and abroad at the wars, so that these were but the outgoings of hope and expectation for his return. Her sweetheart, marry! She had once, but he was tar-yen from us. The young heir of Waddow, as we always called him, at the hall yonder, was her true love, but one night, 7 long bitter years back, the flood swept him away, we never saw him again, but Isabel's hope was forever blighted. And the body, was it not found? Nay, for the current was swift, and bore him hence. The demon, she hath tar-yen mine, as the next dainty morsel for her ravening appetite. 'Tis 7 years since I first sought my fortune as a soldier. I served my king faithfully. With him I went into exile. He hath returned, and here I come to redeem my pledge." The stranger threw off his cloak, and the astonished and almost incredulous tapster beheld the nephew of the dame now heir to the inheritance of Waddow. "Though swept rapidly down the stream on that dreadful night when I fled, heedlessly fled, from the denunciations of her who had supplied a parent's place from my infancy, I escaped, almost by a miracle, at a considerable distance below the ford, where I attempted to cross, yet, knowing her inflexible disposition, for she had threatened to leave me penniless, I resolved to seek my fortune as a soldier until I should be enabled to wed with better prospects for the future. I contrived to assure Isabel of my safety, but I strictly enjoined secrecy. I was not without hope that one day or another, appearing as though I had risen from the dead, I should win a reluctant consent, it might be, to our union. A long exile was the only recompense for my loyalty. The restoration hath rendered me back, and I have redeemed my pledge. At my urgent entreaty the other night, the first of my return, she accompanied me, and we have plighted our vows at the same altar. I took her privily to my former home. Knowing a secret entrance to the chamber where the image is deposited, I concealed her there, safe, as I thought, from molestation, until I had won the consent of her who was my only friend. To my horror and surprise she discovered me there, and the screams of Isabel had nigh betrayed her presence, but it was evident she thought the grave had given back its dead. I could not then undeceive her, and when I returned she was a corpse. Dying without will, I am now the lawful heir to yon good inheritance, and Isabel is the proud mistress of Waddow. This unlooked-for intelligence was almost overwhelming. The old man's frame seemed hardly able to bear the disclosure. He wept like a child, but the overflow of his joy relieved the oppressed heart, full even to bursting. Yet Peggy was not without a sacrifice, according to popular belief, which sacrifice was offered in the person of the late defunct at Waddow. Indeed, according to some, it were an act of unbelief and impiety to suppose any other, and only to be equalled by that of the attack made by this resolute dame upon Peggy's representative, an outrage she so dearly atoned for by her own death. The headless trunk was, however, removed some years afterwards to its present site by the brink of the well, where, having fallen upon evil and unbelieving times, it is desecrated to the profane uses of a resting place for cans unto the merry maidens who come thither at morning and eventide to draw water. Many other victims now recorded to the capricious malevolence of Peggy, and though deprived of her domicile at Waddow, still her visitations are not the less frequent, and whether a stray kitten or an unfortunate chick be the sufferer, the same is deemed a victim and a sacrifice to the wrath of Peggy's manes. The sands, it is the shout of the coming foe, ride, ride for thy life, Sir John, but still the waters deeper grew, the wild sea foam rushed on. Old Ballad. The following account of an excursion over the sands, from Mr. Baines's Companion to the Lakes, will give a very accurate idea of the mode in which travellers accomplish this interesting, though sometimes perilous journey, over the bare sands of the Bay of Morecambe. Taking a horse at Lancaster, and setting out at the same time with the over sands coach, he says, we arrived at Hestbank, on the shores of Morecambe Bay, 3 miles and a half from Lancaster, about 5 in the afternoon. Here a little caravan was collected, waiting the proper time to cross the trackless sands left bare by the receding tide. I soon saw 2 persons set out in a gig, and, following them, I found that one of them was the guide appointed to conduct travellers, and the other a servant who was driving his master's gig to the Cartmel shore, and was to return with the horse the same evening. He had of course no time to lose, and had begun his journey at the earliest possible hour. We found the sands firm and level, except the slight wrinkles produced by the ripple of the waves, but they were still wet, having only just been left by the sea. The guide appeared to drive with caution, and in no place went farther than a mile from land. We had a good deal of conversation, and I found him intelligent and communicative. His name is Thomas Wilkinson. He is a tall, athletic man, past the middle age, and bears marks of the rough weather he has been exposed to in discharging the duties of his post during the winter months. In stormy, and more especially in foggy weather, those duties must be arduous and anxious. It is his business to station himself at the place where the River Keer runs over the sands to the sea, which is about 3 miles from Hestbank, and to show travellers where they may pass with safety. The bed of the river is liable to frequent changes, and a fresh of water after rain may, in a very short time, convert a fordable place into a quicksand. When we came to the river, he got out of the gig, and waded over to ascertain the firmness of the bottom, the water being about knee-deep. Having escorted us a little farther, till we saw the guide for the Kent at a distance, and having pointed out the line we should keep, he left us to return to his proper post. We gave him, as is usual, a few pence, for though he is appointed by government, his salary is only £10 a year, and he is, of course, chiefly dependent on what he receives from travellers. These sands are called the Lancaster Sands, and the guide said that they were at present 11 miles over, from Hestbank to Kentsbank, but that he had known them when he could pass directly over in not more than 7 miles. The tide forms a channel in the sand, which has been gradually coming nearer the shore for some years past, and has obliged persons crossing to take a longer circuit. It was now the spring tide, and the sands we were travelling upon would, at high water, be 17 feet below the surface of the sea. The day was exceedingly fine, and the prospects, in crossing over the sands, were splendid. The whole coast of the bay, from Peel Castle round to the shore beyond Lancaster, the stern crags of Wharton and Arnside Fells, on the right, farther eastward, the well-known form of Ingleborough, whose broad head, not apparently of very great elevation, is still visible from every considerable hill in Lancashire, Westmoreland, and Cumberland, and seems to lift itself in serene and unchanging majesty over the neighbouring hills, the broken and picturesque shores of the Kent, beautifully wooded, and forming a vista to the eye, the fells of Cartmel, rising in the mid-distance, their sides hung with forests, and several ornamental parks lying round their base, and above, and far beyond them, the noble chain of the Westmoreland and Cumberland mountains, whose lofty summits, clothed with light, formed a sublime barrier stretching along the northern horizon. Such are the principal features of a prospect which is not the less beautiful because it rises from the level expanse of the sands, and which was to me the more interesting from the novelty of my own situation. The Ulverstone coach, several gigs, and some persons on horseback, had followed us at a little distance, keeping the track left by the wheels of the vehicle which conveyed the guide. When Wilkinson left us, we rode on 2 or 3 miles before we came to the channel of the Kent, and there we found a guide on horseback, who had just forded the river from the opposite side. The guide stationed here has long gone by the name of the Carter, and it is difficult to say whether the office has been so called from the family in which it has been vested, or the family have assumed their official title as a cognomen, but it is certain that for many ages the duties of guide over the Lancaster sands have been performed by a family named Carter, and have descended from father to son. The present possessor of the office is named James Carter, and has lately succeeded his father. He told me that some persons said the office of guide had been in his family 500 years, but he did not know how anybody could tell that, and all he could say was, that they had held it for many grandfathers back, longer than anyone knew. The salary was only £10 a year till his father's time, when it was raised to £20, yet I should suppose that the office is a rather productive one, as the family have accumulated some property. The Carter seems a cheerful and pleasant fellow. He wore a rough greatcoat and a pair of jack boots, and was mounted on a good horse, which appeared to have been up to the ribs in the water. When we came to him, he recommended us to wait till the arrival of the coach, which was nearly a mile distant, as the tide would then be gone farther out. I asked if there had been any accidents in this place lately, to which he replied, that some boys were drowned 2 years ago, having attempted to pass when the tide was up, in defiance of warnings, but that, with that exception, there had not been any accidents for a considerable time. When the coach came up we took the water in procession, and crossed 2 channels, in one of which the water was up to the horses' bellies. The coach passed over without the least difficulty, being drawn by fine tall horses. Arrived at the other side, the man of high genealogy received our gratuities, and we rode on, keeping close to a line of rods which have been planted in the sand to indicate the track, and which have remained there for many months. We shortly met the coach from Ulverstone, and several other vehicles, and as we proceeded the views of the estuary and the distant mountains became still more beautiful and interesting. 3 or 4 miles brought us to Kent's Bank, on the Cartmel shore. I infer that the river is not fordable for any long period, as the guide told the servant whom I have mentioned that he must return in an hour if he wished to pass over again that evening. The peninsula formed by the Kent and the Leven is 3 miles over, and, after passing it, I came to the latter river, the sands of which are of the same breadth, and must be crossed to reach Ulverstone. These sands are reckoned more dangerous than the former, as the channel of the river is frequently shifted. It is safest to cross at spring tides, the water then is more completely drained out, and the force of the tide sweeps the bottom clean from mud and sediment. Here another guide on horseback escorts travellers over. The views up the Leven are fully as picturesque, though not quite so extensive, as those at the mouth of the Kent. A bold, woody promontory, seen in our engraving, projects into the river at the mouth of the ford, narrowing it to less than half the breadth. The 2 ridges of the Cartmel and Ulverstone fells, the former clothed with wood and the latter with verdure, run up inland, and carry the eye back to the mountains, round the head of Coniston Water and Windermere. On the Ulverstone shore, to the left of the town, are the grounds of Conishead Priory, which adorn with their rich woods and lawns the gently waving side of the hill, and the mouth of the Leven opens out to the Bay of Morecambe, the shores of which are visible to a great extent. The sands forming the Bay of Morecambe, covered by the sea at high water, are crossed every day by travellers whose time or inclination leads them to choose this route rather than one more circuitous, and nearly thrice the distance, inland. Yet the sands are by no means without danger, especially to the uncautious or unwary. Scarcely a year passes without some loss of lives, generally owing to the obstinacy or foolhardiness of the victims. Guides are appointed to conduct strangers across this trackless waste, whose duty it is to examine daily, on the receding of the tide, the several routes by which passengers may accomplish their journey. The places where danger is to be apprehended are the fordings of the several rivers or watercourses, which, even when the sands are bare, still pour forth a considerable stream to the ocean. These fords are continually changing by reason of the shifting of the sands, so that one day's path may on the morrow prove a dangerous and impassable quicksand. The principal guide has a small annuity from government, and is obliged, in all weathers, to perform this disagreeable but highly important duty. The Priory of Conishead was charged with this office over the Leven or Ulverstone sands, and the guide whom they appointed, besides perquisites, had an allotment of 3 acres of land, with 15 marks per annum. Henry VIII, on the dissolution of the monasteries, charged himself and his successors with the payment of a certain sum to the person that should be guide for the time being, by patent under the seal of the Duchy of Lancaster. Such was the importance and the idea of danger attached to this journey, that on a little rocky island midway between the shores of Cartmel and Furness, there stood a small chapel or oratory built by the monks of Furness, where prayers were daily offered for the safety of travellers then occupied in this perilous attempt. Yet these, called the Ulverstone sands, are scarcely more than 3 miles across, whilst the well-known Lancaster sands are 9 miles, from the circuitous line of the track, though it is said that the shorter passage is the more dangerous. That the longer journey is not unattended with risk may be inferred from the accidents which have occurred, as well as from the fact that carriages are sometimes left to the mercy of the coming tide, the passengers making their escape in the best manner they are able. Our tale hath reference to one of these perilous adventures, long years ago, and as neither plot nor story is evolved, the reader is warned, if he so please, that he leave the few following pages unread, unless he be of a temper not liable to suffer disappointment thereby. The night was beautifully calm, the moon just sinking upon the verge of the distant waters, where the Bay of Morecambe, the great estuary so called, according to some authorities, by Ptolemy, opens out into the broad channel of the Irish Sea. The stars shone down, keen, bright, and piercing, fixed in their everlasting seat, ever presenting the same aspect, the same order and disposition, through all the changes of this changing and mutable world. The scene was peculiarly inviting, so calm, so placid, the whole wide and visible hemisphere was without a blot. Nature, like a deceitful mistress, looked so hypocritically serene, that her face might never have been darkened with a cloud or furrowed by a frown. So winning was she withal, that, though the veriest shrew, and all untamed and ungovernable in her habits and conditions, this night she became hushed and gentle as the soothed infant in its repose. The same night came down to the Kent side, intending to set out on their perilous march over the sands of the bay, divers travellers, well mounted for the occasion. Yet were their steeds much harassed, weltering in mud and foam, by reason that their journey had been both long and hasty, and their business urgent, nor were they yet without apprehension of pursuit. They looked wistfully down towards the west, where the moon hung over the ocean's brim, a red ensanguined crescent, as if about to dip her golden bowl into the raging deep, or mayhap to launch her glittering bark on that perilous tide. For, in good sooth, the travellers on that same day, having forded the estuaries of the Dudon and the Leven, were barely in time for their passage across the sands of the Kent, their destination being the Tower of Arnside, standing on a round rocky peninsula, little more than 2 miles from their present station. Yet was the way perilous, though they had time sufficient for their purpose. The river Kent, or Ken, which, when the tide hath receded from the bay, followeth often at a considerable depth and speed, was at this period much swollen by reason of the late swells and freshes from the hills. Moreover, the tide would ere long press back the waters towards their source, and but few hours should elapse ere the ocean itself would roll over and obliterate every trace of their intended path. Yet though sure and undeviating was the peril before them, another more imminent and perchance not less remote, awaited them from behind. They were pursued. Hot and hasty was the chase, and their blood alone would slake the vengeance of their adversaries. Pausing ere the first plash was heard in the heavy sands beneath the shore, the foremost horsemen of the party thus held discourse. Those that followed were likewise armed, and to all appearance were followers or retainers of the chief, who had been with them upon some foray or predatory excursion. "We are between fire and water, I trow, but what of that? We must e'en cross. And how if the fog of yesternight should come again, or we should miss our track? Tush, Harry, with thine evil croak. There will be time enough to discourse with danger when it comes. Besides, I would know it blindfold, and the night doth bear no token of either distemper or disquiet. Thou art passing careless of our jeopardy. It were better, even now, that we follow the track by the coast. My counsel was set at naught, or we had gone forward by Cartmel, and missed this perilous pathway of the sea. And with it met the enemy at my gate, or, peradventure, having passed on thither before us, we should have found them in quiet possession of our good fortalice yonder. Truly it were a precious entertainment. We should have lenten fare, I trow, where they be lords o' the feast. Our steeds, I think, would have outstripped them, even by way of the forest and the bridges, but, thou reckonest not for delay by the hill paths and the morass, let alone the weary miles that we should have to ride. Tut, man, they fancy not of our crossing this little brooklet here, because I misled them ere we departed, and they are now mightily sure of cutting off our retreat, and getting at the tower before us. How the knaves will slink back when they find the gate barred in their teeth. Forward, Sir Harry, and let the Cumberland wolves take the hindmost. They dashed down the slope into the heavy mud by the beach, and soon the little band might have been seen moving like dark specks on the sandy waste, even though night had come on, so clear and unsullied was the atmosphere. The wind, which through the day had blown light, but piercing, from the north, seemed all at once to become more bland and genial. A pause was felt, then a veering to and fro, like the flapping sail, ere the big canvas comes bellying before the wind, a pause, created by one of those occult and uncomprehended operations of nature, to be understood only in the secret recesses of her power, where all the germs of being are elaborated, but whither the most daring and exalted of human capacities never penetrated. It was near the turn of the tide, and the wind, obeying her spell, as though at the call of that mighty wizard, was gradually veering towards the sea, and shortly would ride on with the rolling billows, driving forward, like some proud charioteer, the dark waters of the Atlantic in its progress. The travellers were pricking on their way discreetly, the channel of the river just before them, rippling pleasantly over some quiet star, that seemed to sink deep within its bosom. To their right was the voice of the restless and mystic ocean, obeying the fiat of him who hath fixed its bounds, at too great a distance now to excite other feelings than those of their own impotence, and the immensity by which they were surrounded. I know of no sound to be compared to it. There is naught in the wide range of our intelligence that can produce the dread, the almost terrific expansion which it seems to create in the mind, save it be the dizzy view over some dark and unfathomable abyss, an impression that comes over us like the dread unutterable anticipations of eternity. Suddenly a thin white vapor was seen obscuring the brightness in the west. Then came a cloud-like haze, scudding on the very surface of the stream, wherein the plash of horses' feet announced their entrance. They rode slowly on, but the channel was deep, and it seemed as though some sleight and witchery was about them, for the mist became so dense that the clouds seemed to have dropped down to encompass and enfold them. The stream gradually became deeper, until the foremost horse was wading to the belly, labouring and snorting from the chillness and oppression upon his chest. "'Tis an unlucky and an embarrassing escort that we are favoured with," said the rider. "The wind, too, whiffles about strangely. 'Tis on my face, now, and verily I think the stream will ne'er be crossed. I trust we are not wading it down towards the sea." "Troth but we be, though," hastily replied his friend, after looking down, bending as low as possible to observe his horse's feet, where he could just discern the gouts of foam as they ran right before, instead of passing them from left to right. Put back, and soon," he cried, in great alarm, for the mist bewildered them strangely. They did put back, but instead of all obeying the same impulse, some of the party, finding themselves on opposite sides of the stream, were plunging and replunging into it, to rejoin their comrades, every one calling out for his neighbour to follow, so that, in the end, the whole party were so confused that, on being gathered together once more on the sand, they really knew not on which side of the stream they stood, nor which way to move. They seemed like persons discoursing in a dream, and the mist hung about them so closely that they could not, even by dismounting, see the marks of their own footsteps. They felt that they were standing on a bank of sand, which they knew must inevitably, and ere long, be covered by the raging tide, even then, perhaps, on its way to overwhelm and devour them. But this was the utmost of their knowledge, for the direction in which to proceed, or the bearing of either shore, was beyond their knowledge or apprehension. They would now have been glad to retrace their steps, but this, alas, they knew not how to accomplish. To remain would be certain destruction, to go on might only be hastening to meet it. But move they must, as the only chance of escape, yet opinions were as various as the points of the compass. One was for going to the right, another to the left, another straight forward, so that, what with arguing and wrangling, they became more bewildered and uncertain than ever. "I do verily believe we have not yet crossed the river," said one. "Not come across," replied another, "why we've been through and through, to my own certainty, at least thrice." "Thrice in thy teeth," said his angry opponent, "and so I'll go forward." "And I'll go back," was the reply. But the precise idea they had formed of these opposite and important determinations was more than either of them could explain, even though they had been ever so certain upon these points. To proceed in a straight line in any direction was impossible, without some object by which to direct their course. Ever and anon was heard a heavy plunge into the stream, but even this token had ceased to avail them, for its course could not be ascertained. The tide was now arresting its progress, and the water moved to and fro in every direction, according to the various impulses it received. The wind, too, was light and treacherous, its breath seemed to come and go, without any fixed point by which they could feel either its arrival or departure. In this dilemma, and without any clue to their extrication, harassed and confounded, they were like men bereft of their senses, and almost at their wits' end. Still they clung instinctively about each other, but their conduct had now taken the opposite extreme. Before, all was bustle and activity, everybody giving directions, hallooing, shouting, and so forth. Now, they were silent, and almost stationary, stupefied, distracted. There is a fascination in danger. I have known those who never could look down a precipice without a horrible impulse to leap over the brink. Like the scared bird, almost within the gripe of its destroyer, yet unable to flee, so had they lost, apparently, all power of escape. It was a silence more awful even than the yellings of despair. Its horrid gripe was on every heart, every bosom withered beneath its touch. The nature of the most courageous appeared to change, trembling and perplexity shook the stoutest frame, yet suddenly and unexpectedly was the silence broken, and the spell that bound them dissolved. "Hark!" said every voice together, "a bell, by the blessed Virgin!" The sound roused them from their stupor. Hope again visited the prison house of the spirit. "On, said their leader. On, was re-echoed on every side, but they were still attempting to escape in different directions. Scarcely two of them were agreed as to the place whence the sound proceeded. Yet it came on, at stated intervals, a long, deep, melancholy knell, almost terrific in their present condition. Another council was attended with the same results, opinions being as varied as ever. Still that warning toll had some connection with their fellow-men, some link, which, however remote, united them to those who were now slumbering in happiness and security. Yet of their true course and bearing they were as ignorant as ever. "Now, by Our Lady," said one, "there's either witch or wizard at the tail o' this. Haven't I passed this very place to and fro, man and boy, these 20 years, and never went away by a yard's space, right or left? Now, right well, Humphrey Braithwaite, should I know it too, and yet we might be in a wilderness for aught I can distinguish, either landmark or sea mark. Hush, I'm sure that bell is from the right. Nay, I hear it yonder, to the left, if I'm not witched. Thee art gone daft, man, tease, well, if the sound binna from both sides, right and left. I hear it behind me now. We must be moving, said the leader. There's no chance for us here. We can but meet the enemy at the worst, and there are 3 chances of escaping for one of drowning, which way soever we take, at a blind venture. Then let us away together, and may the Virgin and street bees be our helper. But there were some who would rather trust to their own guidance, and what with the indecision of one, the obstinacy of another, and the timidity of a third, he soon found himself with only one companion, besides his good grey steed, when he flung the reins to his control, and spurred forward. Reckless, almost driven to desperation, he committed his way to the beast's better discretion, as he thought, goading on the jaded animal incessantly, his fellow-traveller still keeping behind, but at no great distance. They halted after a space, but how long it is impossible to say. Hours and minutes, in seasons of pain or excitement, are, in the mind's duration, arbitrary and conventional. To measure time by the state of our feelings would be as futile as an attempt to measure space by the slowness or impetuosity of our movements. Hours dwindle into minutes, and minutes are exaggerated into hours, according to the circumstances under which the mind moves on. We are conscious of existence only by the succession of our feelings. We are conscious of time only by its lapse. Hence we are apt to make the same measure serve for both, and, as our own disposition's predicate, so doth time run fast or slow. True it is that time cannot measure thought. The mind notes but the current and passage of its own feelings, they only are the measure of existence and the medium of identity. "Halt, Lord Morneagle," cried his companion from behind, "I hear the sea before us." "Hush, and use thine own senses, if they be worth the trial." The other listened, but it was only for one moment. The next saw him wheel round, urging on his flight in the opposite direction, for he knew, or his senses were rendered deceptive through terror, the sound of the coming tide. "Halt, Lord Morneagle," again cried the horseman from behind, "for the water is deeper at every plunge." "Halt, I say, for the love of—" The sound died on the speaker's lip, for he was overwhelmed and sickening with the dread anticipation of death. "On one side or the other, then, I care not which," cried the foremost rider. "To the right, and heaven grant us a safe deliverance." Away went the panting steeds, but the waters increased, yet were they powerful animals, and they swam boldly on amid the roar and dash of the rising waves. Still it was with difficulty they could breast the torrent. The courageous beasts braced every sinew to the work, instinctively grappling with danger, every effort was directed to their escape. Suddenly a loud shout was heard, and something dark rose up before them. It might be the hull of some vessel that was approaching an ark of safety. This thought was the first that crossed them. But they felt a sudden shock and a vibration, as though their steeds had struck the land. They saw, or it was a deception produced by agitation or excitement, the dark outline of the beach, and men hurrying to and fro with lighted torches. They galloped on through the waves, and a few moments brought them safely upon the hard, loose pebbles of the shore. Joyful was the recognition, for those who had come to their succor were the party from whom they had separated, who had luckily gained the shore before them. But what was their surprise when they found they had been galloping to and fro almost within a stone's throw of the beach opposite the place of their destination. Yet such was their state of bewilderment that it was an even hand but they had put about on the other side, and attempted to return across the channel. In that case no human help could have rescued them from destruction, for the tide already had overtaken them, and it was only their close proximity unto the shore which enabled the horses to regain their footing, and bear them safely to land. It seems that their pursuers were still outdone, for their stronghold was open to receive them, and the enemy, foiled in their expectations, returned with all speed into Cumberland, lest during their absence some more dangerous foe from the borders should lay waste their possessions. The ring and the cliff, and still I tried each fickle art, importunate and vain, and while his passion touched my heart I triumphed in his pain. Goldsmith. Having in vain attempted to ascertain the locality of the following tradition, we suspect that it may have strayed originally from another county, though it has taken root in our own. The only place that could by any possibility answer the description which marks the catastrophe is the high ridge above Broughton, in Furness, and even here it would be difficult to point out any single spot which would exactly correspond in every particular. The Lancashire coast, with here and there an exception, is one low bank or ridge of sand, loosely drifted into hillocks of but mean height and appearance, only preserving their consistency by reason of the creeping roots of the bent or sea-mat weed, Arundo arenaria, 73, which bind the loose sands together, and prevent them from being dispersed over the adjoining grounds. On the opposite coast fancy might often recognize those very cliffs to which our story alludes, perpendicular, bare, and almost inaccessible, with rents and chasms, where little difficulty would be found in pointing out the exact features represented in this tradition. On the sea-coast, where a wild bare promontory stretches out amidst the waves of the Irish Channel, is a small hamlet or fishing station. Its site is in the cleft of a deep ravine, through which a small stream lazily trickles amid sand and sea slime to the little estuary formed by the sea at its mouth. Between almost perpendicular cliffs the village lies like a solitary enclosure, where the inhabitants are separate and alone, aloof from the busy world, their horizon confined to a mere segment of vision. The same ever-rolling sea hath swung to and fro for ages in the same narrow creek, at the sides of which rise a cluster of huts, dignified with the appellation of village, some of these ornamented about and upon the roofs with round patches of the yellow stone crop and house leek, that never failing protection against lightning and tempest, according to indubitable testimony set forth by Master Nicholas Culpeper in his Herbal. The strong marine odour, so well known to all lovers of seaside enjoyments, may here be sensibly appreciated, for the pent-up effluvia from the curing of fish, marine algae, and other products of the coast, abundantly strengthen the reminiscences connected with this solitary and secluded spot. It was on a cold, grey morning in October that two individuals were loitering up a narrow path from the hamlet which led to the high main road, passing from village to village along the coast, branches from which, at irregular intervals, penetrated the cliffs to the different fishing stations along the beach. The road, on rising from the village, runs along the summit, a considerable height above the sea. Terrific bursts through some rocky cleft reveal the wide ocean rolling on from the dim horizon to the shore. Here and there may be seen the white sail, or the hull of some distant bark, gliding on so smooth and silently as to suggest the idea of volition obeyed without any visible effort. Rising from the ravine, the road passes diagonally up the steep. At the period of which we speak, ere it reached the main line of communication through the country, a reft or chasm in the steep wall towards the sea, a nearly perpendicular rent, left the mountain path without protection, save by a slender paling for the space of a few yards only. Nothing could be more dreary and terrific. Through this dizzy cleft, the sides bare and abrupt, without ledge or projection, the walls, like gigantic buttresses, presenting their inaccessible barriers to the deep, the distant horizon, raised to an unusual height by the point of sight and position of the spectator, seemed to mingle so softly and imperceptibly with the sky that it appeared one wide sea of cloud stretching to the foot of the cliff. From that fearful summit the billows were but as the waving of a summer cloud, undulating on the quiet atmosphere. The fishing bark, with its dun, squat, picturesque sail, looked as though floating in the sky, a fairy boat poised on the calm ether. As we before noticed, two persons were loitering up this path. They paused at the brink of the chasm. It might be for the purpose of gazing on the scene we have just described, but the lover's gaze was on his mistress, and the maiden's eye was bent on the ground. "'Tis even so, Adeline. We must part. And yet the time may come, when, but thou art chill, Adeline. The words freeze ere they pass my lips, even as thine own, for I never yet could melt the frostwork from thy soul. Still silent? Well, I know thy heart is not another's, and yet thou dost hesitate, and linger, and turn away thy cold grey eyes when I would fain kindle them from mine. Nay, Adeline, I know thou lovest me. Eh? Draw back so proudly, and offer up thine and thy true lover's happiness for ever on the altar of thy pride. Since thou knowest this heart so well, retorted the haughty maiden, methinks it were a bootless wish to wear it on thy sleeve, save for the purpose of admiring thine own skill and bravery in the achievement. Thou wrongest me, Adeline, 'tis not my wish. Say thou art mine, we are then safe. No earthly power shall part us. But I warn thee, maiden, that long years of misery and anguish will be our portion should we separate while our troth is yet unplighted. This ring, said he, drawing off his glove, is indifferently well set. The bauble was made by a skilful and cunning workman. The pearls have the true orient tinge, and this opalathine I like the hue of the morning, changeable as woman's favour. How bright at times, warm and radiant with gladness, now dull, cold, hazy, and unfeeling, he would have said, but he leaned on the slender barrier as he spoke, and his eye wandered away over the dim and distant wave, across which he was about to depart. Whether he saw it, or his eye was too intently fixed on the dark and appalling future, we presume not to determine. A woman's favour, like thy similes, Mortimer, hath its colour by reflection. Thou sayest but thine own beam in tea, the hue and temper of thy spirit. We have no form nor feeling of our own, forsooth, we but give back the irradiation we receive. Thou canst jest, Adeline. Thy chillness comes upon my spirit like the keen ice wind, it freezes while it withers. The maiden turned aside her head, perhaps to hide a gleam of tenderness that belied her speech. Adeline, dark hours of sorrow are before thee. Think not to escape. He seized her hand. Shouldst thou wed another, a doom is thine, a doom from which even thought recoils. He looked steadfastly upon her, but the maiden spoke not, a tear quivered through her drooping eyelashes, and her lip grew pale. But I must away, continued Mortimer. Yonder bark awaits me, and he drew her gently towards the brink. It will part us, perhaps forever. No, no, not forever. Thou wilt wed, it may be, and when I return, horror. He started back, as from a spectre which his imagination had created. That ring, take it. Let it be thy monitor, and should another seek thy love, look on it, for it shall warn thee. It shall be a silent witness of thy thoughts, one that will watch over thee in my stead, for the genii of that ring, said he, playfully, are my slaves. But she returned the pledge. I cannot. Do not wind the links around me thus, lest they gall my spirit, lest I feel the fetters, and wish them broken. Then I swear, said Mortimer, vehemently, no hand but thine shall wear it. He raised his arm, and the next moment the ring would have been hurled into the gulf, but ere it fell he cast another glance at his mistress. Her heart was full. The emotion she sought to quell quivered convulsively on her lip. He seized her hand, but when he looked again upon the ring it was broken. By what a strange and mysterious link are the finest and most subtle feelings connected with external forms and appearances! By what unseen process are they wrought out and developed, their hidden sources, the secret avenues of thought and emotion, discovered, called forth by circumstances the most trivial and unimportant. Adeline turned pale, and Mortimer himself shuddered as he beheld the omen. But another train of feelings had taken possession of her bosom, or rather her thoughts had acquired a new tendency by this apparently casual circumstance, and true to the bent and disposition of our nature, now that the slighted good was in danger of being withdrawn, she became anxious for its possession. She received the token. A slight crack upon its rim was visible, but this fracture did not prevent its being retained on the hand. After this brief development their walk was concluded. They breathed no vows. Mortimer would not again urge her. A lock of hair only was exchanged, and shortly the last adieu was on their lips, and the broad deck of the vessel beneath his feet, whence he saw the tall cliff sink down into the ocean, and with it his hopes, that seemed to sink forever into the same gulf. Some few years afterwards, on a still evening, about the same time of the year, a boat was lowered from a distant vessel in the offing. 3 men pulled ashore as the broad full moon rose up, red and dim, from the mist that hung upon the sea. The roll of the ocean alone betokened its approach. Its melancholy murmur alone broke the universal stillness. The lights came out one by one from the village casements. The cattle were housed, and the curs had crept to the hearth, save some of the younger sort, who at intervals worried themselves, fidgeting about, and making a mighty show of activity and watchfulness. One of the passengers stepped hastily on shore. He spoke a few words to the rowers, who threw their oars into the boat, fastening her to the rocks. Afterwards they betook themselves to a tavern newly trimmed, where, swinging from a rude pole, hung the sign of a ship, for sign it could only be called, painted long ago by some self-initiated and village-immortalized artist, whose production had once been the wonder of the whole neighborhood. A roaring blaze revealed the whole interior, where pewter cups and well-scoured trenchers threw their bright glances upon all who wooed these dangerous allurements at the ship. But the individual whom the rowers had put ashore withstood these tempting devices. He strode rapidly up the path, and paused not until he approached the cliff where the agony of one short hour had left its deep furrows forever on his memory. The incidents of that memorable day were then renewed with such vividness that, on a sudden, writhing and dismayed, he hurried forward in the vain hope, it might seem, of flying from the anguish he could not control. A dark plain stone house stood at no great distance, and hither his footsteps were now directed. A little gate opened into a gravel walk sweeping round an oval grass plat before the door. He leaned upon the wicket, as though hesitating to enter. By this time the moon rode high and clear above the mist which was yet slumbering on the ocean. She came forth gloriously, without a shadow or a cloud. The wide hemisphere was unveiled, but its bright orbs were softened by her gaze. The shadows, broad and distinct, lay projected on a slight hoarfrost, where 1,000 splendors and 1,000 crystals hung in the cold and dewy beam. Bright, tranquil, and unruffled was the world around him, but the world within was dark and turbulent, tossed, agitated, and overwhelmed by the deep untold anguish of the spirit. The tyrant sway of the passions, like some desolating invader, can make a paradise into a desert, and the fruitful places into a wilderness. How different to Mortimer would have been the scene viewed through another medium! His soul was ardent, devoted, full of high and glorious imaginings, but a blight was on them all, and they became chill and decayed, an uninformed mass, without aim or vitality. He was afraid to proceed, lest his worst suspicions might be confirmed. He had heard, but we will not anticipate the sequel. A loud barking announced the presence of an intruder, but the sagacious animal, when he had carefully snuffed out a recognition, fawned and whined upon him, running round and round towards the house, with gambols frolicsome and extravagant enough to have excited the smiles of any human being but Mortimer. As he approached he heard a soft, faint melody from within. It was her voice. He could not be mistaken, though years had passed by, though the dull tide of oblivion had effaced many an intervening record from the tablet of his memory, those tones yet vibrated to his soul. His heart thrilled to their impression like two finely modulated strings, which produce a corresponding sympathy upon each other. He listened, almost breathless. The recollection came like a track of fire across his brain. Memory! How glorious, how terrible art thou! With the wand of the enchanter thou canst change every current of feeling into joy or woe. The same agency, nay, the same object, shall awaken the most opposite emotions. The simplest forms and the subtlest agents are alike to thee. Nature seems fashioned at thy will, and her attributes are but the instruments of thy power. The melody that he heard was a wild and mournful ballad which he had once given to Adeline, when the hours flew on, sparkling with delight, and she had not forgotten him. The thought was too thrilling to endure. His brain throbbed with ecstasy. Unable to restrain his impatience, he applied hastily to the door. Such was the excitement under which he labored that the very sound made him start back, it struck so chilly on his heart. Then came an interval of harrowing suspense. He shuddered when he heard the approaching footsteps, and could with difficulty address the servant who stood inquiring his errand. Is Adeline within?" The menial silently surveyed the inquirer, as though doubtful in what manner to reply, ere he answered, "My mistress is at home, sir." Mortimer stepped into the hall. The servant threw open the door announcing his name, and Mortimer was in the presence of Adeline. The meeting was too sudden for preliminary forms and courtesies. There was no time for preparation. The blow was struck, and 1,000 idle inquiries were perhaps saved, but Adeline, after one short gaze of astonishment and dismay, covered her face, a low groan escaped her, and she threw herself convulsively on the chair. Mortimer hastened to her relief, but she shrank from his touch. She spoke not, her anguish was beyond utterance. "Adeline!" She shuddered as though the sound once more awakened the slumbering echoes of memory. "Leave me, Mortimer," she cried. "I must not leave thee," it was repeated in a tone that no words can describe. Inquiry, apprehension, were depicted in his look as if existence hung on a word, while a pause followed, compared with which the rack were a bed of roses. The silence was too harrowing to sustain. "And why?" "I know it all now," cried the unhappy Mortimer, and the broad impress of despair was upon his brow, legibly, indelibly written. "I am here to redeem my pledge, and thou—" "Oh, Adeline! Why? Say, how is my trust requited? Were long years too long, to await my return? I have not had a thought thou hast not shared. And yet thou dost withhold thy troth. It is plighted. To whom? To my husband?" Though anticipating the reply, the words went like an arrow to his heart. We will not describe the separation. With unusual speed he descended the path towards the village. He rushed past the cleft with averted looks, fearful that he might be tempted to leap the gulf. He entered the tavern, but so changed in manner and appearance that his companions, fearful that his senses were disordered, earnestly besought him to take some rest and refreshment. In the end he was persuaded to retire to bed. But ere long fever and delirium had seized him, and in the morning he was pronounced by a medical attendant to be in extreme danger, requiring the interposition of rest and skill to effect his cure. It was in the cold and heavy mist of a December evening that a female was seated upon the tall cliff above the chasm we have described. As the solitary gull came wheeling around her, she spoke to it with great eagerness and gesticulation. Leave me, she cried. "I must not now. Poor wanderer! Art thou gone?" With an expression of the deepest bitterness and disappointment, she continued, Why, oh, why didst thou take back thy pledge? Nay, it is here still, but, alas, 'tis broken. Broken, and a scream so wild and pitiful escaped her, it was like the last agony of the spirit when riven from its shrine. Her hair wet with the drizzly atmosphere hung about her face. She suddenly threw it aside, as if listening. 'Tis he? Again he comes. No, he was my lover. I have none now. I have a husband, but he is unkind. Alas! Why am I thus? I feel it. O merciful heaven! My brain leaps, but I am not, indeed I am not mad. Saying this, she bounded down the cliff into the path she had left, with surprising swiftness. Returning, she was met by her husband, with 2 servants, who were in search. He chid her harshly, brutally. He threatened restraint. She heard this, but he saw not the deep and inflexible purpose she had formed. Horror at the apprehension of confinement, which, in calmer intervals, she dreaded worse than death, prompted her to use every artifice to aid her escape. She was now calm and obedient, murmuring not at the temporary attendance to which she was subjected. She sought not the cliff and the deep chasm, but would sit for hours upon the shore, looking over the calm sea, with a look as calm and as deceitful. Vigilance became relaxed, apprehension was lulled, she was again left to herself, and again she stole towards the cliff. Like to some guilty thing, she crept onward, often looking back lest she should be observed. Having attired herself with more than ordinary care, before leaving her chamber she unlocked an ivory casket with great caution, taking thence a ring, which she carefully disposed on her forefinger. She looked with so intense a gaze upon this pledge, for it was the pledge of Mortimer, that she seemed to be watching its capricious glance, like the eye of destiny, as if her fate were revealed in its beautiful and mystic light. Sunset was near as she approached the cliff. She paused where the chasm opened out its deep vista upon the waters. They were now sparkling in the crimson flush from a sky more than usually brilliant. Both sky and ocean were blent in one, the purple beam ran out so pure along the waves, that every billow might now be seen, every path and furrow of the deep. Adeline climbed over the rail. She stood on that extreme verge, so fearful and abrupt that it might have rendered dizzy a stouter head than her own. This night are we married, Mortimer? The ring and the cliff. The ring at this moment shot forth a tremulous brightness, probably from participation with the glowing hues by which it was surrounded. The genii of that ring, said he not so, they will bear me to him. Our couch is decked, and the bridal hymn, hark! It was only the sound from some passing skiff that crept along the waters, but Adeline thought she heard the voice of her lover. He calls me, when will he return? She looked anxiously on the ring, as though expecting a reply, but she saw its bright hues diminish, and gradually grow dim in the dull grey light which displaced the gaudy sunset. Oh, why art thou gone so soon? Her heart seemed full, as though in the very agony of separation. I must away. His bark is on the deep, and he will not return. She buried her head in her lap, and wept. But suddenly she started up, she looked on the distant wave as though she beheld some object approaching. She again climbed upon the rail, and gazed eagerly through the twilight on the billows, now foaming back in triumph with the returning tide. Her features were yet beautiful, though wasted by disease, and as she gazed, a smile, rapturous and bright, passed over, like a sunbeam on the dark billows. She waved her hand. I have waited for thee. Bear me hence. Haste? Oh, haste? They are here. She listened. Her countenance grew more pale and agitated. Voices were heard, and footsteps evidently approaching. She recognized the hated sound of her pursuers. Agony and despair were thy last ministers, unhappy victim. She wrapped her cloak closer to her form, and, with one wild and appalling shriek, leaped that dizzy height, by the foot of which her mangled remains were shortly discovered. In the family of, is a ring, taken from the finger of a female ancestor of the house who leaped from the Lady's Cliff, for such it continues to be called, and it is still said to be haunted by her spirit. The ring was found uninjured, save by a crack through the rim, where it seems bent by a sudden stroke. Superstition attaches strange stories to this relic. True enough, at times it appears almost gifted with intelligence, though perhaps the answer, intimated by the brilliancy or dimness of the stone, may often be construed according to the thoughts or wishes of the inquirer. It is kept in a little ivory box, and preserved with great care. It is said there never was a question propounded to this oracle, if done with a proper spirit, with a due and devout reverence, and a reliance on its wondrous efficacy, but the ring, by its brightness or its gloom, shadowed forth the good or evil destiny of the current. Mortimer recovered. In this village, many years afterwards, lived an old man, whose daily walk was to the cliff. From that height he would gaze until the last hue of evening died upon the waves. He then returned, with a vacant and downcast look, sad and solitary, to his dwelling. He was buried there in the churchyard, and a plain-looking stone, with the initials C.M., still marks the spot called the stranger's grave. The dead man's hand, yet stay, fair lady, turn again, and dry those pearly tears, for see, beneath this gown of grey, thy own true love appears. Percy's Relics. Bryn Hall, the scene, or rather the solution, of the following tradition, is now demolished. It was the ancient seat of the Gerards, by virtue of marriage between William Gerard, about the year 1280, with the daughter and sole heir of Peter de Bryn. It was built in a quadrangular form with a spacious courtyard, to which admittance was gained by a narrow bridge over the moat surrounding the whole fabric. The gatehouse was secured by massy doors well studded with iron. A curiously carved porch led to the great hall, where, on the chimney-piece, were displayed the arms of England, not older than the reign of James I. A railed gallery ran along one side, on which persons might stand to observe the entertainments below without mingling in them. It was supported by double pillars in front of pilasters, forming arches between, profusely ornamented by rich carved work. Most of these decorations, together with the carved wainscots, were taken to embellish Garswood Hall, near Ashton, a few miles distant, where the family resided after their removal. In the windows were some armorial bearings of painted glass, the first quarterings beginning with the lees of lime, instead of Gerard or Bryn, as might have been expected. Here was a Roman Catholic chapel, and a priest who continued long after the family had departed, having in his custody the hand mentioned in the following pages. It is still kept by them, or rather by the priest, who now resides at Garswood. Preserved with great care in a white silk bag, it is still resorted to by many diseased persons, and wonderful cures are said to have been wrought by this saintly relic. It is called the hand of Father Arrowsmith, a priest who is said to have been put to death at Lancaster for his religion in the time of William III. When about to suffer, he desired his spiritual attendant to cut off his right hand, which should then have the power to work miraculous cures on those who had faith to believe in its efficacy. Not many years ago, a female, sick of the smallpox, had it lying in bed with her every night for 6 weeks, in order to effect her recovery, which took place. A poor lad, living in Withy Grove, Manchester, afflicted with scrofulous sores, was rubbed with it, and though it has been said he was miraculously restored, yet, upon inquiry, the assertion was found incorrect, inasmuch as he died in about a fortnight after the operation. Not less devoid of truth is the tradition that Arrowsmith was hanged for witnessing a good confession. Having been found guilty of a misdemeanor, in all probability this story of his martyrdom and miraculous attestation to the truth of the cause for which he suffered was contrived for the purpose of preventing the scandal that might have come upon the church through the delinquency of an unworthy member. One of the family of the Kenyans attended as under-sheriff at the execution, and it is said that he refused the culprit some trifling favour at the gallows, whereupon Arrowsmith denounced a curse upon him, to wit, that whilst the family could boast of an heir, so long they should never want a cripple, which prediction was supposed by the credulous to have been literally fulfilled. What a strange and appalling history would be that of superstition! How humiliating, how degrading to the boasted dignity of our nature! In all ages this teeming source of error has yielded abundantly all varieties of phantasms, the sublime, the solemn, the horrible, and the ridiculous, a mildew, a blight, on the fairest blossoms of truth, an excrescence, a coat of rust, which eateth as a canker, and makes religion, which was given as a blessing and a boon to our perishing race, a burden and a curse. And yet neither good nor evil is unmixed. Such is the nature even of our most baneful impressions that instances do arise where good may come from so corrupt a source. The connection between material and immaterial, between mind and matter, so operates, that sometimes, and in proportion to the strength of the impression, a change is wrought by the mere control of the mind over the bodily functions. To this operation may be ascribed the wonder-workings of these latter days. We do not question the effects thereby produced, but totally, unhesitatingly, deny the cause. Imagination at times doth so usurp the mastery over the animal and bodily faculties, that she has been known to suspend their ordinary processes, and to render the frame insensible even to the attacks of pain itself. In one of the northern divisions of the county, we know not the precise situation, nor is it needful to our purpose that we inquire, there dwelt a comely maiden, who, at a period of little more than 20 summers from her birth, found herself in the undisturbed possession, if not enjoyment, of an abundant income, with a domain of more than ordinary fertility and extent. Her parents dying during the period of her youth, she, as the only offshoot of the family, held her dominion uncontrolled. That the possessor of such an abundant stock of liberty should wish to wear a chain is verily a marvel not easily resolved. But so it was, and she seemed never so well pleased as when the links were firmly riveted. The forging of this invisible chain was a work performed in secret. She felt her thrall, but she sighed not to be free. For, alas! A grievous malady had seized her. The light of her eyes, a brisk and winning gallant, in the shape of a male cousin, had departed. He went out to the wars, as was reported, and Ellen refused to be comforted. He knew not, peradventure, of her liking towards him. He was of a different creed, moreover, a Catholic, and she had, in the sovereignty of her caprice, treated him with something of petulance, he thought scorn. What a misfortune, that two fond hearts should have wanted an interpreter! She sat one evening in her bedchamber, and Bridget her maid, a little Roman Catholic orphan, who had served her from a child, was busily engaged in preparing her mistress for the night's repose. Now Bridget was a zealous believer in saints, miracles, and the like, and Ellen would often disport herself gently on the subject. I wish I could believe in thy legends and thy saints' gear. It would verily be a comfortable disposition of my thoughts in all extremity to have a hope of a special interference. And why not, said Bridget, who confessed thrice a year, and knew the marvellous histories of a dozen saints by rote. Because, said her mistress, I did not imbibe thy faith with my mother's milk as thou hast done. 'Tis part of thy very nature, wench, and thou couldst not but act in conformity thereto. There have we the better of our birthright. But, nevertheless, those who repent and turn to the true faith have the same privileges, yet it is hard, as well it may be, to bend their stubborn nature to this belief. How comfortable to have one's sins struck from the calendar, and to know that we are holy again as a little child, besides ailments of the body innumerable that are cured whenever we can bring our faith to its full exercise. Well, Bridget, if I were a good Catholic as now I am an unbeliever and heretic, dost think that Saint somebody, or whoever I might take a fancy to for the purpose, would be propitiated by a few prayers and genuflections, and restore me to health and, she faltered in her speech, the banter died away on her lips, memory gave a sudden twinge, and her heart grew dark under the dim cloud that was passing over. I'd answer for it, if you were a good Catholic, that Father O'Leary would cure you as readily as he did Davy Dean's sow, that went mad, and bit her master. But seeing that I am neither a good Catholic nor even Davy Dean's sow, is there a saint in the whole calendar would think it worth while to work a miracle on such a wicked unbeliever as I am? There's one way, as I've heard tell, that if ye take a sprig of St. John's wort, and say 3 credos over it and a paternoster, and lay it under your pillow, you shall dream of the remedy by which a cure may be wrought. Ellen did not immediately reply to this suggestion, for she thought that no special revelation was needed to point out a remedy. I would give the world if I had it to know what my cousin William is doing, said she in a musing fit, as though some sudden fancy had crossed her. And why may you not, said the ready-witted maid, as sure as St. Peter's at Rome, and that's not to be gainsaid either by Turk or infidel. What, dost thou learn these crotchets in thy creed? Said Ellen. Nay, replied the other, it is a bit of conjuration not enjoined by the church, a kind of left-handed intercourse which we get by stealth from other guest folk, I reckon, than the holy saints. Am I to dream of this too? Why, nay, you may be wide awake for that matter, but you must just take a phoenix feather in one hand, a cockatrice tooth in your mouth, and breathe on the glass, when, as the breath departs, they say your true love will appear therein. But he is not my true love, wench, and so I may not bind him with such spell, mayhap. How know you that, fair mistress? Go to, thou dost wound and vex me with thy questions. have he not been gone these 5 months, and never a word, good or bad, hath been rendered to me? Nay, did he not, ere he went, so deport himself with most cold and supercilious arrogance, and even with neglect and disdain? Because in your own bright self, lady, he had the first example, for of all the gay sparks that fluttered about you there was never a one o' them that had to endure such chilling looks and so haughty a bearing as were usually reserved for him. Hold thy tongue, thou dost presume too much, methinks, upon thy former freedoms, wench. I like not such unguarded speech. Bridget was silent at this rebuke, and, whatever was uppermost in her thoughts, no more was said that night. The following days Ellen was much worse. The disease appeared to be rapidly gaining strength, and the maiden seemed doomed to an early grave. And isn't it a silly thing for one like you to die so soon, said Bridget. I can ask for you, what I would not have the face to ask for myself. Ellen smiled. The hectic flush was apparently on her cheek, and the fever that fed it was on her vitals, at least, so said the village chroniclers by whom it was told. What was the precise nature of the request that Bridget made the next Sunday from her patron saint, we know not, but she seemed mightily occupied therewith, and if ever there was faith in such an intercessor, Bridget felt assured that her patron would intercede on behalf of her mistress, though a heretic and unbeliever. But Street Bridget was told, in all likelihood, that Ellen must necessarily be a convert to the true faith should a miracle be wrought in her favour. The following morning Bridget was early at the bedside of her mistress, with a countenance more than usually indicative of some important communication. But Ellen was the first to break silence. I have had a strange dream last night. So I guessed, said Bridget, with a face of great importance. And what said the holy saint, my good kind patron? Bless thy silly face, it was no woman saint that I saw. Bridget looked sad and chopfallen at this intimation. She was fearful that her prayers were unheeded. There came, as I thought in my dream, said Ellen, a long-robed priest to my bedside. Sure enough, then, Saint Bridget, blessings on her wherever she be, sent him. Prithee, be quiet, and listen. He stood there, methought, and when I asked him of his errand, he raised his right arm, and I saw that the hand was wanting, being taken off at the wrist. I marvelled exceedingly at this strange apparition, but as I was going to question him thereon I awoke. I know not why, but the vision sorely troubled me, especially when again going to sleep, for it was repeated thrice. It's a riddle, said Bridget, and one with a heavy meaning in it, too, if we could find it out. Verily, I think so, said Ellen, for the impress doth not pass away like that from ordinary dreams, but rests with a deep and solemn power upon my spirit, such as I can neither throw off nor patiently endure. I'll enriddle it for you, or go a pilgrimage to Our Lady at Loretto, said Bridget, determined not to be behindhand in her curiosity. So she set her woman's wits immediately to work, yet she saw her mistress daily losing strength, and no clue was obtained by which to know the interpretation of the vision. She consulted her confessor, but he was equally at a loss with herself, and knew not the nature of the dream, nor its meaning. One day Mistress Bridget brought in a tall beggar woman, dumb, or pretendedly so, and apparently deaf. She made many signs that the gift of foreknowledge was in her possession, though she seemed herself to have profited little by so dangerous an endowment. Ellen, being persuaded by her maid, craved a specimen of this wonderful art. The hag, a smoke-dried, dirty-looking beldam, with a patch over one eye and an idiotic expression of face, began to mutter and make an odd noise at the sight of the sick lady. She took a piece of chalk from her handkerchief, and began her work of divination. First she drew a circle on the floor, as a boundary or frame, and within it she put many uncouth and crabbed signs, but their meaning was perfectly unintelligible. Under this she sketched something like unto a sword, then a hideous figure was attached to it, with a soldier's cap on his head. Before him was a heart, that seemed to hang, as it were, on the point of this long sword, which when Ellen saw she changed colour, but attempted to smile, yet she only betrayed her agitation. The dumb operator drew one hand across her own breast, and with the other pointed to the lady, which appeared to Ellen as though intimating that a soldier had won her heart, and that this was the true cause of her illness. Such an interpretation, perchance, was but the conscious monitor speaking from within, as it invested this unmeaning hieroglyphic with the hue and likeness of its own fancies. But more marvellous still was the subsequent proceeding. Having revealed the cause, it seemed as though she were about to point out, obscurely as before, the method and means of cure. When she had drawn the long and shapely representation of a cloak, above it was placed something like unto a human head, without helm or other covering, and to this figure 2 arms were added, one having a huge hand, displayed proper, as the heralds say, the other arm entirely destitute of this useful appendage. Ellen at once remembered her dream, and watched the process even with more interest than before. The hand which should have been attached to the wrist was now drawn distinct from the rest, as though grasping a heart wounded by the sword, and doubtless the interpretation, according to Bridget's opinion, was, that the application of a hand, which had been severed from the body, would alone cure the disease under which she pined. The dumb prophetess did not communicate further on the subject, and after having received her bounty, she departed. "How very strange," said Ellen. "Marvellous enough," said the maid, "but Street Bridget hath doubtless sent her to your help." "Nay, peradventure, it was Street Bridget herself. Save us, what a kind, good creature she must be." Here she crossed herself with great fervour, forgetting that even a saint among womankind would hardly feign herself dumb. There is some mystery about this hand, thought Ellen, but where to seek for a solution was a mystery of equal magnitude with the rest. Bridget was sure, from the disclosures already vouchsafed, that the needful directions would not be withheld. Ellen felt restless and disturbed for a while after this event, but her sensations were again reverting to their ordinary channel when one morning she awoke in a fearful trepidation. She said that the figure of a human hand was visible in her slumbers, that it led the way, pointing to an old house like a fortified mansion, with a moat and gatehouse before the main entrance. As she followed, the hand seemed to twine its fingers about her heart, and for that time she felt relieved of her pain. So vividly was the scene impressed upon her imagination that she felt assured she should recognize the building again, and especially the interior, where, in a stately chamber, the miraculous cure was performed. Bridget rubbed her hands, and capered about for joy. "The name of Saint Bridget be praised," said she, and vowed 20 things in a breath, but the principal of these was an embroidered petticoat, which vow she expected her mistress would enable her to fulfill. Indeed, she had long set her mind upon this lustrous piece of attire, and was waiting, somewhat impatiently, the time when it should be allotted to her. So audibly had she made her vow that Ellen was reminded of her pertinacity in still hoarding this precious and coveted piece of finery, which Bridget looked upon as an unwarrantable detention of her perquisites. The cunning maid having obtained the garment for her patron saint, what harm was there in wearing it, a while at least, for her sake? Affairs went on for a little time in this dubious state, but the continued and increasing illness of Ellen made it expedient that a change of air should be attempted, and the journey accomplished by short and easy travel. The family coach was brought out, and Mistress Bridget, invested with the dignities of her office, went forth as attendant of the body, and principal conductor of stores and packages. Journeying southwards at a slow pace, pausing to take a look where there was any object worth the attention, they came one afternoon, about the 4th day from their departure, to Wigan. When they had journeyed thence a mile or so, as they were passing down a jolting road, Bridget, whose curious eye was ever on the lookout, suddenly exclaimed, at the same time pointing through the window, "I declare if there is not the dummy again yonder." Ellen beheld the dumb Sibyl, whose predictions were not forgotten. Bridget, by her looks, seemed to ask leave to stop the carriage and hold another conference with the woman, and Ellen, whom illness had rendered somewhat passive in such matters, did not make any opposition. Having accosted this walking oracle, Bridget curtsied with great reverence, peradventure fancying that Street Bridget herself might be again embodied before her, but the beldam went straight to the carriage, addressing herself to the invalid within by pointing to her breast, and making divers motions of the like signification, which were not easy to be understood, even by the party for whom they were intended. The prophetess seemed fully to comprehend that her symbolic representations were unintelligible, and no fitting place being at hand whereon they could be readily portrayed, she strove with the greater vehemence to explain her meaning. There appeared a more than ordinary anxiety on her part to communicate something of importance, and the travellers looked as though fully aware of it. Her most unequivocal signs, however, were to this purport, that they should not proceed farther. Ellen, impelled by fear and curiosity, spoke aloud, "Surely we are not to remain here at the beck of this woman." The one-eyed Sibyl nodded an affirmative. This, at any rate, helped them to an easier mode of communication, finding that she was not deaf, as they had hitherto supposed. "And whither shall we proceed?" The woman here pointed to a narrow lane on the right of the main road they were pursuing. Truly that seems but an indifferent path. Wherefore should we turn in thither? Inquired Ellen. Again the prophetess pointed to her own breast, and then at the bosom of the invalid. By this token I understand that in so doing I am to expect some relief. Again nodded the officious intruder. But how shall that relief be obtained? The woman here lifted up her hand, again pointing towards the path by which they should proceed. Go and see, I suppose thou wouldst say, said Ellen. Another affirmatory nod was the answer. Wilt thou be our guide? The person addressed here darted a look at Ellen which seemed to express pleasure at the request, if pleasure it might be called that could irradiate such an aspect. She put out her hand for the customary largesse ere setting forward as their guide on the expedition. Some difficulty now arose by reason of the straightness of the path, but their dumb leader hastened up the lane with unusual speed, beckoning that they should follow. From this signal it appeared that there was sufficient room, and the postillion addressed himself to proceed by so unusual a route. They went forward for about a mile with little difficulty, but a sudden turn, almost at right angles with their course, presented an obstacle which the driver hesitated whether or not to encounter, but it was impossible to return, though they were not without serious fears that the weird woman might lead them on to a situation from which they could not extricate themselves. Still she beckoned them forward, until they emerged into another and a wider road, on which they travelled without further impediment. Ellen, whose eyes were abundantly occupied, suddenly assumed a look of greater fixedness and intensity. For a while she seemed nearly speechless with amazement. At length she cried, "'Tis there, there!" Bridget looked forth, but saw nothing worthy of remark save an old gatehouse over a dark lazy moat, secured by heavy wooden doors. This gatehouse was apparently the entrance to a court or quadrangle, enclosed by buildings of wood and plaster of the like antiquity. Their guide stood on the bridge, as though to intimate that their wanderings would here terminate. "I have seen it before," said Ellen, with great solemnity and emotion. Bridget perhaps fancied her mistress's thoughts were wandering strangely, and was just going to recommend rest and a little of the medicine she carried, when Ellen again spoke, as though sensible of some incoherency in her remark, "In my dreams, Bridget. Street Bridget, and the Virgin be praised. Is this the house you saw when?" "The very same. I should know it again, nor should I forget it if I were to live to the age of the patriarchs." "It's an evident answer to my prayers," said Bridget, and here the devout enthusiast began to recite internally some holy ejaculations, which, if they did not possess any positive efficacy, were at least serviceable in allaying the excitement under which she labored. Ellen determined to alight and witness the issue of the adventure, so in due time these forlorn damsels were seen advancing over the bridge unto this enchanted castle. The beldam knocked loudly at the gate, and immediately she sprang back, but when the travellers again looked round she was gone. Now were they in a precious dilemma. Two females before a stranger's gate, the warder a-coming, when their business would of necessity be demanded. A tread, every footstep of which might have been passing over them, was close at hand. The bolts shrieked, the gate shook, and a curious face peeped forth to inquire their errand. Bridget, whose ready tongue rarely refused its office, replied, "Is there a Catholic priest hereabout? For we would fain have a word with one of that persuasion." The grim warder smiled. "Ye have not far to go for such an one," said he, "but ye be far off comers, I reckon, or ye would have known Bryn Hall belike, the dwelling place of the noble house of Gerard, that hath never been without a priest and an altar therein." He threw the gate wide open, and invited them to follow, after which he led them through a clumsily ornamented porch into the great hall, at the end of which was a low gallery, supported by pillars and pilasters richly and profusely carved. From these arches were sprung, and a flight of stairs at one end led to the upper chambers. Their guide preceded them into a small wainscoted room, fitted up as a study, or perhaps an oratory in those days. A wooden crucifix, with a representation of the Saviour carved in ivory, was placed in a recess, occasionally covered by a green curtain. Shelves laden with books occupied the farther end of the room, and writing materials were laid upon an oak trestle or table, before which sat a tall white-haired personage in a suit of sables, to whose further protection the porter left his charge. Ellen had suffered herself to be led passive hitherto by her maid, but when she saw that they were now fairly committed to the disposal of the priest, for so he appeared, she felt uneasy and anxious to depart. The room and the whole scene were vividly brought to her recollection, for she fancied that, at one time or another, she had been present in a similar place. Bridget curtsied to the Holy Father, who, doubting not that either a case of conscience or a need be for confession brought these strangers to his presence, began the usual interrogatories. "Here is a sick person, most reverend sir, who would have the benefit of your prayers," said Bridget. The pale and wasting form that was by her side sufficiently corroborated this reply. "Daughter, the prayers of the Church are for the penitent and believing, as thou made shrift in a clear confession." Bridget was prepared for this question. "She is not of the faith, but, peradventure, if aid be vouchsafed, she shall be reclaimed. If she have faith, I will cure her malady. What sayest thou?" He fixed his clear grey eye upon her, and Ellen felt as though some charm were already at work, and a strange tingling went through her frame. She stammered out something like an assent, when the priest carefully proceeded to unlock a little cabinet, inlaid with ivory and gold, from which he took out a white silk bag that diffused a grateful perfume through the chamber. He offered up a prayer before he unloosed the strings, after which, with great formality and reverence, he drew forth a human hand, dried and preserved, apparently by some mysterious process, in all its substance and proportions. Ellen was dumb with astonishment. Bridget could with difficulty refrain from falling on her knees before this holy relic, and her delight would easily have run over in some form of religious extravagance had it been suffered to have free vent. To this relic, doubtless, had the predictions referred, and she doubted not its power and efficacy. "This rare and priceless thing," said the priest, "was once the right hand of an English martyr, Father Arrowsmith by name, put to death for his holy profession. In consideration whereof, it is permitted, by the will of the Supreme, that an honourable testimony be rendered to his fidelity by the miracles that it doth and shall work to the end of time. Rub it thrice on the part affected, and mark the result. If thou receive it with humility and faith, trusting in heaven, from whence alone the healing virtue doth flow, these holy relics being, as it were, but the appointed channels and conduits of his mercy, thou shalt assuredly be healed." But Ellen was at some loss to know the precise situation of her complaint, until she recollected the picture drawn by the dumb fortune-teller, who described the heart alone as touched by this miraculous hand. Yet, in what manner to make the application was a matter of some difficulty. Bridget again relieved her from the dilemma. "If it so please your reverence, the seat of the complaint is not visible. Suffer us to use it privately. We will not carry forth nor misuse this precious keepsake, for I have been brought up in the nurture of the Holy Church, and am well instructed in her ceremonies. I fear not for the harm that can happen to it, by reason of ungodly or mischievous devices. If taken away, it would assuredly return hither. Should the lady have some inward ailment, let her lay it as near as may be to the part where she feels afflicted, and keep it there for a space, until she findeth help." The two visitors were then shown into another chamber, and here Bridget, with great devoutness, and a firm faith in its efficiency, placed the dead cold hand upon her mistress's heart. Ellen shuddered when she felt its death-like touch. It was either fancy, or something more, but she really felt as though a load were suddenly taken away, an oppression, an incubus, that had continually brooded over her, was gone. Surprised, and lightened of her burden, she returned into the oratory, and gave back the relic, along with a liberal offering into the hands of the priest. He said there would scarcely be occasion for a repetition of the act, as it was evident the faith of the recipient had wrought its proper work. The day by this time being far spent, the priest begged permission to introduce Ellen to Lady Gerard, who, he said, would be much gratified to afford them entertainment, and, if need were, shelter for the night. On hearing the name of her visitor, this kind lady would take no denial, but expressed herself warmly on the folly and imprudence of an invalid being exposed to the night air, and Ellen, delighted with the change she felt, was all compliance and good nature. After a little hesitation, she suffered her first refusals to be overcome, and the night wore on with pleasant converse. By little and little Lady Gerard gained the confidence of Ellen, who seemed glad that she could now speak freely on the subject nearest to her heart. "It is marvellous enough," continued Lady Gerard, "that you should have been conducted hither, for in this house there is a magic mirror, which may, peradventure, disclose what shall relieve your anxiety. On being looked into, after suitable preparations, it is said, for I never tried the experiment, to show wondrous images within its charmed surface, and like the glass of Cornelius Agrippa, of which we have a tractate in the library chamber, will show what an absent person is doing, if the party questioning be sincere, and anxious for his welfare. I have long wished," said the blushing Ellen, that I might see him of whom our evenings discourseth, perchance, being too much conversant. I would not for worlds that he knew of my wish, but if I could see him once more, and know the bearing of his thoughts toward me, I could now, methinks, die content. This very night, then, let us consult the oracle, said Lady Gerard, but there must not be any witness to our exploit, so while away your impatience as best you may until I have made the needful preparations for our adventure. Ellen could not repress her agitation when, after waiting alone for a little time, her kind hostess came to summon her to the trial. She was conducted up the staircase before mentioned, and through a corridor of some length. The lamp grew pale and sickly in the cold wind of the galleries they trod. Soon, however, they paused before a low door. Lady Gerard pressed her finger on her lip, in token of silence. She then blew out the light, and they were involved in total darkness. Taking hold of Ellen's arm, which trembled excessively within her own, she opened the door, but not a ray was yet visible. She was conducted to a seat, and Lady Gerard whispered that she should be still. Suddenly a light flashed forth on the opposite side, and Ellen saw that it came from a huge antique mirror. A form, in male attire, was there discernible. With a slow and melancholy pace he came forward, and his lips seemed to move. It was, she could not be mistaken, it was her cousin William. She thought he looked pale and agitated. He carried a light which, as it glimmered on his features, showed that they were the index of some internal and conflicting emotion. He sat down. He passed one hand over his brow, and she thought that a sigh labored from his lips, but as she gazed the light grew dim, and ere long the mirror, ceasing to be illuminated, again left them in total darkness. A few minutes elapsed, which were swollen to long hours in the estimation of the anxious and wondering inquirer. Her companion again whispered that she should await the result in silence. Suddenly the light flashed out as before, and she saw the dumb fortune-teller instead of the individual she expected. Her features were more written and distorted than ever, and she seemed to mutter, it might be, some malignant spell, some charm, the operation of which was for some unknown and diabolical intent. Ellen shuddered as the weird woman took a paper roll from her bosom. Unfolding it, there was displayed the figure of her lover, as she supposed, kneeling, while he held out his hands toward the obdurate heart which he in vain attempted to grasp. I have wronged him, said Ellen, in a whisper to her companion. If I interpret these images aright, he now sighs for my favor, and would that we had known each other ere it was too late. He knows now, said Lady Gerard, and immediately the dumb prophetess was at her side. She threw off a disguise, ingeniously contrived, and Ellen beheld her cousin William. The magic mirror was but an aperture through the wainscot into another apartment, and the plot had been arranged in the first place by Mrs. Bridget, who had been confederate with the handsome but somewhat haughty War, having for his torment a maiden as haughty and intractable as himself. Thus 2 loving hearts had nigh been broken for lack of an interpreter. William's absence had taken deeper hold on Ellen's finely tempered frame than was expected, and it was with sorrow and alarm that he heard of her illness. His distant relative, Lady Gerard, to whom he had retired for a season, spake of the marvellous hand, which, he was sure, being a devout and pious Catholic, would cure any disease incident to the human frame. It was absolutely needful that a cure should be attempted, along with some stratagem, to conquer the yet unbroken obstinacy in which, as with a double panoply, Ellen had arrayed herself. The result of the experiment has been shown. She was united to her cousin ere a few months were old, and the merry spring had melted in the warm lap of summer. The lost farm, or the haunted casket, and when of me his leave he took, the tears they what mine I gave told him a parting look, my benison gang wi thee, God speed thee vile, mine ain dear heart, for gain is all my joy, my heart is rent, sith we mourn part, my handsome Gilderoy. Of Gilderoy sae afraid they were, they bound him mickle strong, till Edinburgh they led him tare, and on a gallows hung. They hung him high aboon the rest, he was sae trim a boy, tare died the youth whom I lewd best, my handsome Gilderoy. On the flat, bare, sandy coast, near to Southport, now a modern bathing place of great resort, described in the first series of this work, might be seen, some few years ago, a ruined barn, cottage, and other farmyard appurtenances, around which the loose and drifting sand was accumulated, covering, at the same time, some acres of scanty pasture, once held under lease and occupation by an honest fisherman, who earned a comfortable, if not an easy subsistence, from his amphibious pursuits. The thatched roofs were broken through, the walls rent and disfigured, all wore the aspect of desolation and decay. Long grass had taken root, flourishing luxuriantly on the summit, though surrounded by a barren wilderness, a wide and almost boundless ocean of sand. The ruin was the only fertile spot in this dreary waste. Though painful and melancholy the aspect, still, as the sea breeze came softly over, sighing gently on its time-worn furrows, and on the nodding plumes that decorated the crest of this aged and hoary relic of the past, the sensation, though pleasing, became mournful. The heart seemed linked with the unknown, the mysterious events of ages that are forever gone, feelings that make even a luxury of grief, prompted by that within us, the joy of sorrow, something more hallowed, more cherished in the heart's holiest shrine, than all the glare and glitter of enjoyment, the present bliss, which we prize only when it departs. Many years ago, this humble tenement was the abode of George Grimes, the fisherman to whom we have just alluded. It was a dwelling one story only from the ground, as the general use was in these regions, modern edifices, staring forth in red, white, and green, their bold and upstart pretensions outfacing and supplanting the lowly but picturesque abodes of the aboriginal inhabitants, had overtopped and overshadowed these meek, rural, and primitive displays of architectural simplicity. Grimes, we repeat, was of that amphibious class, common upon every coast, combining the occupations incident to land and water in his own proper person. Half fisherman, half farmer, he ploughed the seas with his keel, when upon land his coulter was out of use. He was nigh 60, and had long settled down into that quiet nap-like sort of existence, when the passions are lulled, scarcely visible, as they creep over the stagnant current of life. He was hale and hard-featured, the lines on his visage betokening, if need were, a stern, decisive, and obstinate bent in his disposition, that might have issued in deeds of high and noble daring had its possessor been thrown into circumstances favourable to the display. As matters stood, George was master of his own household. Here none questioned his authority, no profane, irreverent approach ever awakening the dormant energies of his character, or thwarting the current, visible only by opposition. His wife was a round, brown, heavy-cheeked, dark-eyed dame, with a cap white as the whitest goose of the flock that marched every morning from her barn doors to the common, where, by some little pool, a scanty and close-bitten herbage formed their daily subsistence. She wore a striped apron, the blue lines would have vied with the best wig and check for breadth and distinctness. Her good-humoured mouth, reverse from her husband's, was usually puckered up at the corners into an expression of kindness, benignity, and mirth, the contrast greatly aided by proximity, for though George Grimes was benevolent and kind-hearted at the bottom, yet he was by no means apt to let these gentler feelings rise to the surface. An only daughter was now passing within the precincts of womanhood. Her complexion, red, and, not white, reader, but of that rich, healthy, and wholesome tinge, perfect as an example of the real English brunette. Her face exhibited a beautiful modification of her father's hard and determined expression, blended with her mother's gentleness and placidity. A smile of thrilling sweetness would sometimes pass upon her calm and thoughtful countenance, always beautiful, if such a term can be allowed in speaking of a brown, rosy, plump, and well-conditioned girl, of good stature, whose form had not been squeezed into shape, nor her linsey-woolsey flourished into flounce and fardingale. Her hair hung in bright clusters on her brow, fresh from nature's toilet, their wild untutored elegance was singular and bewitching. Indeed, Catherine, or Catton, as she was more generally called, was the cynosure of this clime, a jewel, that needed not the foil of its homely setting, the envy and admiration of the whole neighbourhood, well known at church, and at Ormskirk market, where she attended weekly, at the latter place to dispose of her produce. Here she was the torment of many a rustic, unable to conquer, or even to understand, the power by which his heart was taken captive. Avarice was the besetting sin of her father. He was always fearful of becoming poor, and not paying his way, as he called it. Yet was it suspected that George Grimes had a power-few hoard, concealed both from his family and friends. Money he doted on. It was an undoubted fact that many a shining face went into the coffer of old Grimes that was never again seen performing the common everyday functions of currency and traffic. He was always a-dreaming, too, that he had found treasure. Often he would spend the greater part of a morning tide in pacing the brink of the boiling waves, hoping to find there some coinage of his brain that had been his dream on the preceding night. Southport then existed not, at least in name. No gay and laughing crowds fluttered on the margin of the deep. No lines of well-trimmed, green-eyed houses looked on, nor boats with their dancing pennons and bright forms shone gallantly on the waves. All was bleak, bare, and unappropriated. The very air seemed tenantless, save when the solitary gull came sailing on heavily with the approaching tide, screaming over the gorge she beheld rising on the billows. The loud lunge of the sea was interrupted solely by the cry of the fisherman, and the cockless whistle, plying his scanty trade among the shoals and sandbanks about the coast. It is scarcely possible to conceive a situation more desolate and uninviting. Hills of arid sand skirting the beach, without vegetation or enclosure, except where the withered bent and little golden-starred stone crop gave their own wild and peculiar aspect to the scene. The shore is flat and unbroken to the very horizon, where the tide, retreating to its extreme verge, throws up a dim sparkle in the distance, nature even here displaying her never-ceasing round of reproduction and decay, of advance and retrocession. We had almost forgotten that there was another inmate of the household, a tall, thick-browed, high-cheeked menial, whose coarse habiliments displayed a well-proportioned shape, and shoulders of an athletic width. He had been engaged at the farm barely 12 months before the date of our narrative, and, at the first, a more egregious simpleton, as to farming and fishing operations, never drew a net or whistled at the plough-tail. Yet he came well recommended by a Catholic gentleman in the neighbourhood as a stout servant of all work, who would serve Grimes honestly and for moderate wages. He had one excellence or defect, as it might be, that which we impute to one dumb from his birth, but not deaf. He perfectly understood what was spoken, though, to make known his wishes, he was obliged to have recourse to signs or writing. In the former accomplishment he seemed to be well skilled, for he often elucidated his meaning by rude sketches in chalk upon the floor and table. There was a mystery about his appearance he cared not to divulge. His country and connections, too, were equally unknown. By the neighbours it was often suspected that he dealt with the evil one. The evil eye was sometimes attributed to him, and the signs and chalkings were supposed to be mystic emblems of the future, into the hidden secrets of which he had the power of directing his inquiries. He was apt in learning, and served George Grimes diligently and faithfully. He soon became acquainted with the various duties of the farm, and could unreef a sail or make a net with the best labourer in the parish. His only companion was Catherine. She taught him to knit and to make nets, directed him how to find the best peats, and showed him where the rabbits burrowed and the larks and lapwings made their nests. Sometimes the instructress and her pupil would sit on the sandhills, and watch the sun sink down upon the ocean. Sometimes they would gather shells, when the day's work was over, and string them in fantastic chaplets, which Dummy was very expert in contriving. He could converse with Catherine without difficulty. He had taught her his vocabulary of signs, and the maiden liked to observe his strange remarks and inquiries on passing events. In the forenoon of a dark, threatening, and squally day, just before high tide, Grimes and his assistant had trudged towards the beach, intending to go out with the boat for a little while. The weather having been stormy of late, supplies were becoming scanty, and he wanted a few fish for their own use. They proposed to take the smaller boat only, hoping to be back with the next flood. Toiling through the sand drifts, they came to an opening between the hills, which looked immediately on the beach. The sky was black and heavy on the horizon towards the southwest. Round hard-edged clouds rode on from the main body, like flying squadrons, grim couriers of the storm. Here and there, through an opening in the clouds, the sky was of a deep, vivid, and intense blue, contrasting widely with the rolling forms that tumbled about in turbulent confusion over the whole hemisphere. The sea was rising in breakers over the banks, hillocks of white foam riding on the crest of the billows, while the margin of the waves boiled and frothed like some vast cauldron. The old man was not in a particularly complaisant mood that day. He was cross and snappish at trifles, irritable and out of humour with himself. As he waded through the narrow defile, the dumb assistant behind him whistled faintly, and perhaps inadvertently. The fisherman looked back with a furious glance. "Thou staring buzzard, is't he not enough to see sich a bellyful o' wind brewing, but thou must whistle for more to keep it company? Hang thee for a he-witch, I never hear that accursed piping, but the wind follows, like seagulls to the garbage." He had just turned a corner of the hill, when, looking round, he cried in a tone of terror and amazement, "How now, Dick? Why, the boat is gone! What prank next? Thou careless unthrift, ill luck follows I in thy wake." She has slipped anchor, and the little kitty is gone to the Manx herring boats. I am ruined, thou limb of old Nick. Thou chub. Thou epithets were accumulating with prodigious force, when Dick, half closing his eyes, pointed to something dark, like a small boat, in the offing. What's yon thee arty pointing at? A porpoise back, I warrant. Shake thy head, fool, 'twill bring my bonny kitty back. Why, thou arty staring like a bit boompin a gutter catching frogs. Soon, however, the black speck became less ambiguous. George beheld a white stern heaving up and down. He ran forward as if to accelerate her return, crying out to his companion, "A murrain catch thy tail, thou hast ever a longer sight than beseems thee. But she's coming, sure enough, whatever she be." The old man gazed in wonder and suspense. He saw a sail unfurl, and the bark, his own little tight, trim vessel, come prancing on the white billows toward the shore. Soon he observed, sitting therein, perfectly at his ease, and unmindful of the near approach to, and the portentous menaces of, the owner, a figure clad in a garment of grey frieze, and a dark hairy cap on his head. One hand grasped the helm, and in the other he held the sheet, while he managed the boat with the most seamanlike skill and composure. His eye was fixed alternately on the shore and on the vane at the masthead as he came dancing through the surf, until he ran right upon the sands, where the boat grounded, and he sprang out upon the beach. The astonishment of Grimes can hardly be conceived when, without once deigning to notice him, away went the stranger, vouchsafing neither thanks nor acknowledgments. "Hollo, friend," cried the incensed owner, "your disposition be freer than welcome, methinks." "Hollo, I say, whither away so fast?" cried he impatiently, quickening his pace, but the stranger altered not his gait in the least, plodding steadily onwards, without appearing to notice the angry inquiries of his pursuer. Soon the quick long strides of George Grimes brought him alongside of the person he addressed. Crossing before him, and almost intercepting his progress, he exclaimed, "How now, friend? I'd be bold to know what thou be'st. I'm mightily beholden to thee for this favour." A malicious grin quivered on his pale and angry countenance, but the stranger was unmoved. He merely waved his hand, as though kindly admonishing the inquirer to depart and leave him unmolested. "Nay, good man, I'm not so soon put off. Prithee, save thy wit, for I'm not I of the humour for a jest this morning." A melancholy smile accompanied the reply. "Friend," said he, "I am beholden to thee for thy boat, and if thou art seeking conditions for the hire, I am willing to return its equivalent. Will this content thee?" Here George saw a bit of gold twinkling in the stranger's hand, which, like a beam on the dark waters, cleared his brow immediately. He doffed his bonnet with great humility, but he was still curious about the matter, and more particularly as to what errand could have been requisite that boisterous morning. He stammered out some inquiry, and the stranger replied, "Seek not to know, 'tis a doomed thing and accursed. I would have given thrice my revenue long ago, to have been rid o' the pest. But the wave hath swallowed it, for ever, I would earnestly pray, and I am again free." Saying this, he passed on, leaving the astonished fisherman gaping mute with wonder, until a projecting sandhill shut him out from their sight. During this interview the dumb assistant was busily engaged with the boat, disposing of the nets and other implements, though at the same time evidently keeping a wary eye towards the stranger. The little bark was soon afloat, the wind again filled the sails, and shortly she was seen flying over the billows in defiance of wind, water, and foul weather. Grimes only purposed to cast the nets a mile or two from shore, for a good haul at that period was easily obtained much nearer the coast than is now practicable, the fish being driven away, as the inhabitants superstitiously but firmly believe, by the quarrels that have taken place amongst the fishermen. The bark went merrily on, leaping over the waves, with the old mariner at her helm, and his dumb servant by the mainsheet. The wind was blowing more steadily, the short and squally gusts had increased into a roaring gale, driving right ahead from the west. To work, however, they went, when, after a haul or two, the old man being engaged with the tackling, up came something in the net, at least old Grimes saw it glittering amongst the fish when he turned round, and it could have come from none other quarter than the sea. Grimes drew it forth, and a fair and weighty casket it was, apparently uninjured. It was ornamented in the arabesque or antique fashion, inlaid with great care and skill. He grasped the prize, he poised it, to ascertain its gravity. It seemed to be both heavy and well filled. This at last was the treasure he had often dreamt about, and the old man was almost frantic with joy. He hugged the unlooked-for messenger of wealth and good fortune, and, putting the vessel about, made all sail for land. Once more anchored as near the beach as the retiring tide would allow, Grimes was too much engaged with his prize to notice that Dummy took another route to the farm. Alone with his bundle, and a pelting storm at his heels, the old man came to his dwelling. His early appearance was unexpected, but the women, little used to question his movements, immediately set about preparing for dinner. Depositing the casket, which was locked, in the oaken chest or ark at his bedside, he purposed to break it open when he had procured the means, without harming the exterior. The storm was rapidly gaining strength, the wind blew a hurricane, the thunder rolled on, louder and more frequent, and the rain came down in torrents. It was not an ordinary tempest, but more like one of those tropical tornadoes, when the elements, fire, air, and water, seem to mingle in universal uproar, fighting and striving for the mastery. "I think, oh my conscience, this wind is raised by the Old One," said the elder female. Scarcely were the words uttered when the room seemed in a blaze, and a clap of thunder followed, so loud and appalling, that it made the very walls to rock and the whole fabric to reel with the stroke. The fisherman grew pale, the stranger's words rang in his ears. Was it the casket that he had committed to the deep, and of which he spake with such horror and execration? Strange as was the idea, yet he could not get rid of it. There seemed some connection between this fearful agony of nature and the mysterious treasure beneath his roof. The pipe fell from his mouth, and he sat listening, as he fancied, to the awful denunciations mingled with the howling storm, as though he had not power to move or to avert his gaze from the window. "Bless me, I had forgotten you were by yourself, father," said Catherine. "He will be almost drowned, if he has not ta'en shelter." "I know not," muttered Grimes, "he left me on the shore. He might ha' been here long since." The rain and wind abated for a brief space, when old Isabel appeared to be listening near the chamber door, where Grimes had left the casket. "Mercy! What's that, George?" The fisherman was immediately all eye and ear, his head bent towards the door, which stood ajar. "Who is there in the chamber?" inquired the old woman. "I hear it again." "Hear? What?" replied he, in great agitation. "Something like it were a whispering there," replied the dame. But a gust of wind again overwhelmed every other sound in its progress. Grimes thought he had heard a whisper that made his blood freeze, and the very flesh to creep over his bones with terror. But Catherine fearlessly entered. She looked cautiously about, but all was still, and she returned. Ere she closed the door, however, she heard a soft whisper, as though behind her. Naturally courageous, she immediately went back, but all was quiet as before, nor could she find that any person had been concealed in the apartment. She opened the chest where Grimes had stowed his booty, and seeing the casket, she took it up, running hastily into the adjoining room. "Why, father, what a pretty fairing you have brought me! I say warrant, now, you would not have told me on't till after the wakes, if I had not seen it." The old man looked as if he had seen a ghost. The whispers he had heard were, foolishly enough perhaps, connected in his mind with the presence of this mysterious thing. "Take it back, wench, into the chest again. It was not for thee, hussy. A prize I fished up with the nets today. From the sea. Oh me! It is unholy spoil. It has been dragged from some wreck. Cast it again to the greedy waters. They yield not their prey without a perilous struggle," said the girl. The fisherman was silent. He looked thoughtful and disturbed, while Catherine went back to put the treasure into its hiding place. "I wonder what that whispering could be," thought the maiden, as she opened the old chest. Ere the lid was pulled down, she cast one look at the beautiful but forbidden intruder, and she was sure, but imagination is a potent wizard, and works marvelously, else she was sure that a slight movement was visible beneath the casket. She flung down the lid in great terror, pale and trembling. She sprang out of the room, and sat down silent and alarmed. Again the mysterious whispers were audible in the momentary pauses of the blast. "Save us," said the elder female, "I hear it again." Bounce flew open the door of the bedchamber, and in stalked their dumb assistant, as though he had chosen this mode of ingress, through the window of the sleeping room, rather than through the house door. "Plague take thee! "Wherest thou been?" said the old woman, partly relieved from her terrors. Yet was the whispering precisely as incomprehensible as before. The dumb menial that stood before her was obviously incapable even of this act of incipient speech. "Wherest thou been, Dick?" inquired Grimes, seriously. But the former pointed towards the beach. "How long hast thou been yonder, in the chamber, I mean?" Dick here fell into one of his ordinary fits of abstraction, from which neither menace nor entreaty could arouse him. As the old man turned from the window he saw a blaze of light flashing suddenly upon the wall. The yard was filled with smoke. Rushing forth, the inmates found the barn thatch on fire, kindled probably by the lightning. The rain prevented it from extending with much rapidity, and Grimes, mounting on the roof, soon extinguished the burning materials before much damage had been the result. Misfortunes verily seemed to crowd upon each other, and that unlucky casket, doubtless, was the cause. When the old man, with his dame, returned into the house, Catherine was nowhere to be found. The dummy, too, was unaccountably absent. Anxious and wondering, they awaited, hoping for their appearance at dinner, but their meal was cheerless and unvisited. Evening came, serene, deceitful as ever, but their child did not return. They went out to make inquiries, but could find no clue to aid them in the search. Catherine had never stayed from home so late. The parents were nigh distracted. There was evidently some connection between the disappearance of their servant and her own absence. Fearful surmises ensued. Suspicion strengthened into certainty. The casket was forgotten in this fearful distress, and, after a fruitless search, they were forced to return. On the third night after this occurrence, Grimes and his disconsolate helpmate were sitting by the turf embers in moody silence, broken only by irregular whiffs from the pipe, the old man's universal solace. After a longer pull than usual, he abruptly exclaimed, 3 days, Isabel, and no tidings of the child. Who will comb down my grey hairs now, or read for us in the book o' nights? We must linger on without help to our grave, none will care to keep us company. Woe's me, cried the dame, and she wept sore, my poor child. If I but knew what was come to her, I think my heart I would be thankful. But what can have happened her? Unless it be Dick indeed, and yet I think the lad was honest, though lunges at times, and odd-tempered. By next market, surely, we shall ha tidings fra some end. But I trow, 'tis that fearsome burden ye brought with you, George, fra the sea, that has been the cause of this trouble. Grimes started up. He threw the ashes from his pipe, and, without saying a word, went into the bedchamber. Lifting up the chest lid, he saw the casket safe, and apparently undisturbed. He drew it fearlessly forth, and vowed that he would throw it into the sea again, without further ado, on the morrow. It felt much lighter, however, than before, but not another night should it pass under his roof, so he threw it beside a turf heap in the yard. His heart, too, felt lighter as he cast the abominable thing from him, and he was sure it was this mischievous inmate alone that had wrought such woe in his hitherto happy and quiet household. Morning came, and Grimes, for the first time since his loss, took the boat, committing himself alone with the haunted casket on the sea. It was a lovely morning as ever sun shone upon, the waters were comparatively smooth, and the tide brought one of those refreshing breezes on its bosom, so stimulating and healthful to the invalid. But Grimes thought not of the brightness or beauty of the morning. With the helm in his hand, one light sail being stretched out to the wind, he was steering through the intricate channel, and amongst the sandbanks which render the coast so dangerous even to those best acquainted with its perils. He stood out to a considerable distance, intending to have depth and sea room enough to drown his burden. The breeze was fair, the sea was bright, and the mariner sailed on. He determined, this time at least, that the casket should be sent far enough out of harm's way. If that plaguey thing had been down deep enough before, thought he, this mischief had not happened. He looked at it, and thought again, how very sad to part with so beautiful a treasure. He had not observed before that the lid was unlocked. He might as well peep before it should be hidden forever beneath the dark billows. He lifted up the rim of the coffer cautiously, he trembled as the hinges gave way, and it was empty. I am a fool, thought he, a downright fool. An empty box can have nothing to do with but, as if to belie his own conclusions, and to convince him that peril and misfortune must attend the presence of that mysterious thing, he having just quitted the helm for a more convenient examination, a sudden squall nearly upset the boat. Fortunately she righted, but not before most of the movables were tossed out, including the cause of all his troubles. This at any rate was lucky, and cheaply purchased with the loss and breakage of his marine stores. The tide was still coming in, though nearly at the height, and Grimes floated merrily to land. After hauling the boat ashore, he stood for a moment looking towards the sea, when he saw, dancing like a spectre on the very edge of the wave that broke in 1,000 bubbles at his feet, the identical box he had taken such pains to commit to the safe keeping of that perilous deep. It was evidently pursuing him. He would have fled, but fear had arrested his footsteps. He did not recollect that the box was now empty, and floated from its own buoyancy. It will not drown, thought he. After a little reflection he resolved to dispose of it in some other manner. It will haunt me as long as it is above ground. I'll bury it. In pursuance of this wholesome resolve, he took it home again. Digging a deep grave in the peat moss behind this cottage, he thrust in the object of his apprehensions, trusting that he was now safe from its power. But noises horrid and unaccountable disturbed him. Demons had surely chosen his dwelling for their headquarters. Nor day nor night could he rest, fancying that a whole legion of them were haunting him. He seemed to be the sport and prey of his own terrors, and with a heavy heart he resolved to quit, though suffering a grievous loss by the removal. The story of the haunted casket, with many additions and improvements, soon got abroad. No one dared to pass the house after nightfall, and the lost farm has ever since been tenantless. Grimes removed to another in a few weeks, but his happiness and his hopes were forever dissipated by the mysterious intruder. Hearing no tidings from his daughter, he determined, several weeks after the adventure, to sally forth in quest of intelligence. It was a cold blustery morning when the old man set out on his errand. He was clad in a coarse blue frieze coat, with the usual complement of large white-plated buttons. His head was sheltered by an oil-case-covered hat, tied down with a blue and white check handkerchief, and he held a long stick before him at arm's length, on which his sorrowful and drooping frame hung more heavily than usual. He had grown a dozen years older at least in less than as many weeks, and when he came to Churchtown, having taken the bypath through the hills, he was fain to rest himself a while at the inn door. Before it stood several carts on their way towards Preston, whither they were bound for the disposal of their produce on the morrow. Grimes thought he might as well make some inquiries there, Catherine having at times visited that remote town to make purchases. He would have company too if he went with the carts, and a lift now and then if he were tired, so, throwing down his bundle, he entered the house intimating his wish that they should join company. "To Preston, lad," said a jolly carter, holding a pewter pot that seemed as if glued to his hard fist. "Rare doings there, old one." "What?" "Thee wants to look at the fun, I warrant." "Why, the rebels ha' been packed off to Lunnon long sin, but we han had some on 'em back again, that is, thou sees, their papist heads were sent back I pickle into these parts, and one on 'em grinned savagely afore the town ha." Grimes knew little of political niceties, or whether kings de facto or de jure were better entitled to the throne. The late disturbances had not reached these districts, so that the rebellion of 1745 might as well have happened in Kamchatka or Japan for any personal knowledge that old Grimes had of the matter. "Rebels," said he, "I have heard a somewhat of this business, though I know nothing, and care less about them cannibals." "Then what be'st thee for in such a hurry to Preston?" "I had a daughter, but she has left me, the staff and comfort of my old age, when I stood most in need of the prop." Here the old man drew his hat over his brows, partly turning aside. "Cheer up, friend," saith another, "thy daughter, maybe, is gone wi Prince Charlie, when he piped through Preston high thee, Charlie, hame again." This malicious sally raised a loud laugh, but the old man heard it with great agony and consternation, for though a bow drawn at a venture, a chance expression merely, intended as a clever hit at the women's expense, who had followed in the train of the rebels, Grimes construed the passage literally, and from that time it ran continually in his head, that his daughter's absence would be found to have some connection with these events. "Hang thy jibes," said the first speaker, for whom this piece of wit was more especially intended, "hang thee, I'll knock thy neck straight, pepper me, but I will." This worthy had a wife, who incontinently had contributed to augment the rebel train when the prince, in far different plight, on the 27th of November 1745, passed through Preston, on his route to London, piping, "The king shall have his own again." A fray was nigh commencing, a circumstance not at all unusual in those turbulent times, but the master of the band speedily interfered, threatening displeasure and a wholesome discipline to his refractory servants. Grimes accompanied them on their journey, riding, walking, and gossiping, at irregular intervals, during which he learned much news relating to the aspect and circumstances of the time, the names of the leaders, and those attainted and condemned, in this hasty and ill-timed rebellion. A considerable number of Lancashire partisans, officers of the Manchester regiment, commanded by Colonel Townley, had been conveyed to London, and tried for high treason, in July 1746. Some were reprieved and pardoned, others were executed, with all the horrid accompaniments prescribed by the law. The heads of Townley and one Captain Fletcher were placed upon Temple Bar. The heads of 7 others, having been preserved in spirits, were at that time ornamenting posterns and public thoroughfares in Manchester, Preston, Wigan, and Carlisle, to the great comfort of the loyal and well-disposed, and the grievous terror of the little children who passed in and out thereat. Others, the noble leaders of this short and ill-acted tragedy for the benefit of the selfish and bigoted Stuarts, suffered death, while others escaped, amongst whom was the titular Earl of Derwentwater, supposed to have been conveyed secretly aboard ship for Scotland. In these rebellions, it may generally be said, that in the county of Lancaster, Catholics as well as Protestants displayed a firm attachment to the reigning family. Instances of defection were very rare, and, when they occurred, might be imputed to some peculiarity in the situation of the delinquents rather than to party or religious feelings. The romantic attempt of the young Chevalier, as displayed in this rebellion, had in it something imposing to ardent and enthusiastic minds, and those who embraced his cause south of the Tweed were principally young men of warm temperament, whose imaginations were dazzled by the chivalrous character of the enterprise. 74 About the close of day, the towers of proud Preston were seen rising above the broad sweep of the river below Penwortham Bridge. The situation chosen by our ancestors for the erection of Priest's Town, so called because the majority of its inhabitants in former times were ecclesiastics, evinces the discriminating eye of a priest, and shows that, whether the religious orders selected a site for an abbey or for a city, they were equally felicitous in their choice. Placed at a convenient distance from the sea, upon the elevated banks of one of the finest rivers in England, with a mild climate and a dry soil, and commanding a rich assemblage of picturesque views, in one of the most interesting portions of Ribblesdale, the spirit of St. Wilfrid himself, to whom the parish church is dedicated, and who was the most accomplished ecclesiastic of his age, must have animated the mind that fixed upon this spot. 75 Grimes, adjusting his satchel and other appendages, trudged warily on, according to the directions he had procured from his guides, in respect to lodgings. His route lay up Fishergate, and on his way, near the town hall, his progress was interrupted by a dense crowd. The soldiers and local authorities were just conveying a prisoner of some note from the Hall of Justice to headquarters at the Bull Inn, under a strong guard. Grimes, impelled by curiosity, and likewise having an idea that it might be one of the rebels, with whom he still connected the disappearance of his daughter, thrust himself, edgeways, into the crowd, his primitive appearance causing no slight merriment amongst the bystanders. Guarded by soldiery and a bevy of constables before and behind, came a tall, muscular figure, attired in a ragged suit, probably a disguise, and not of the most reputable or becoming description. He looked haggard and dejected, harassed, in all likelihood, by long watching and fatigue. His hair was intensely black, surmounted by a coarse cap or bonnet, such as the mechanics then wore at their ordinary occupations. The old man looked steadfastly at the prisoner. "Surely it cannot be," said he half aloud. He pressed into the foremost rank, and near enough to receive a lusty blow from one of the constables, but not before he had, with an exclamation of joy and astonishment, recognized the features of his former servant and dumb inmate at the farm. Grimes, caring not a whit for the blow, in his ready and imprudent zeal stepped up to the leader of the party, thinking there was doubtless some mistake in the person they had seized, and anxious, too, for an opportunity of speaking with the prisoner anent his errand. "Stand back," said the official representative gruffly. "Friend, I know thy prisoner well. He was lodged and victualled at my house not 6 weeks ago." He was, "Then we may as well try a hand with thee too," said the constable. But the simplicity and openness of the old man was his protection, for the constable walked on, without deigning to bend his truncheon to such low and inglorious enterprise. But look thee, said the pertinacious and unsuspecting fisherman, he is my servant, and you are at the wrong to capture him without my privity. And who art thou? Inquired another of these myrmidons of justice, eyeing Grimes and the cut of his habiliments from head to foot. I do bethink me thou art either the roll. Thee would make a grim fixture for a pole here hard by. He looked significantly towards the reward of treason hung in front of the town hall above them. Like enough, said the other, taking the offender by the collar, who, astonished beyond measure at this proceeding, was unable for a while to give such an account of himself as to satisfy the officers and regain his liberty. The prisoner looked at him, but did not betray the least symptom of acknowledgment. Ill-mannered varlet, thought the old man, but what can they be wanting with our dummy? Still urged on by the crowd, he resolved to see an end of the business, so, pushing with them through the gateway of the inn, he came so near the prisoner as to touch him gently by the sleeve during the press and scuffle in the entry. For a moment, and it was a glance observed by the fisherman alone, the pale features of the unfortunate rebel showed a glimpse of recognition, but immediately they relapsed into their former stern though melancholy expression. Being much amazed at this conduct, the old man could not forbear exclaiming, "Varlet, my daughter, thou," but the prisoner was out of sight and hearing, and the crowd were driven from the gateway. Grimes heard a few of the bystanders speaking of some great man that was taken, and of the reward that would be obtained for his apprehension, but the old fisherman smiled at their ignorance. He knew better. It was none other than his dumb retainer at the farm, and he set his wits to work, no despicable auxiliaries at a pinch, in order to procure an interview. In vain he attempted to persuade such of the crowd as would give him a hearing of the real state of the case, and the great injustice of the man's arrest. But they listened to him with impatience and suspicion. The old man was doubtless either crazed or guilty as one of the rebel partisans. I tell thee what, old crony, if thou dost not change thy quarters, we will lay thee by the heels out of the cage, presently. Budge. Move, quick, or, here the speaker, a little authoritative-looking personage, would have made a movement corresponding to the words, but Grimes, perceiving that he was not to be trifled with, unwillingly drew aside out of harm's way. Hungry, weary, and dispirited, the old man inquired his way to an obscure lodging in one of the wynds near the market. It was a low, dismal-looking tavern, wherein sat 2 or 3 unwashed artificers, drinking beer and devouring the news. I'm right fain he's taken, said one of the politicians, whose black leathern apron and smutty face betokened his occupation. There's but old Lovat, they say, now, to chop short or buy a handful of brains. Proud Preston, say I, forever. Hurrah! And the mayor's wife too, say I, and may she never want a pair of garters to tuck round a rebel's neck, replied a little giggling, good-humoured fellow, who seemed to imbibe ale as he drew his breath, both being vitally necessary to his existence. She's a rare wench, and would sooner see a rebel hanged, than bod her nose at a basin of swig and roasted apples. She played the husband's part to some purpose when Charles Edward levied the tribute forsooth, Mr. Mayor being gone to look after his children, by Longridge, but old Sam the Beadle says he was afeard o' the wild Highlanders, and slunk out of the way. Whilst this conversation was going on, Grimes untied his handkerchief, doffed his stocking boots, and embracing his satchel, drew forth a piece of hard, unsavoury cheese, and some barley cake, with which he proceeded to entertain, if not satisfy, his stomach. A glass of beer finished this frugal repast, when the old man retired into the shadow of a huge projecting chimney, ruminating on the perplexities by which he was encompassed, and on the possibility of his final extrication. Opposite to him, in the shadow, as if shunning observation, sat another person who appeared wishful to avoid any intercourse with the guests. Grimes stretched his gaunt figure on a bench beside the hearth, as though desirous to let in the dark waters of oblivion upon his spirit. The hostess was bustling in and out, doubtless impatient at this prolonged stay when the cup was empty, and, in one of these inspectory visits, the old man addressed her, scarcely raising his contemplative gaze from the embers, where he had been poking his eyes out for the last half-hour. I want a bed for the night, good dame. We have none to spare, said the dissatisfied landlady, for such guests as thee, perhaps she would have added, but the stranger from the opposite corner interrupted her. He shall have mine, I can lie on the squab. The voice of the speaker was soft and musical, apparently in a disguised tone. You're very kind, sir, said the hostess, but this over-thrifty customer may find other guest places in the town, unless, indeed, he chooses to pay handsomely for the lodging. And then, maybe, said the stranger, the siller would find out a bed to lie in. I could lend him mine, perhaps, returned the accommodating landlady. Then here's a crown, said the other, and let the old man be both fed and bedded. I have money enough, and his purse, I think, is not overstocked with provision, if we may guess by the lining of his wallet. The dame, growing courteous in an instant, promised as good a bed as King George himself slept in that blessed night. The astonished fisherman could hardly credit his senses. He thanked his stars for this unexpected interposition, nor would he refuse the gift, though from the hands of a stranger. The latter shortly afterwards retired to rest, and the political weaver and blacksmith, having settled the hanging, drawing, and quartering of the unfortunate prisoner, not without a full and minute description of this disgusting and barbarous, though to them diverting process, called for a parting cup, to drink confusion to the rebels and a speedy dismissal to the Chevalier. Old Grimes retired also, and in a low wide room, whitewashed and bare-walled, containing a broken chair, 2/3 of a table, and a bed without tester, covered with a thick blue quilt, was deposited the mortal fabric of the weary fisherman. He could not sleep for a considerable time. The strange events he had witnessed, the excitement he had undergone, together with the rude brawls beneath his window, prevented him from closing his eyes until past midnight. He heard not a few loyal home-made songs, by the red-hot braggarts, pot valiant and full of gentle minstrelsy, as they trolled lustily past his lodging. Amongst many others, the following seemed an especial favourite. 1. Down wi the papists and man, down wi the priest and confession, down wi the Charlies and man, and up wi the Duke and the nation. 2. There's Townley, and Fletcher, and Siddal, and then wi his breeks rang side out, man, some ran without breeks to their middle, but Charlie ran fastest about, man. After a while, the sounds began to mingle confusedly with the images floating on his own sensorium. He felt as though unable to separate them, ideal forms took up the real impressions, and arrayed themselves so cunningly withal, that to his mind's eye the image of his daughter seemed to approach. The brawling ceased, the room was lighted up. It was his own chamber, and Catherine sprang towards him, smiling as she was wont, for her usual good night. God bless thee, my child, said he, as he threw his arms about her. Starting up, awake, at the sound of his own voice, he found that he had not grasped a shadow, but a being, real and substantial, was in his embrace. Grimes was horribly alarmed. Father, it is I, said a soft whisper. It was the voice of his daughter. Hush, said she, be silent, for your life and mine. You shall know all, but not now. Fear not for me. I'm safe, but I will not leave him, my companion, yonder unfortunate captive. Help me, and I'll contrive his rescue. Thy companion, wench. Why, how is this? Art, honest and true, as he is faithful. We may yet be happy as we once were, when this fearful extremity is past. Say no more, we may be overheard. Now aid me, for without our help he is lost. And, oh, refuse not this one, perhaps this last request of thy child. She fell upon his neck, and the old man was moved to an unwonted expression of tenderness, for truly his daughter was dearer to him than any earthly object, and still dearer in the moment when the lost one was restored. Tomorrow night, said the maiden, bring your boat, with 4 stout rowers, to the quay at Preston Marsh. Let me see, the moon is near 2 days old, and the tide will serve from 9 till midnight. You know the channel well, and wait there until I come. Catton, thou shalt go with me. I'll not leave thee now. Nay, said the faithful girl, I must not, I will not. There is life depending on my endeavours. Father, continued she, throwing her arms round the old man's neck, who now sobbed aloud, hear me, no power shall force me to leave him now in misery and misfortune. I would move the very stones for his rescue, and cannot I move thee? Well, Catton, I am a silly and a weak old body, and but thou art disguised. Where didst get that coat? And, I declare, trousers. For shame, wench. Nay, you shall know all, father, when I return, when we have delivered him, and not before. The old man was too much overjoyed not to promise the requisite attendance. My life depends on tea, father, so good night. Stay, wench, a moment. But a light step, and the sound of a gently closing door, announced her departure, and Grimes was forced to remain, where he lay sleepless on his pallet, impatiently awaiting daybreak. With the first peep of dawn was old Grimes astir, and the lark was but just fluttering from the dew when the quaint, angular form of the mariner was again seen plodding towards the coast. Since that plaguey box came into my fingers, I've had neither rest nor luck. I'll ne'er meddle with stray goods again while I live, and in this comfortable determination he continued, thinking of his bonny Catherine to lighten the toil of his long and lonesome journey. The same day the sun lighted early on the towers and gables of proud Preston. Longridge fell threw off its wreath of mist, but on the river a long and winding vapour followed its course, everything betokening one of those pure, exhilarating days that so rarely visit our watery and weeping regions. The mayor was but just awakened, yet Mrs. Mayor had long been vigilantly engaged in household and political affairs, for she ruled the civic power in Preston's thrice happy borough, when a stranger came on some business of importance. "What is your will, my good friend?" inquired the mayoress, taking off a light pair of shagreen-mounted spectacles, for being of that debatable age when time is hardly known by his advances on the person, having just mounted these helps occasionally, as she said, when mending a pen or sewing fine work, she cared not to show that they were in use at other seasons more germane to their purpose. "I would have a word in private with the mayor." "Mr. Mayor has no words in private that come not through his lady's ear." "Once more, your business?" "I must see him, and alone," said the intruder. "Must see him," replied the female diplomatist. "I tell you that you shall not see him before I am acquainted with the cause." "I hear your master on the floor above," said she to a servant who had just entered. "Tell him he need not hurry down, breakfast is not yet ready." The servant retired as he was bid, but, having heard more of the foregoing colloquy than his mistress intended, the message, as delivered to his worship, was of an opposite tenor from what he had been charged with. The stranger continued firm in his determination not to divulge his errand, and the anxiety of the ruling power to ascertain his motive would not suffer her to dismiss him. Great was the disappointment and dark the storm on the lady's brow, when, beslippered and begowned, came in hastily the chief magistrate of this ancient borough. "A word in your worship's ear," said the stranger. "My time is short and the affair is urgent." "Speak out, my wife shares the burdens of this office, and, indeed, but, sir, I crave an audience in private. Should you not grant my request, there be other ears shall have the benefit of what is meant for your own." The magistrate quailed before the terrors of his wife's frown, but however dangerous the duty, and it was fraught with no ordinary peril, still, in his official capacity, he could not refuse to grant the stranger a private interview. The mayor was a round, full-eyed personage, whose cheek and nose displayed the result of many a libation to the jolly god. Short-legged, short-breathed, and full-paunched, he strode, quick and laborious, like a big-bellied cask set in motion, as if glad to escape, into a small back chamber, furnished with 2 stools, a desk, and sundry big books, implements in use only as touching his private affairs. "Now, sir," said his Majesty's vicegerent, puffing from unwonted exertion, "it is my lot to fill the civic chair in these troublous times, and truly my portion is not in pleasant places, but I am loyal, sir, loyal. The king has knighted many a servant less worthy than myself, and, but that Mrs. Mayor is looking forward to the title, there would be little goodwill to the office from my lady that is to be. Now, sir." The garrulous and ambitious minister of justice here paused, more for lack of breath than words or will to utter them, and the stranger, who had hitherto kept his hat just below his chin, waiting for a pause in this monologue, replied, "My message respects your prisoner." "Well, sir, go on." "Proceed, sir, I say." "What? Can't you speak? Why stand there as if stricken dumb in our presence?" The stranger did proceed the moment that an interval was granted. "I am brief, your worship." "Brief, so am I, and my lady, that is, Mrs. Mayor, though she likes that I should, in some sort, furnish my tongue to an acquaintance with the speech, so that I often speak of and to her as such, you observe, that when it may seem good unto his Majesty's pleasure, knighting my poor honesty," here he made a slight obeisance, "the words may fall trippingly off the tongue, as though we were used to the title, and wore our honours like they who be born to them, sir. Proceed, sir. Why stand dilly-dallying here? Am I to wait your pleasure? Mine errand is simply this: a plot is laid for the escape of your prisoner on his way to London, so that, unless means be taken to hinder it, he will be liberated. Escape? What? Where? We will raise the soldiery. How say you? I will tell my lady instantly. Escape? If he escape, I am undone. My knighthood, sir, is lost forever, and my lady, she will ne'er look kindly on me again. Here the little man arose, and, in great agitation, would have sought counsel from his wife, but the stranger prevented him. This must not be, 'tis for your ear alone. Stay. His worship was too much alarmed to resist, and the other led him gently from the door. If you will be guided by me, you may prevent this untoward event. Let him be conveyed with all speed aboard the king's ship that is in the Irish Channel yonder, so shall you quit your hands of him, and frustrate the plans of his confederates. This must be done secretly, or his friends may get knowledge of the matter, who have had a ship long waiting for him privily on the coast to convey him forthwith to Scotland. I will about it directly. Dear me, I have left my glasses. The town clerk must be apprised. The jailer, good, thinkest thou he had not best be committed to jail? Peradventure it will be prudent to do this. I will bear your orders to the town clerk for his removal. What, immediately? When your worship thinks best, but I would recommend despatch. I will about it instantly. There, take this. I shall be at the clerk's office myself shortly. Tell Mr. Clark to be discreet until I come. The little twinkling eyes of the functionary were overflowing at the good fortune which revealed to him alone this vile popish treason. Thus happily frustrated by himself, it would doubtless be the means of raising him from plebeian ranks to the honours of knighthood, perhaps further. His head grew dizzy at the prospect. He shook the stranger by the hand, who bowed and withdrew. Soon a little antiquated clerk, with green spectacles mounted in huge black rims, and a skin like unto shriveled parchment, was seen accompanying the stranger to the inn. The bolts opened to this demi-official, and they were at once ushered into the prisoner's chamber. He had already arisen, and was pacing the apartment in great haste. We come, sir, said the clerk, to announce your removal, but first we search for plots. This rebel's disguise, where, sayest thou, is it concealed? Upon his person, said the stranger. Pray doff that noble suit, sir, said the jocose purveyor of justice. The prisoner, with an angry scowl, in which both grief and astonishment were mingled, silently obeyed the mandate, and displayed, underneath these coarse habiliments, a complete suit of female apparel, the very clothes worn by Catherine Grimes at the time of her disappearance. A well-contrived disguise, sir, truly. I wot you can suddenly change your gender at a pinch, said the clerk, chuckling at his own impertinence. But the prisoner, no longer dumb, as aforetime at the farm, answered, in a voice that awed even this presuming minion, with all the attributes of both law and power at his grasp. Why call you me sir, sir knave? I own no nicknames, and I answer to none. My title is Derwentwater. The titular earl, truly, but now Charles Ratcliffe, since your brother was hanged, thou wouldst say, said the unfortunate and attainted peer, interrupting him, it was his lot, as I pray thine may be, when the king shall have his own again. Silence, continued he, in a commanding tone, as one accustomed to be obeyed. I own it was my purpose to escape, but there is treachery in the camp, treachery in our own bosom, treachery, here he cast a keen glance at the stranger, where our best feelings were cherished. I have leaned on a spear, and it hath pierced me. Deeper than I thought, in this hard and seared heart. A strong and painful emotion came over his dark features, he clenched his hands, but the stranger betrayed no symptoms of compunction. Now, sir, I am ready, said the earl, make my fetters tight, or perhaps I may be spared that indignity. But the proud Earl of Derwentwater would not stoop to propitiate. Nay, bind them, and I will be prouder of their insignia than of all the honours, all the trappings, that George Guelph can bestow. We have orders merely for your safe keeping in the jail, said the clerk, to which the proper officers will see you conveyed. He was accordingly removed to the town jail, then situated to the west of Friargate. This building had been formerly a Franciscan convent of Grey Friars, or Friars Minor, built by Edmund, Earl of Lancaster, son of Henry III. In 1221, to which Robert de Holland, who impeached Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, for high treason, contributed largely, and was buried there. In its original state it was a small collegiate building, with a chapel attached to its quadrangular cloisters. By the mutations of time, it became the residence of the Brayeress of Hamerton, in Bowland, next to House of Correction, until the prison at the bottom of Church Street was erected in 1790. The clerk, being more particular in his inquiries than his worship, addressed the stranger as follows when their mission was ended: "Thou hast given good evidence of this plot, and too full of circumstance and confirmation to be disbelieved. The name is Oswald, thou sayest, and one of the party who have plotted for his rescue." "I have told thee of this before," replied the stranger, sullenly. "What should prompt thee to betray him?" "The same that prompts thee to minister to the hangman's trade, gold." "Humph," replied the other dryly, wiping his spectacles, "and what will satisfy your craving? Why, thinkest thou that I deserve not a reward for my loyalty and readiness to reveal this plot? I will to London with the prisoner. The king will not fail to grant me great largesse for what this proud Lackland calls my treachery. Why, an it be a noose mayhap, for my part," continued the greedy and disappointed man of law, "I have touched never a doit of the bounty, though I have got many a sound rating, and am harder work than a galley slave, without even so much as a thank ye for my pains. The mayor himself, who dreams he shall be knighted, may whistle a duet with a my lady, as he calls her, as long as a county precept, or ere his title be forthcoming, though it be only a puff of empty breath. There's no luck in being loyal, neither honour nor honesty thrive therein. But 'tis the spoke that's uppermost, and so are we." "Thinkest thou that I may get no share of the reward for his apprehension?" inquired the avaricious betrayer. "Yes, Judas's reward, maybe, who sold his master," said the indomitable clerk, much diverted by his own talents for tormenting. "Hold, I bethink me thou mayest claim the Earl's linsey-woolsey gown and petticoats." A loud laugh proclaimed that he had fully appreciated his own wit, though the stranger made no comments thereon. "Tonight, thou sayest, a boat will be in readiness, 1 hour before midnight, and by the mayor's orders?" "Yes, arrangements will be made, and soon after daylight we shall have our prisoner safe aboard the king's cruiser," replied the stranger, "for I know her bearing to a league." "Thou wilt with us then?" "Why, if they will grant me a free passage. I would fain see him safe at headquarters." "I know not but thou art right, though, rest thee satisfied, he shall be sufficiently guarded." The worthies here separated, one to his indictments and his desk, the other to gloat on the mischief he had either committed or prevented. About an hour before midnight a heavy jarring sound announced to the prisoner that the time was at hand for his departure. "Quick, quick, sir," said the jailer, "the mayor and his posse will see you safe aboard." "The mayor? Wherefore comes he to swell the procession? A prisoner of your rank and influence must be well looked after, I guess." "The mayor will see you safely afloat, sir, and then he may go home with a quiet heart. He has had sore misgivings on account of your safety." The Earl accompanied his keeper. A close carriage was at the gate, well guarded. Mr. Mayor and his green-eyed clerk took their seats with the prisoner, and the heavy vehicle rumbled dismally through the now deserted streets, wakening many a drowsy burgher as it passed. They gained the low landing place without interruption, having taken the precaution to chain the legs and wrists of their prisoner to prevent escape. The mayor and his shadow, the gossiping clerk, stepped out first, the carriage being well guarded on each side. Conducted along a jet or wooden pier, they saw a fishing boat lying beneath. The waves flapped heavily on her sides, beating to and fro against the pier. For rowers were leaning silently on their oars, awaiting the arrival of their cargo, their dark, low-crowned hats heaving above the dim light which yet lay upon the water. The wind howled in the rising sail, and the creaking cordage whistled through the block. The sail was hoisted. The wind was fresh, and the rowers raised their oars. The Earl was lifted into the boat by 2 of the attendants. The jailer next stepped in, 3 other myrmidons of justice followed. "You know the offing well, my lads, I guess," said the jailer. Sir," replied several voices. "Where is the king's cutter?" said he, addressing the stranger, who was already in the boat. "Lying to, between us and the Peel of Foldry," replied he. "This is a strange boat, I think," said the inquisitive jailer. "We came with fish to market from Churchtown," was the reply. "One of your own men engaged her," said the stranger, "and these have grumbled long and hard enough, that they should have the ill luck to be pressed into this disagreeable service. I would you had laid your paws on some other boat." "We shall luck after this," said the elder of the seamen. "You may hire another now, and welcome." But there were none at hand. The jailer, with a hearty curse at his insolence, bade him be silent and push off. "Hast thou gotten the memorial touching my poor services to the king?" inquired the trenchant mayor. "Have ye gotten the warrant safe, and the prisoner in close custody?" inquired the clerk. But the boat pushed from shore, and the answer was scarce heard, mingling with the rush of the waves and the hollow wind, while the trampling of horses and the rumbling of the coach announced the departure of Preston's high and illustrious ruler and his learned clerk, one to dream of swords, knights, and drawing-rooms, the other to soar through those mystic regions, sublime and incomprehensible, the awful, inscrutable forms, fictions, and subtleties of law. The boat soon gained the mid-channel. The wind was favourable, and the tide, beginning to return, swept them rapidly down the river. The stranger, at whose instigation this plan had been adopted, lay in the little cabin, or rather coop, wrapped in a fisherman's coat, apparently asleep. Derwentwater sought not repose, he sat, moody and silent, in a deep reverie, unconscious or insensible to all but his own dark and untoward fate. The loud dash and furrowing of the wave, the roar of the wind, and the cry of the boatman as he gave the soundings, were often the only audible sounds. No one was inclined to converse, and the roll and pitching of the boat when they approached the river's mouth made the jailer and his friends still less willing to disturb their comrades. After nearly 4 hours the lights of the little fishing hamlet of Lytham were past, and they were fast entering upon the open sea. The stranger came out of the cabin, stationing himself by the steersman. They were evidently on the lookout for signals. It was not yet daybreak, and the wind was from the north, a bitter and a biting air, that made the jailer's teeth to chatter as he raised himself up to examine their course and situation as well as the darkness would permit. "How long run we on through these great blubbering waves ere we end our voyage? This night wind is worse than a Robin Hood's thaw." "We will hoist signals shortly," was the reply. "If the ship is within sight, she will answer and bring to." "Have ye any prog aboard?" inquired the officer. A bottle was handed to him. He drank eagerly of the liquor, and gave the remainder to his assistants. "I wish with all my heart," said he, "the prisoner were safe out of my custody, and I on my way back. I had as lief trot 100 miles on land bareback as sit in this confounded swing for a minute. How my head reels!" He leaned against one of the benches, to all appearance squeamish and indisposed. A faint light now flickered on the horizon and disappeared. Again, it seemed to rise above the deep. They were evidently approaching towards it, and the stranger spoke something in a low tone to the steersman. "Yonder it be, I reckon," said the jailer, lifting up his head on hearing an unusual bustle amongst the crew. "I am fain to see it, for I am warned Equormish dancing to this up and down tune, naught but the wind for my fiddle." "And who pays the piper?" asked a wavering voice from below. "The Simon Catterall, bum bailiff, catchpole, thief-taker," and here a sudden lurch threw the jailer on his beam ends. A pause was the result, which this worthy official was not inclined to interrupt. A light hitherto concealed, was now hoisted up to the masthead. This was apparently answered by another signal at no great distance. "Friends," said the stranger, "and now hold on to your course." They had passed the banks and were some leagues from shore. Morning was feebly dawning behind them, when the dark hull of a ship, rapidly enlarging, seemed to rise out, broad and distinct, from the thin mist towards the west. The loud and incessant moan of the waves, the dash and recoil of their huge tops breaking against the sides of the vessel, with voices from on board, were distinctly heard, and immediately the boat was alongside. The transfer of their cargo was a work of more difficulty, partly owing to the clumsiness and unseamanlike proceedings of the men who had charge of the prisoner, and partly owing to the light being yet too feeble for objects to be distinctly seen. A considerable interval in consequence elapsed ere the jailer, his assistants, and their charge were hoisted on the deck, not of a trim, gallant warship, well garrisoned and appointed, but of a lubberly trading vessel, redolent of tar, grease, and fish odours, bound for merry Scotland. "Yo-o-e! There, helm down, back maintopsail." "So, masters, we had nigh slipped hawser and away. Why, here have we been beating about and about for 3 long nights. By day we durst not be seen inshore. Yon cruiser overhauls everything from a crab to a crab louse. What? Got part of your company in the gyves? Where is the Earl? Here, said the prisoner, coolly. Hold, Captain, cried the wondering jailer, the vessel goes not on her voyage until I and 2 of my friends here depart with the boat. We go not farther with our prisoner. The remaining 2 will suffice to see him delivered up at headquarters. Yet, this cannot be. Here the bewildered officer looked round. I have a warrant to commit this rebel unto the safekeeping of, A, the captain of His Majesty's cutter, the Dart. But this, surveying the deck with a suspicious glance, is as frowsy and fusty a piece of ship timber as ever stowed coals and cod's tails between her hatches. I pray we be not nabbed, said he in a supplicating tone to his head craftsman. The prisoner himself seemed as much surprised as any of the group, but the stranger, now addressing him, unravelled the mystery. My lord, I am no traitor, though until now labouring under that imputation, but you are amongst friends. Thanks to a woman's wits, we are, despite guards, bolts, and fetters, aboard the vessel which was waiting for us when you were surprised and seized, unfortunately, as we were trying our escape towards the coast. With the aid of my parent, I have been at last successful. You are now free. It was Catherine who said this. She changed her hitherto muffled voice as she continued, Captain, we have nabbed as cunning a jailer as ever took rogue to board in a stone crib. We will trouble thee to use thy craft, undo these fetters, prithee. He must with you, Captain, till you can safely leave him and his companions ashore, but use him well for his vocation's sake. My lord, through weal and woe I have been your counsellor, your friend, but we must now part, 'tis fitting we should. While you were in jeopardy, that alone could excuse my flight. Should better times come. Her voice faltered, she could not proceed, and old Grimes drew his hat over his face. Father, said Catherine, you will take me to our home again. I will be all to you once more, and to my mother, now that he is safe. One kiss from the gallant Earl, and the high-minded, though low-born, maiden stepped into the boat. One wave of the hand, when the morning mist interposed its white veil, and parted them forever, yet not before old Grimes, taking a last survey of the vessel, was quite sure he saw the magician of the casket looking at him over the ship's side. In all probability his fancy had not deceived him. The affair of the casket, though supposed by the fishermen to be altogether of a supernatural nature, was, in all likelihood, a means of supplying the Earl with money and information to aid his escape. The subsequent history of this unfortunate but misguided chieftain, whose daring and audacious bravery was worthy of a better cause and a more disinterested master, is but too well known. The vessel, being ill-equipped and hardly seaworthy, was pursued, the Earl taken, and an ignominious death gave to the world assurance of a traitor. The maid's stratagem, or, the captive lover, let me alone with him. If I do not gull him into a nayward, and make him a common recreation, do not think I have wit enough to lie straight in my bed. 12th Night. The following tale is perhaps the most apocryphal in our series. There has been considerable difficulty in fixing its locality, and, indeed, we are hardly sure that the names, dates, and places we have hit upon, will answer to the facts in every particular. We have done our best to verify it, and have succeeded, we trust, in the attempt, more to our readers' satisfaction than our own. There be more fools than fardingales, and more braggarts than beards, in this good land of ours. A bald-faced impertinent. It should cost the Grand Inquisitor a month's hard study to invent a punishment for him. This pretty morsel. Hark thee, wench, I'll render his love billet to thine ear. Listen and be discreet. If my sighs could waft the soft cargo of their love to thy bosom, I would freight the vessel with my tears, and her sails should be Zephyr's wings, and her oars love's fiercest darts. If I could tell but the lightest part of mine agony, your heart, though it were adamant, would melt in the furnace of my speech, and your torture should not abate till one kind glance had irradiated the bosom of your most unhappy, and most wretched of lovers, Antonio. Now for the postscriptum. If thy sighs be as long as thine ears, help the furnace they are blown through. Again. If one ray of compassion lurks in your bosom, lady, let those radiant fingers illuminate your pen, touching one little word by way of answer to this love billet, though it were but as a rope thrown out in this overwhelming ocean of love to keep from sinking your unhappy slave. These from my dwelling at and my troth, answer thou shalt have, and that quickly, on thy fool's pate. Dost think, Marian, it were not a deed worth trying, to quell this noisome brute with a tough cudgel? It were too good for him, replied the maid, but if you will trust the rather to my conceits, lady, we will make this buzzard spin. He shall dance so rare a conto for our pastime, beshrew me, but I would not miss the sport for my best holiday favours. But we leave the beauteous Kate and her mischief-loving maiden, to plot and machinate against the unsuspecting lover. It behoveth us, moreover, to be absent for a somewhat grave and weighty reason, to wit, that when women are plotting, another and a more renowned personage, the beau ideal of whose dress and personal appearance, according to the testimony of a reverend divine, consists of a black coat and blue breeches, generally contrives to be present, as was by that learned dignitary umquhile set forth in a well-known ditty, of which the veracity is only equalled by the elegance and propriety of the subject, and the classical dignity of its composition. Leaving them, though in somewhat dangerous company, we just glance at the lover, whose epistle to the proud maiden proved so galling to her humours. Master Anthony Hardcastle was the only son of a substantial yeoman of good repute long resident in. Dying he left him, when scarcely at man's estate, the benefit of a good name, besides a rich store of substance, in the shape of broad pieces, together with lands and livings. The sudden acquisition of so much loose wealth to one whose utmost limit of spending money aforetime had been a penny at Easter and a groat at Michaelmas, did seem like the first breaking forth of a mighty torrent, pent up for past ages, forming its own wild and wilful channel, in despite of all bounds and impediments. His education had been none of the most liberal or extensive, and, astonished at his own aggrandizement, he found himself at once elevated into an object of importance ere he could estimate his own relative insignificance in the great world around him. Thus he became an easy prey to the hordes of idlers and braggarts with whom he associated. He had been to town, kept company with some of the leading cut-and-thrust bullies of the day, but nature had denied him the headstrong boldness, the desperate recklessness of disposition, requisite for this amiable occupation. His infirmity had consequently often led him to play the coward. At the same time it probably was the means of restraining him from many of those evils into which his lavish and simple disposition might have been enticed, and he was now settling down quietly in the character of a good-natured, well-furnished simpleton. Fond of dress and a gaudy outside, he aimed at ladies' hearts through the medium of silken cloaks and ponderous shoe-buckles, designing to conquer not a few of the fair dames with whom he associated. But, alas! The perversity of woman had hitherto rendered his efforts unavailing. Still an overweening opinion of his own pretensions to their favour prevented him from giving up the pursuit, every succeeding mishap in no wise hindering him from following the allurements of the next fair object that fluttered across his path. He had heard of the wit and beauty of Kate Anderton, only daughter to Justice Anderton of Lostock Hall, bluff and honest squire who spent his mornings in the chase and his evenings in the revel incident thereto, a man well looked upon by his less distinguished neighbours, being of a benevolent disposition, and much given to hospitality. Kate's disposition was fiery and impetuous, but tempered withal so pleasantly by the sweetness of a naturally tender and affectionate spirit, that you loved her the better for these sharp and wayward ingredients, which prevented that sweetness from cloying. Master Anthony, hearing of this goodly maiden, found himself, after secretly beholding her, moved to the exploit of winning and wearing in his bosom so precious a gem, which many a high-flown gallant had essayed to appropriate. He began the siege by consulting the most approved oracles and authorities of the time for the construction of love billets. The cut and fashion of the paper, too, were matters of deep and anxious consideration. Folded and perfumed, the missile was dispatched, and the result was such as we have just seen. Upon this memorable day, it then drawing on towards eventide, Anthony, full of solicitude and musing on the fate of his billet, was spreading himself out, like a newly feathered peacock, in the trim garden behind his dwelling. A richly embroidered Genoa silk waistcoat and amber-coloured velvet coat glittered in the declining sun, like the church weathercock perched just above him at a short distance from the house. The mansion of Squire Anderton lay a few miles off, yet there had been sufficient time for the return of his trusty valet, who was the bearer of this love billet. Several times had he paced the long straight gravel walk stretching from the terrace to the Chinese temple, and as often had he mounted the terrace itself to look out for the well-known figure of Hodge, ere the hind was descried through a cloud of hot dust, urging on his steed to the extremity of a short but laborious trot. Needless were it to dwell upon the anxiety and foreboding with which he awaited the nearer approach of this leaden-heeled Mercury. To lovers the detail would be unnecessary, and to others description would fail to convey our meaning. "I hearty, Meester. What hast thou brought, Hodge?" "A letter." "Quick, quick, fellow. Canst not give it me?" "Ay, fackens, but where is it?" Great was the consternation depicted in the flat and vapid face of the boor as he fumbled in his pocket, turned out the lining, and groped down incontinently, 5 fathom deep, into his nether appendages, but still no letter was forthcoming. "She gi'd me one, though, and where it is, I say sure it war here, and, bodikins if those deilments hanna twitched it out my, thuse giggling wenches buttery took it when I wore but putting my nose to the mug the last time, for a lift at the stirrup." Terrible was the wrath and disapprobation evinced by Master Anthony at this disaster. He had nigh despoiled the curls of his new wig, which were become twisted and awry with collar. Patiently to endure was the business of Hodge, and his master's fury having swelled down into the socket, a few hasty flashes just glimmered out from the ignited mass, ere it was extinguished. "But thou hadst a letter, dolt, ass." "Master, as sure as I am virtuous and well-favoured." "Then is the lady kindly affected towards my suit?" "But oh, thou gull, thou dunderpate, thou losel knave, to lose one line moved by her sweet fingers. Get in, I'll not defile my rapier with beating of thee. Thanks to the lady thou hast just left, her condescension so affecteth my softer nature that I could not speak an angry word without weeping. March, rascal, and come not into my presence until thou art bidden, lest I make a thrust at thee with my weapon. O Catherine! My life, my love, my polar star, my axle, where all desire, all thought, all passions turn, and have their consequence." Antony had picked up this scrap from the players, with whom he had smoked, and committed the usual delinquencies, not peculiar to that age of folly and licentiousness. "I'll go dream of thee where there be a bank of flowers. Here let me lose myself in a delirium of sweets." Choosing a fair position, he squatted down upon a ripe strawberry bed, and great was the dismay with which he beheld the entire ruin of his best puce-coloured breeches. So sudden was the dissipation of his complacency, that he determined to beat Hodge forthwith, to which thrifty employment we commend him, whilst we address ourselves to the further development of our story. Near to the lower extremity of the village dwelt a maiden whose bloom had been wasted, and whose matchless hopes were always frustrated ere their accomplishment. Many a simpering look had she cast towards the goodly raiment of Master Anthony, and some incipient notion was entertained that the indweller at the big house was not averse to a peep, now and then, more tender than usual, at the window of Mrs. Bridget Allport. When a boy, Anthony had been a sort of spoiled pet of the maiden, who was then opening into bloom, and the bud of promise breaking forth in all its pride and loveliness. While Anthony's legs were getting rounder, and his face and figure more plump and capacious, the person of Mistress Bridget was, alas, proceeding, unluckily, in a manner quite the reverse. Anthony's love had not quickened into fruition with his growth, but the lady kept a quick and wary eye upon his movements, and many a pang had his flattering favours caused in her too susceptible heart. Distantly related to the family, she sometimes visited Lostock Hall, and at the period when our narrative begins she was located therein. Kate had long been aware of her likings and mishaps, and was no stranger to her predilection for Master Anthony Hardcastle. The first overt act of mischief resulting from the plots of Kate and her maid was a smart tap at the door of Mistress Bridget, her bedchamber, where she was indulging in reverie and romance, but the day being hot, she had fallen asleep, and was dreaming of hearts, darts, and love's fires. She started from this mockery of bliss at the summons. "Prithee, Marian, what is it?" "A billet from, I don't care to tell who." "A billet, sayest thou, who can it be?" "What?" "It is, go away, my good Marian, I cannot, oh. When will my poor heart waft a cargo of love to thy bosom? Melt in the furnace? Dear, delightful passion! How pure! Just like mine own, I declare. Harder than adamant. Nay, thou wrongest me. Prithee, Marian, where is he? A trusty messenger is below." She dropped a handsome curtsy. "Give me my tablets and my writing stool." "Oh, Marian! Little did I think of this yesterday. When I was telling thee of Oh, I am distraught. She commenced a score of times ere something in the shape of a communication could be dispatched. There, let it be conveyed quick. Nay, I will see him myself. Lead me to him, girl. I will say how, and yet, this may look too bold and unmaidenly. Take it, good girl, and say, what thou thinkest best. Lightly did the laughing maiden trip through the great hall into the buttery, where Hodge was ambushed along with a huge pie, fast lessening under his inspection. Her intention was not to have given him the billet, but she was suddenly alarmed at the approach of Mistress Bridget. Fearful lest the deception might be discovered, she hastily gave Hodge the precious deposit, trusting to some favourable opportunity when she might extract the letter from his pouch. An occasion shortly occurred, and Hodge was dispatched, as we have seen, billetless, and unconscious of his loss. The lover was sore puzzled how to proceed. It was possible, nay, more than probable, that the message might have appointed a meeting, or 20 other matters, which he was utterly unable to conjecture, woman's brain being so fertile in expedients, and if he obeyed not her injunctions it might be construed amiss, and unavoidably prove detrimental to his suit. Should he send back the messenger? She would perhaps laugh at him for his pains, and he was too much afraid of her caprice to peril his adventure on this issue. A happy thought crossed his brain, he capered about his little chamber, and could hardly govern himself as the brilliant conception blazed forth on his imagination. This bright fantasy was to be embodied in the shape of a serenade. It would be more in the romantic way of making love, would stimulate her passions, powerfully enlist her feelings in his favour, and doubtless bring on something like an appointment, or a permission, at any rate, to use a freer intercourse. "Tomorrow night," said he, rubbing his hands and stroking his soft round chin, for be it understood, gentle reader, the youth was of a tender and fair complexion, with little beard, save a slight blush on his upper lip. He was not ill-favoured, but there was altogether something boyish and effeminate throughout his appearance, which seemed not of the hue to win a lady's love. He could twang the guitar, and had at times made scraps of verse, which he trolled to many a damsel's ear, but to little purpose hitherto. On the morrow he watched the sun creep lazily up the sky, and more lazily down again. The old dial seemed equally dilatory and unwilling to move. He had sorted out his best and most ardent love sonnet, and strummed as many jangling tunes as would have served a company of morris dancers and pipers for a May festival. Twilight came on apace. The moon was fast mounting to her zenith. No chance of its being dark, so much the better, it would enable the lovers to distinguish each other the more easily. Hodge had long been ready, and the steeds duly caparisoned. At length, reckoning that his arrival would take place about the time the lady had retired to her chamber, he set forth, accompanied by his trusty esquire. The road lay for some distance over a long high tract of moorland, while beautifully did the bright stars appear to shoot up from the black, bleak, level horizon. The moon seemed to smile suspiciously upon them, and even Hodge grew eloquent beneath her glance. "It's brave riding tonight, master, one might see to pick up a tester if 'twere but either way. Well, I does like moonlight, ever since Marjorie came a-living at the parson's." "Peace, sirrah." Anthony was conning inwardly, and humming the soft ditty by which he proposed to excite his mistress' ear. "I think thou art mine evil destiny, doomed everlastingly to be my plague and annoyance." "Body o' me, but you're grown woundily humoursome of a sudden," muttered the other at the lower end of his voice. "I war but saying as how Marjorie," Hodge here received another interruption. A stray ass, turned out to browse on the common, seemingly actuated thereto by sympathy or proximity of either man or beast, burst into one of those hysterical, though exquisite cadences, which defy all imitation, and at the same time produce an extraordinary and irresistible effect on the animal economy. "That is all along of thy prating," said the meditative lover, when the strain was concluded. "It bodes no good, and I'd as lief see a magpie, and hear a screech owl, as one of those silly beasts. The salutation of an ass by night is ever held a sound of ill omen, and lo! There be two of ye, reckoning thine own ugly voice. Then may two bode good, if one bode ill, as the maids say of the magpies," replied the indefatigable attendant. "I'll cudgel thine infirmity out o' thee. Hold thy tongue. Hadst thou not been left me by my father, a precious bequest, I had sent thee a packing, long ere thou hadst worn a badge in my service." The rest of their journey was accomplished in comparative silence, until a short ascent brought them to a steep ridge, down which the road wound into the valley. It was a scene of rich and varied beauty, now lighted by a bright summer moon. A narrow thread of light might be seen twining through the ground below them, broken at short intervals, then abruptly gliding into the mist which hung upon the horizon. Lights were yet twinkling about, where toil or festivity held on their career unmitigated. A mile or two beyond the hill they were now preparing to descend lay a dark wood, extending to the shallow margin of the adjacent brook. Above this rose the square low tower of Lostock Hall. Clusters of long chimneys, irregularly marked out in the broad moonlight, showed one curl of smoke only, just perceptible above the dark trees, intimating that some of the indwellers were yet awake. Ere long a bypath brought them round to a fence of low brushwood, where a little wicket communicated with the gardens and offices behind. "Here stay with the beasts until I return," said Anthony, deliberately untying the cover wherein reposed his musical accompaniment. "And how long may we kick our heels and snuff the hungry wind for supper, master?" "Until my business be accomplished," was the reply. Master Anthony commenced tuning, which aroused the inquiries of several well-ordered and decently disposed rooks who were not given to disturb their neighbours at untimely hours, and were just at the soundest part of their night's nap. "These villainous bipeds do fearfully exorbitate mine ear," said the agonized musician. "'Tis not in the power of aught human to harmonize the strings." The clamour increased with every effort, until the whole community were in an uproar, driving the incensed Wolf fairly off the field. Trusting that he should be able to eke out the tune in spite of these interruptions, he hastened immediately to his destination. He crossed a narrow bridge and passed through a gap into the garden, taking his station on one side of the house, where he commenced a low prelude by way of ascertaining if the lady were within hearing, and likewise the situation of her chamber. To his inexpressible delight a window, nearly opposite the tree under which he stood, was gently opened, and he could distinguish a figure in white moving gently behind the drapery. He now determined to try the full power of his instrument, and warbled, with no inconsiderable share of skill and pathos, the following ditty: "Fair as the moonbeam, bright as the running stream, sparkling, yet cold, in love's tiny fingers a shaft yet there lingers, and he creeps to thy bosom, and smiles, lady. Soon his soft wings will cherish a flame round thine heart, and ere it may perish thy peace shall depart. Oh listen, listen, lady gay, love doth not always sue, the brightest flame will oft decay, the fondest lover-roo, lady, the fondest lover-roo, lady." At the conclusion he saw a hand, presently an arm, stretched out through the casement. Something fell from it, which glistened with a snowy whiteness in the clear moonlight. He ran to seize the treasure, a scrap of paper neatly folded, which, after a thankful and comely obeisance towards the window, he deposited in his bosom. The casement was suddenly closed. The lover, eager to read his billet, made all imaginable haste to regain the road, where, mounting his steed, he arrived in a brief space, almost breathless with anticipation and impatience, at his own door. The contents of the despatch were quickly revealed in manner following: "I know thine impatience, but faith must have its test. Send a message to my father, win his consent to thy suit, but as thou holdest my favour in thine esteem, come not near the house thyself ere 1 month have elapsed. Ask not why, 'tis sufficient that I have willed it. Shouldst thou not obey, I renounce thee for ever. This shall be the test of thy fidelity. Catherine." He kissed the writing again and again. He skipped round the chamber like unto one demented, and when the old housekeeper, who was in a sore ill temper at being deprived of her accustomed allowance of rest, came in to know his intentions about supper, he bade her go dream of love and give supper to the hogs. The morning found Anthony early at his studies. A letter, painfully elaborated, was dispatched in due form, to Master Roger Anderton, B.s, and the lover began to ruminate on his good fortune. The terms were hard, to be sure, and the time was long, but women, and other like superior intelligences, will not bear to be thwarted, at least, so thought Master Anthony Hardcastle, as he threw his taper legs over the opposite chair, screwing his forbearance to the test. The same day an answer was received, briefly as follows: "Though thy person and qualifications be unknown to me, yet have I not been ignorant of the respect and esteem which thy father enjoyed. Shouldst thou win my daughter's favour, thou shalt not lack my consent, if thou art as deserving as he whose substance thou hast inherited." Leaving to Anthony the irksome task of minuting down the roll of time for one unlucky month, turn we to another personage with whom it is high time the reader should be acquainted. At Turton Tower, a few miles distant, dwelt a cavalier of high birth, whose pedigree was somewhat longer than his rent roll. To this proud patrician Kate's father had long borne a bitter grudge, arising out of some sporting quarrel, and omitted no opportunity by which to manifest his resentment. Dying recently, he had left an only son, then upon his travels, heir to the inheritance and the feud with Anderton. Shortly after his return, Kate, being on a visit in the neighborhood, saw him, and as nothing is more likely to excite love than the beholding of some forbidden object, unwittingly, in the first instance, she began to sigh, and with each sigh came such a warm gush of feeling from the heart as did not fail to create a crowd of sensations altogether new and unaccountable. On his part the feeling was not less ardent, though less inexplicable, at least to himself, and a few more glances fixed them desperately and unalterably in love. Hopeless though it might be, yet did the lovers find a sad and mournful solace in their regrets, the only sentiment they could indulge. They had met, and in vows of secrecy had often pledged unintermitting attachment. Love at times had prompted some stratagem to accomplish their union, for which the capricious and unforgiving disposition of the old gentleman seemed to afford a fair excuse. It is a most ingenious and subtle equivocator that same idle boy, and hath ever at hand palliatives, and even justifications, in respect to all crimes done and committed for the aiding and comforting of his sworn lieges. And thus it fell out, Kate's wits were now at work to make Antony's suit in some way or another subservient to this object. Once committed to a purpose of such duplicity, no wonder that contrivances and plots not altogether justifiable should ensue, and Kate's natural archness and vivacity, coupled with the mischievous temper of her maid, gave their proceedings a more ludicrous character than the dignity of the passion would otherwise have allowed. The month was nigh spent when Hodge one morning entered the chamber of his master, who sat there dribbling away the time over a treatise on archery. "How now, sirrah? Please ye, master, Mistress Kate is to be wed on the feast of St. Crispin, and I may thinking I've no body gear fitting for my occupation." "Married, sayest thou, to whom?" "Nay, master, and ye know not, more's the pity if it be not to your honour." "To me, sayest thou?" "They ha so settled it, belike, and I thought, if it would please ye, to order me new boots and a coat for the wedding." "Peace, where gattest thou the news?" "At the smithy. I was but just getting the mare shoed, and a tooth hammered into the garden rake." "It is wondrous strange," replied Antony, musing, "but women are of a subtle and unsearchable temper. She did appoint me a month's abstinence. Sure enough, the feast thou hast named happeneth on the very day of my release. She hath devised this plot for my surprise." "Excellent, and so the rumour hath gotten abroad? Now, oh my troth, but I like her the better for tea. Go to, a new suit, with yellow trimmings, and hose of the like colour, shall be thine. Thou shalt be chief servitor, too, at my wedding." Antony seemed raving wild with delight. He resolved that the jade should know of his intelligence, and he would attack the citadel by a counterplot of a most rare and excellent device. To this end he resolved on going to the hall the night preceding his appointment, in the meantime diligently maturing his scheme for the surprise and delight of the cunning maiden. With the evening of an unusually long and tedious day, whose minutes had been spun to hours, and these hours into ages, did Master Antony Hardcastle, accompanied by his servant, set forth on this perilous exploit. Upon a rich and comely suit, consisting of a light blue embroidered vest, and a rich coat of peach-coloured velvet, with bag-wig and ruffles, was thrown a dark cloak, partly intended as a disguise, and partly to screen his gay habiliments from dust and pollution. They passed slowly on for an hour or two, dropping down to the little wicket as aforetime, above which the crows were again ready with the usual inquiries. The squires being left with the steeds, Master Antony once more scrambled over the garden hedge, and sustained his person in a becoming attitude against the pear tree whence he had so successfully attacked and carried the citadel on his former visit. He now beheld, with wonder, lights dancing about in the house, frisking and frolicking through the long casements like so many jack-o'-lanterns. Indeed, the greater part of the mansion seemed all ablaze, and of an appalling and suspicious brightness. Sounds, moreover, of mirth and revelry approached his ear. He would instantly have proceeded to ascertain the cause of this inauspicious merrymaking had not Kate's injunction kept him aloof. The noise of minstrelsy was now heard, symptoms of the marriage feast and the banquet. More than once he suspected some witchery, some delusion of the enemy to beguile him by enchantments. However, he resolved to be quiet, and, for the purpose of a more extended vision, he climbed, or rather stepped into, the low huge fork of the tree. From this tower of observation he kept a wary eye, more particularly towards the window whence the billet was thrown, expecting to behold some token of his mistress's presence. But this chamber seemed to be the dullest and darkest in the whole house, not a ray was visible. It seemed shut out, impervious to the gladness which irradiated the bosom of its neighbours. A white cur now came snarling about the bushes, then, cautiously smelling his way to the tree, suddenly set up a yell so deafening and continuous that he roused some of the revellers within. 2 men staggered from the house, evidently a little the worse in their articulation by reason of the potations they had taken. "Quiet, Vic. Hang thy neck, what's a matter?" "Eh? The pear tree? It's the thief again, and before the fruit's ripe. Bodikins. But we'll catch thee now, our lady. We'll have a thong out of his hide, split me, if we harn't." The men approached as cautiously as their condition would permit, while Anthony, overhearing the latter part of their dialogue, sat somewhat insecurely on his perch. "Dan, get big cudgel out o' barn. I see a summat black like, and fearsome, tree." Probably they had imbibed courage with their liquor, otherwise the black, somewhat, in the tree might have indisposed them for this daring attack. "I'll have a blow at it, be mon or devil, hang me." Anthony pulled his cloak tightly about him, and while the weapon was providing he entertained serious thoughts of surrendering at discretion, but the effect which this premature disclosure might have on his mistress's determination towards him retarded the discovery, and he was not without hope of eluding the drunken valour of the brutes. "Now GT me, Dan, told a roll, and back and sides go bear, go bear." Approaching to the attack, Barnaby brandished his cudgel to the time and tune of this celebrated alehouse ditty. The concluding flourish brought the weapon waving within a very concise distance of the goodly person of Master Anthony Hardcastle. "Murder, villains!" cried the terrified lover, unable to endure the menacing aspect of this fearful invader. "I'm Master Anthony, ye sots, ye unthrifts, your master is to be, and I'll have ye at the stocks for this. Bodikins and blunderkins? Here st him, Dan? Why, thou lying lackpenny, I'll soon whack the corruption out o' thee. Master Anthony, indeed. He be another guest sort of thing to thee, I trow. Thee best hankering after the good things hereabout, but I'll spoil thy liquorish tooth for tasting. Come, and kennel, vermin. I am Master Anthony, friend, as safe as my mother bore me. If thou lackest knowledge, go ask Hodge with the horses at the back gate. Then what best thou for I at the pear tree? N.A., Master Anthony is gone home a great whiles back. He's to marry young mistress I at the morn, and we're getting drunk by participation. There's for thee. I talks like you Daniel the schoolmaster. Sorely discomposed with the infliction of this vile contumely, Anthony was forced to descend. Nothing, however, would convince the clowns of their mistake. He showed them his glossy raiment, but their intellects were too confused for so nice a discrimination. They consequently resolved to hold him in durance until the morrow, when their master would bring him to account for this invasion of his territory. But who shall depict the horror and consternation of the unhappy lover, on finding them seriously bent on his incarceration in a filthy den, used heretofore as a receptacle for scraps and lumber, near the stables? Remonstrance, entreaty, threats, solicitations, were equally unavailing. He demanded an audience with the justice. Thee'll get it soon enough, I warrant thee. And thee may think well the stocks, but pillory is no more than I'll be bound for. The last we catched, Jem Sludge, we belaboured in such fashion as I verily think he wore more like a midden, nor a man when he got his neck out collar. Come along, it's not to gallows, this bout, my pretty bird. Lend him a whack behind, Dan, if he do not mend his pace. A rude blow was here administered to the unfortunate captive. He cried out lustily for help, but the inquirers from the hall made merry at his captivity, rejoicing that the thief was now safely in the trap. On the following morning, the eventful day of his daughter's bridal, the justice rose earlier than he was wont. His features wore a tinge of anxiety as he paced the room with sharp and irregular footsteps. Suddenly he was disturbed by approaching voices, and a sort of suppressed bustle along the passage. On opening the door he saw Daniel and his doughty companion, Barnaby, whose red eyes and hollow cheeks betokened their too familiar indulgence in past festivities. "We've catched him at last, master." "Who? What does stand agape for?" "Why, a rogue that was robbing the gardens. A murrain light on both of ye. I cannot be chaffed with such like matters now." "But your worship," cautiously spake Dan, "he be the most comical thing you ever clapped eyes on. He says he be Master Anthony, your worship's new son that is to be today." "How sayest thou? I think thy wits are the worse for bibbing yesternight." "Nay, your worship's grace, but will e'en fetch him. He's pranked out gaily, and a gay bird he be for your honour's cage." 2 or 3 domestics now entered, leading in their prisoner. His woebegone looks were angrily bent on his conductors. He shook off their grasp, approaching the owner of the mansion where he had been so evil entreated. His hair, released from its bonds, dangled in primeval disorder above his shoulders. His goodly raiment, no longer hidden, was rumpled and soiled, like the finery of a stage wardrobe. Indeed, the squire guessed he was one of the village players that had been foraging for his supper after a scanty benefit. "How now, braggart? What evil occupation brings thee about my house? What unlucky hankering, sirrah, brings thee, I say, a robbing of my grounds and poultry yards? Methinks thou hast but a sorry employment for thy gingerbread coat." "I came, sir, to wed your daughter," replied Anthony, simpering, and with great modesty. "My daughter," cried Anderton, in a voice of thunder, "and pray may I inquire to whom I am beholden for this favour?" "To Master Anthony Hardcastle," said the lover, drawing himself up proudly, and casting a glance of triumph and defiance at his tormentors. "Phew," cried the other, "why, Master Anthony is no more like thee, thou top-pate, than thou to St. George or the Dragon of Wantley. A rare device, truly, a cunning plot, a stage trick to set the mob agape. Why, thou puny-legged Tamburlaine, thou ghost of an Alexander, how darest thou confront me thus? Now, aye, lady, but I've a month's mind to belabor the truth out o' thee with a weapon something tough and crabbed-eye at the tasting." Antony's face lengthened inordinately at this unexpected rebuke, and a latent whimper quivered about the corners of his pale and pursy mouth. Sobs and protestations were useless. There seemed a base conspiracy to rob him even of his name and identity. He vowed that the period of his prescription being past, Kate was hourly expecting him, and his appearance overnight was but to execute a little stratagem for her surprise. This explanation but served to aggravate, and in vain did he solicit an interview with the lady, promising to abide by her decision. "Why, look thee," said the justice, "Anthony Hardcastle, whom thy lying tongue and figure most woefully defame, hath been our guest oftentimes during the past month, and truly his gallant bearing and disposition have well won my consent. No marvel at my daughter's love. But thou, had she stooped from her high bearing to such carrion, I'd have run your necks round with less compunction than those of 2 base-bred kestrels." Anthony was dumb with astonishment. The whole transaction had the aspect of some indistinct and troubled dream, or rather some delusion of the arch-enemy to entangle and perplex him. At this moment tripped in the pert maiden, whose share in the machinations we before intimated. She looked on the bewildered lover with a sly and equivocal glance. Craving permission to speak, she said, "'Tis even so, your worship, this interloper is none other than the very person he represents, and here come those who will give the riddle its proper answer." Immediately came in the blushing Kate, led in by a tall and comely gentleman, whom her father recognized as the real Anthony. "We come but to crave your blessing," said this personage, bending gracefully on his knee, whilst Kate seized the hand of her parent. "Forgive this deceit," she looked imploringly at the old man, who seemed too astonished to reply. "It was but to win my father's knowledge and esteem for the man to whom my vows are forever plighted." "Nay, start not," said the bridegroom, "I but borrowed this ill-used gentleman's name, as I knew none other mode of access to your presence than the disguise that his suit afforded, and from him I now crave forgiveness." "And I knew," said Kate, glancing round towards the real Anthony, "that the man of my choice would be yours, could I but contrive you should hold a fair judgment between them, as you now do this day." A reconciliation was the result, but ere a little month was old, were seen at the same altar, and with the same object, Master Anthony Hardcastle and Mistress Bridget Allport. The Skull House, that skull had a tongue in tea that could sing once. Hamlet. Warderley Hall, in the manor of Worsley, is an ancient building about 7 miles west from Manchester. It was an old seat of the Downes family, and afterwards of Lord Barrymore. A human skull was formerly shown here, beside the staircase, which the occupiers would not permit to be removed. This grim fixture, it was said, being much averse to any change of place or position, never failed to punish the individual severely who should dare to lay hands on it. If removed or buried, it was sure to return, so that in the end each succeeding tenant was fain to endure its presence, rather than be subject to the terrors and annoyances consequent upon its removal. Its place was a square aperture in the wall, nor would it suffer this opening to be glazed, or otherwise filled up, without creating some disturbance. It seemed as if those rayless sockets loved to look abroad, peradventure on the scenes of its former enjoyments and reminiscences. It was almost bleached white by exposure to the weather, and many curious persons have made a pilgrimage there even in late years. Several young men from Manchester once going on this errand, one of them, unobserved of his fellows, thought he would ascertain the truth of the stories he had heard. For this purpose he privately removed the skull to another situation, and left it to find its way back again. The night but one following, such a storm arose about the house, that many trees were blown down, the roofs were unthatched, and the tenants, finding out the cause, as they supposed, replaced the skull, when these terrific disturbances ceased. The occurrences detailed more fully in the following pages are usually assigned as the origin of this strange superstition. I wonder what that harebrained brother of mine can be doing. No fresh brawl, I hope, said Maria Downes to her cousin Eleanor, as they sat, mopish and disquieted enough, in a gloomy chamber of the old hall at Worsley. I hope not, too, replied Eleanor, and there was another long and oppressive silence. It was in the dusk of a chill, damp November evening. The fire shot forth a sharp uncertain glimmer, and the dim walls threw back the illumination. I know not why, said Maria, but my spirits are very sad, and everything I see looks mistrustful and foreboding. So thought her cousin, but she did not speak. Her heart was too full, and a tear started in her eye. Would that Harry had eschewed the frivolities and dissipations of yonder ungodly city, that he had stayed with us here, in safe and happy seclusion. I have hardly known pleasure since he went. Eleanor's bosom again responded to the note of agony that was wrung from her cousin, and she turned her head to hide what she had too plainly betrayed. Since that unhappy fray in which peradventure an innocent and unoffending victim was the result of Harry's intemperance, the bloody offence hath been upon my soul, heavier, I do fear, than upon his own. But unless he repent, and turn aside from his sinful courses, there must, come a fearful recompense. Do not sentence him unheard, said Eleanor, but her words were quivering and indistinct. It was in his own defence, maybe, however bitterly the tidings were dropped into your ear. Sure I am, said she, more firmly, that Harry was too kind, too gentle, to slay the innocent, and in cold blood. Nay, Eleanor, excuse him not. It may be that the foul deed was done through excess of wine, the fiery heat of debauch, and amid the beastly orgies of intemperance, but is he the less criminal? I tell thee nay, for he hath added crime to crime, and drawn down, perchance, a double punishment. He is my brother, and thou knowest, if possible, I would palliate his offence, but hath it not been told, and the very air of yon polluted city was rife and reeking with the deed, that Harry Downes, the best beloved of his father, and the child of many hopes, did wantonly, and unprovoked, rush forth hot and intemperate from the stews. Drawing his sword, did he not swear, by that heaven he insulted and defied, that he would kill the first man he met, and, oh, horror, was not that fearful oath fulfilled? Eleanor had covered her face with her hands, a convulsive sob shook her frame, but though her heart was on the rack, she uttered no complaint. Maria, inflexible, and, as some might think, rigid, in those principles of virtue wherein she had been educated, yet sorrowed deeply for her cousin, who from a child had been her brother Harry's playmate, and the proofs of mutual affection had been too powerful, too early, and too long continued, to be ever effaced. Timid as the frighted fawn, and tender as the wild flower that scarce bent beneath her step, she lay, a bruised reed, the stem that supported her was broken. Her fondest, her only hopes were withered, and the desolating blast of disappointment had passed upon her earliest affections. Her little bark, freighted with all a woman's care and tenderness, lay shivered with the stroke, disabled and a wreck. Just as the short and murky twilight was expiring, and other lights were substituted, there came a loud summons at the outer gate, where a strong barrier was built across the moat. The female started, as though rendered more than usually apprehensive that evil tidings were at hand. But they were, in some measure, relieved on hearing that it was only Jem Hazelden, the carrier from Manchester, who had brought a wooden box on one of his pack horses, which said box had come all the way from London by Anthony's wagon. Maria thought it might be some package or present from her brother, who had been a year or two in town, taking terms, but a considerable period had now passed since tidings were sent from him. She looked wistfully at the box, a clumsy, ill-favoured thing, without the least symptom of any pleasant communication from such a source, so different from the trim packages that were wont to arrive, containing, maybe, the newest London chintz, or a piece of real brocade, or Flanders lace of the rarest workmanship. No good lurks in that ugly envelope, thought she, and, stooping down, she examined the direction minutely. It was a quaint crabbed hand, not her brother's, that was certain, and the discovery made her more anxious and uneasy. She turned it over and over, but no clue could be found, no index to the contents. It would have been easy, methinks, to have satisfied herself on this head, but she really felt almost afraid to open it, and yet, at any rate, she would put it off till the morrow. She was so nervous and out of spirits that she positively had not courage to open a dirty wooden box, tied round with a bit of hempen cord, and fastened with a few rusty nails. She ordered it to be removed to her bedchamber, and morning, perchance, would dissipate these idle but unpleasant feelings. She went to bed, but could not sleep. The wind and rain beat so heavily against the casement, and the recent excitement kept her restless and awake. She tried various expedients to soothe and subdue her agitation, but without effect. The rain had ceased to patter on the windows, but the wind blew more fiercely and in more violent gusts than before. The sky was clearing, and a huge Apennine of clouds was now visible as she lay, on which the moonbeams were basking gloriously. Suddenly a ray glided like a spirit into the chamber, and disappeared. Her eyes were at that moment directed towards the mysterious box which lay opposite, and her very hair moved with horror and consternation, for in that brief interval of light she thought she saw the lid open, and a grisly head glare out hideously from beneath. Every hair seemed to grow sensitive, and every pore to be exquisitely endued with feeling. Her heart throbbed violently, and her brain grew dizzy. Another moonbeam irradiated the chamber. She was still gazing on the box, but whether the foregoing impression was merely hallucinatory, an illusion of the feverish and excited sense, she knew not, for the box was there, undisturbed, grim, silent, and mysterious as before. Yet she could not withdraw her eyes from it. There is a fascination in terror. She could hardly resist a horrible desire, or rather impulse, to leap forth, and hasten towards it. Her brow felt cold and clammy, her eyes grew dim, and as though motes of fire were rushing by, but ere she could summon help she fell back senseless on her pillow. Morning was far advanced ere she felt any returning recollection. At first a confused and dreamlike sensation came upon her. Looking widely round, her eyes rested on the box, and the whole interval came suddenly to her memory. She shuddered at the retrospect, but she was determined, whether it had been fancy or not, to keep the secret within her own breast, though more undetermined than ever to break open the fearful cause of her disturbance. Yet she durst not seek repose another night with such a companion. Her apprehensions were not easily allayed, however disposed she might be to treat them as trivial and unfounded. "Will you not open yonder package that came last night?" inquired Eleanor, as they were sitting down to breakfast. Maria shuddered, as though something loathsome had crossed her. She shook off the reptile thought, which had all the character of some crawling and offensive thing as it passed her bosom. "I have not, that is, I have not yet ordered it to be undone." "And why?" said Eleanor, now raising her soft blue eyes with an expression of wonder and curiosity on her cousin. "It did not use to be thus when there came one of these couriers from town. 'Tis not from Harry Downs, and I care not just now to have the trouble on tea, being jaded and out of spirits." "I will relieve you of the trouble presently, if you will permit me," said Eleanor, who was not without a secret hope, notwithstanding Maria's assertion, that it was a message of gladness from Harry, with the customary present for his sister, and perhaps a token of kindness for herself. "Stay," said Maria, laying her hand on Eleanor as she rose, whilst with a solemn and startling tone she cried, "Not yet." She sat down. Eleanor, pale and trembling, sat down too, but her cousin was silent, evidently unwilling to resume the topic. "Tomorrow," said she, when urged, but all further converse on the subject was suspended. Maria, as the day closed and the evening drew on apace, gave orders that the box should be removed into a vacant outbuilding until morning, when, she said, it might be opened in her presence, as it probably contained some articles that she expected, but of which she was not just then in need. "It's an ugly cumbersome thing," said Dick, as he lugged the wearisome box to its destination. "I wonder what for mistress done break it open. Hi-oh!" Here he put down his burden, giving it a lusty kick for sheer wantonness and malice. "What is tea sent here for, think Stou," said Betty the housemaid, who had followed Dick for a bit of gossip and a sort of incipient liking which had not yet issued on his part into any overt acts of courtship and declaration. It was nigh dark, the light that lovers choose, and Betty, having disposed herself to the best advantage, awaited the reply of Dick with becoming modesty. "How do I know the nature o' women's fancies? It would be far easier to know why there's a change o' wind or weather than the meaning o' their tricks and humours." "I know not what thee has to complain on," said Betty. "They behaven better to thee nor thou deserves." "Hoity, toity, mistress, dunna be cross, wench. Come, gee's a bussin', so, keep thy job and owl to thy sail," said the indignant Betty, when she had made sure of this favour. "Thy great leather paws are liker for Becky Pinnington's red neck nor mine," continued she, bridling up, and giving vent to some long-suppressed jealousy. "Lorgeous days, but thou's mighty quarrelsome and peevish. I ne'er touched Becky's neck, nor naught belonging to her." "Hush," said Betty, withdrawing herself from the approaches of her admirer. "Summat knocks." Dick hastened to the door, supposing that somebody was dodging them. "'Tis something, that box," said Betty, and they listened in the last extremity of terror. Again there was a low dull knock, which evidently came from the box, and the Moors were certain that the old one was inside. In great alarm they rushed forth, and at the kitchen chimney corner Dick and his companion were seen with blanched lips and staring eyes, almost speechless with affright. Next morning the story was bruited forth, with amendments and additions, according to the fancy of the speaker, so that, in the end, the first promulgers could hardly recognize their own. The grim-looking despatch was now the object of such terror that scarcely one of them durst go into the place where it stood. It was not long ere Maria Downs became acquainted with the circumstance, and she thought it was high time these imaginary terrors should be put an end to. She felt ashamed that she had given way to her own apprehensions on the subject, which doubtless were, in part, the occasion of the reports she heard, by the seeming mystery that was observed in her manner and conduct. She determined that the box should be opened forthwith. It was daylight, be it remembered, when this resolution was made, and consequently she felt sufficiently courageous to make the attempt. But there was not one amongst the domestics who durst accompany her on this bold errand, an attack, they conceived, on the very den of some evil spirit, who would inevitably rush forth and destroy them. Alone, therefore, and armed with the necessary implements, was she obliged to go forth to the adventure. The terrified menials saw her depart, and some felt certain she would never come back alive, others did not feel satisfied as to their own safety, should their mistress be the victim. All was terror and distress, pale and anxious faces huddled together, and every eye prying into his neighbour's for some ground of hope or confidence. Some thought they heard the strokes, dull, heavy blows, breaking through the awful stillness which they almost felt. These intimations ceased, and a full half-hour had intervened, an age of suspended horror, when, just as their apprehensions were on the point of leading them on to some desperate measures for relieving the suspense which was almost beyond endurance, to their great joy, their mistress returned, who, though appearing much agitated, spoke to them rather hastily, and with an attempt to smile at their alarm. "Yonder box," said she, passing by, "is like to shame your silly fears. Some waggoth sent ye a truss of straw, for a scrubbing wisp, maybe." But there was, in the hurried and unusual hilarity of her speech, something so forced and out of character, that it did not escape even the notice of her domestics. Some, however, went immediately to the place, and after much hesitation lifted up the lid, when lo! a bundle of straw was the reward of their curiosity. By degrees they began to rummage farther into the contents, but the whole interior was filled with this rare and curious commodity. They could hardly believe their eyes, and Dick, especially, shook his head, and looked as though he knew or suspected more than he durst tell, a common expedient with those whose mountain hath brought forth something very like the product of this gigantic mystery. Dick was the most dissatisfied with the result, feeling himself much chagrined at so unlooked-for a termination to his wonderful story, and he kept poking into and turning about the straw with great sullenness and pertinacity. His labours were not altogether without success. "Look! Here's other guess stuff than my lady's bed straw," said he, at the same time holding up a lock of it for the inspection of his companions. They looked, and there was evidently a clot of blood. This was a sufficient confirmation of their surmises, and Dick, though alarmed as well as the rest, felt his sagacity and adroitness wonderfully confirmed amongst his fellows. They retired, firmly convinced that some horrible mystery was attached thereto, which all their guessing could not find out. At night, as Dick was odding about, he felt fidgety and restless. He peeped forth at times towards the outhouse where the box was lying, and as he passed he could not refrain from casting a glance from the corner of his eye through the half-closed door. The bloody clot he had seen dwelt upon his imagination. It haunted him like a spectre. He went to bed before the usual hour, but could not sleep. He tossed and groaned, but the drowsy god would not be propitiated. The snoring of a servant in the next bed, too, proved anything but anodyne or oblivion to his cares. He could not sleep, do what he would. Having pinched his unfortunate companion till he was tired, but with no other success than a loud snort, and generally a louder snore than ever, in the end, Dick, rendered desperate, jumped out of bed, and walked, or rather staggered across the floor. He looked through the window. It was light, but the sky was overcast, though objects below might readily be distinguished. The outhouse where the box lay was in full view, and as he was looking out listlessly for a few minutes he saw a female figure bearing a light, who was gliding down stealthily, as he thought, in the yard below. She entered the building, and Dick could hardly breathe, he was so terrified. He watched until his eyes ached before she came out again, when he saw plainly it was his mistress. She bore something beneath her arm, and as Dick's curiosity was now sufficiently roused to overcome all fear of consequences, he stole quickly downstairs, and by a short route got sufficiently on her track to watch her proceedings unobserved. He followed into the garden. She paused, for the first time, under a huge sycamore tree in the fence, and laid down her burden. She drew something from beneath her cloak, and, as he thought, began to dig. When this operation was completed she hastily threw in the burden, and filled up the hole again, after which, with a rapid step, she came back to the house. Dick was completely bewildered. He hesitated whether or not to examine immediately into the nature of the deposit which his mistress seemed so desirous to conceal, but as he had no light, and his courage was not then screwed up to the attempt, he satisfied himself at present with observing the situation, intending to take some other opportunity to explore this hidden treasure. That his mistress's visit had some connection with the contents of the mysterious box was now certain, and whatever she had concealed was part of its contents, a conclusion equally inevitable, but that she should be so wishful to hide it was a problem not easy to be explained without examination. Was it money? The clotted blood forbade this surmise. A horrible suspicion crossed him, but it was too horrible for Dick to indulge. Wondering and guessing, he retraced his steps, and morning dawned on his still sleepless eyelids. Some weeks passed by, but he found none other opportunity for examination. Somebody or something was always in the way, and he seemed destined to remain ignorant of all that he was so anxious to ascertain. After the arrival of the box Maria Downes never mentioned her brother unless he was alluded to, and even then she waived the subject as soon as possible, whenever it happened to be incidentally mentioned. Eleanor saw there was an evident reluctance to converse on these matters, and, however she might feel grieved at the change, in the end she forbore inquiry. One morning her cousin entered the breakfast room, where Eleanor was awaiting her arrival. Her face was pale, almost deathly, and her lips livid and quivering. Her eyes were swollen, starting out, and distended with a wild and appalling expression. She beckoned Eleanor to follow. Silently she obeyed, but with a deadly and heart-sickening apprehension. Something fearful, as connected with the fate of her cousin Harry, was doubtless the cause of this unusual proceeding. Maria led the way up the staircase, and on coming to the landing, she pointed to a square opening in the wall, like unto the loophole of a turret stair. Here she saw something dark obstructing the free passage of the light, which, on a closer examination, presented the frightful outline of a human skull. Part of the flesh and hairy scalp were visible, but the whole was one dark and disgusting mass of deformity. She started back, with a look of inquiry, towards her cousin. Hideous surmises crowded upon her while she beheld the features of Maria Downs convulsed with some untold agony. "Oh, speak, speak to me," cried Eleanor, and she threw her arms about her cousin's neck, sobbing aloud in the full burst of her emotion. Maria wept too. The rising of the gush relieved her, and she spoke. Every word went as with a burning arrow to Eleanor's heart. "I have hidden it until now, but Heaven has ordained it. His offense was rank, most foul, and his disgrace, a brother's disgrace, hangs on me. That skull is Harry's. Believe it as thou wilt, but the truth is no less true. The box, sent by some unknown hand, I opened alone, when I beheld the ghastly, gory features of him who was once our pride, and ought to have been our protection. My courage seemed to rise with the occasion. I concealed it with all speed until another opportunity, when I buried this terrible memorial, forever, as I hoped, from the gaze and knowledge of the world. I thought to hide this foul stain upon our house, to conceal it, if possible, from every eye, but the grave gives back her dead. The charnel gapes. That ghastly head hath burst its cold tabernacle, and risen from the dust, without hands, unto its former gazing place. Thou knowest, Eleanor, with what delight, when a child, he was accustomed to climb up to that little eyelet hole, gazing out thereat for hours, and playing many odd and fantastic tricks through this loophole of observation. Eleanor could not speak, she stood the image of unutterable despair. In that dreadful package, continued Maria, this writing was sent, thy brother has at length paid the forfeit of his crimes. The wages of sin is death, and his head is before thee. Heaven hath avenged the innocent blood he hath shed. Last night, in the lusty vigour of a drunken debauch, passing over London Bridge, he encounters another brawl, wherein, having run at the watchman with his rapier, one blow of the bill which they carry severed thy brother's head from his trunk. The latter was cast over the parapet into the river. The head only remained, which an eyewitness, if not a friend, hath sent to thee. Eleanor fell senseless to the ground, whence her cousin conveyed her to the bed from which she never rose. The skull was removed, secretly at first, by Maria herself, but invariably it returned. No human power could drive it thence. It had been riven in pieces, burnt, and otherwise destroyed, but ever on the subsequent day it is seen filling its wonted place. Yet was it always observed that sore vengeance lighted on its persecutors. One who hacked it in pieces was seized with such horrible torments in his limbs that it seemed as though he might be undergoing the same process. Sometimes, if only displaced, a fearful storm would arise, so loud and terrible, that the very elements themselves seemed to become the ministers of its wrath. Nor would this wilful piece of mortality allow of the little aperture being walled up, for it remains there still, whitened and bleached by the weather, looking forth from those rayless sockets upon the scenes which when living they had once beheld. Maria Downs was the only survivor of the family. Her brother's death and deplorable end so preyed on her spirits that she rejected all offers of marriage. The estate passed into other hands, and another name owns the inheritance. Rivington Pike, or, the spectre horseman, you a man, and a bold one, that dare look on that which might appall the devil. Shakespeare. This beacon stands on a conical hill, at an elevation of 1,545 feet from the level of the sea. An immense pile of wood was raised here when the alarm of the French invasion prevailed, at the beginning of the present century. Rivington Hall was for many ages the seat of one of the Pilkingtons, of which family Fuller says, the Pilkingtons were gentlemen of repute in this shire before the conquest, and the chief of them, then sought for after espousing the cause of Harold, was fain to disguise himself as a mower, in allusion to which the man and side was taken as their crest. James Pilkington, a descendant, and master of St. John's, Cambridge, was one of the 6 divines appointed to correct the Book of Common Prayer, for which and other services he was in 1560 created Bishop of Durham. After the suppression of the Great Northern Rebellion in 1569, headed by the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, he claimed the lands and goods of the rebels attainted in his bishopric. In support of this claim he brought an action against the Queen for a recovery of the forfeited estates, and though his royal mistress was accustomed to speak of unfrocking bishops, the Reverend Divine prosecuted his suit with so much vigour and success that nothing but the interposition of Parliament prevented the defendant from being beaten in her own courts. The present erection, the scene of our story, was built in the year 1732, by Mr. Andrews, the owner of Rivington Hall, whose family have for many generations, with, perhaps, one interruption only, had it in possession. The evening was still and sultry. The clear and glowing daylight was gone, exchanged for the dull, hazy, and depressing atmosphere of a summer's night. The cricket chirped in the walls, and the beetle hummed his drowsy song, wheeling his lumbering and lazy flight over the shorn meadows. It was about harvest time, the latter end of August. The moors were clothed in their annual suit of gay and thickly clustered blossoms, but their bloom and freshness was now faded. Here and there a sad foretokening of dingy brown pervaded the once glowing brilliancy of their dye, like a suit of tarnished finery on some withering and dilapidated bow. A party of sportsmen had that day taken an unusually wide range upon the moors, stretching out in wild and desolate grandeur through the very centre of the county, near the foot of which stands the populous neighbourhood of Bolton-le-Moors. Rivington Pike, an irregularly conical hill rising like a huge watchtower from these giant masses of irreclaimable waste, is a conspicuous and well-known object, crowned by a stone edifice for the convenience of rest and shelter to those whom curiosity urges to the fatigue and peril of the ascent. The view from this elevated spot, should the day be favourable, certainly repays the adventurer, but not unfrequently an envious mist or a passing shower will render these efforts unavailing, to scan the wide creation, or rather but a circlet of that creation, from an insignificant hillock, scarcely an atom in the heap of created matter, that is itself but as a grain of dust in the vast space through which it rolls. But to our tale, or rather, it may be, to our task, for the author is now sitting in his study, with the twilight of as dull, hazy, and oppressive an atmosphere about him as beset our adventurous sportsmen at the close of their campaign, innovating and almost paralyzing thought, the veriest foe of soaring fantasy which the mere accident of weather will prevent from rising into the region where she can reign without control, her prerogative unquestioned and unlimited. The party to whom we have just referred consisted of 3 individuals, with their servants, biped and quadruped, from whom their masters derived the requisite assistance during their useful and arduous exploits, the results being conspicuous in the death of some dozen or 2 of silly grouse or red game, with which these hills are tolerably well supplied during the season. But alas! We are not sportsmen ourselves, and bitterly do we lament that we are unable to describe the desperate conflict, and the mighty issues of that memorable day, the hopes, fears, and fire escapes of the whole party, the consumption of powder, and the waste of flint, or the comparative merits of Mole and Rover, we shall not attempt to set forth in our veritable prose, lest we draw down the wrath of some disappointed fowler upon us for meddling with matters about which we are so lamentably ignorant, and we are afraid to say, in some measure, wilfully deficient. To the spoils, when obtained, it may be that we are less indifferent, and we hail, with favourable reminiscences and anticipations, the return of another 12th of August, an era which we would earnestly and affectionately beseech our friends to remember likewise, for purposes too interesting in the history of our domestic arrangements to allow them willingly to forget. But the August in which our narrative opens was many years ago, though not precisely in the olden time, when the belief in old-world fancies and delights was not in danger of being blazed out by diffusions of useful knowledge, which useful knowledge consists in dissipating some of our most pleasant dreams, our fondest and most cherished remembrances. We are afraid a writer of traditions must be looked upon with inconceivable scorn by those worthies whose aim is to throw open the portals of truth to the multitude, or, as the phrase goes, she is to be made plain to the meanest capacity. For our own parts, we were never enamoured with that same despotic, hard-favoured, cross-grained goddess, Truth. She commendeth not, to our fancy, nor in reality is she half so worthy of their homage as her ardent and enthusiastic worshippers imagine. We are more than ever inclined to believe that imagination is the great source of our pleasures, and in consequence we look not with an eye of favour on those who would persuade us that our little hoard of enjoyment is counterfeit, not being the sterling coin of sovereign and immutable truth. Little did we imagine or anticipate that we should be so deviously betrayed from our subject. We never had the temerity to speak of ourselves before. Thoughts, wishes, and opinions were studiously concealed, and if we have been led unwarily and unintentionally from the subject in this our concluding effort, that very circumstance alone is a sufficient warranty against a repetition of the offence. The day was fast closing when the party had surmounted the last hill on their return to the valley. For the sake of proximity, they had spent the previous night in a little wayside tavern at the foot of the descent, and they now looked down towards the place of their destination, still some weary miles distant, their prospect partly interrupted by the huge hill called the Pike, of which we have before spoken. From the elevation whereon they now stood the ascent was but short to the summit of the beacon, though somewhat abrupt and difficult of access. When they had gained the ridge overlooking the valley, with a flat and fertile tract of low land stretching out into the dark and apparently interminable vista towards the coast, the elder of the sportsmen exclaimed, "Now, Mortimer, mayhap you have never seen a storm in our wilds, but, if my judgment err not, this happy event is in a very auspicious train for accomplishment." The speaker looked towards the south, where the grim clouds were already accumulated, evidently pouring out a copious blessing in their progress. From the direction of the wind they too were threatened with a speedy participation. "These summer storms always make for the hills," continued he, "and, looking yonder, I apprehend that we are precisely in the very line of its path." "I do like to watch the gathering of a storm, Pilkington," replied Mortimer. "Surely the outpouring vials of its wrath must be terrifically sublime in these regions. I would not miss so glorious a sight for the world. In a snug shelter maybe at our hostelry below, with a mug of the right barleyberry buzzing at our elbow, oat cake and cheese conformable thereto. Nay, here, with the sky opening above our heads, and the broad earth reeking and weltering under the wide grasp of the tempest. See how the crooked lightning darts between the coiled clouds, like a swift messenger from yon dark treasure-house of wrath." This was said by a third individual, named Norton, a young man who lived in the neighborhood, a friend and former schoolfellow of the preceding speakers, only one of whom, Mortimer, resided in a distant county, and was on a visit with Norton for the first time. "Like a train of gunpowder, perhaps, thou meanest, Norton," said the less enthusiastic Pilkington, whose residence, too, was but a few miles distant, "and, furthermore, I warn ye all, that unless we can house, and that right speedily, we shall have the storm about our heads, and maybe lose our way if the mist comes on, or get soused over head and ears in some bog trap. We'll climb yonder hill, Norton, whence we may survey the broil and commotion from our watchtower in the skies, under a tidy roof and a dry skin. Thou mayest tarry here an thou wilt, and offer thyself a sacrifice on these altars of Jupiter Pluvius." The whole party, dogs, helps, and servants, were soon sheltered in the little square tower upon the summit, and the predictions of the elder and more experienced of them were soon verified. Almost on the entrance of the last of the group came down the deluge in one broad sheet, an even downpour, so loud and terrible, accompanied by a burst of hail, that they were threatened with an immediate invasion of their citadel through several crevices in both roof and windows. A peal of thunder, loud, long, and appalling, shook their shelter to its base. The very foundations of the hill seemed to rock with the concussion. Their lofty tabernacle hung suspended in the very bosom of the clouds, big with their forky terrors. The lightning began to hiss and quiver, and the sky to open its wide jaws above them, as though to devour its prey. The roar and rattle of the wind and hail, mingled with the crash and roll of the contending elements, made the stoutest of them tremble, and silenced several loud tongues that were generally the foremost in jest and banter. "Well, Norton," said Pilkington, "I reckon you are not in the mind to try a berth abroad in this rude atmosphere during such an angry and merciless disposition of your deity. 'Tis a melee, I imagine, to your heart's content." "Norton is hearkening to these rude tongues that do speak so lustily," said Mortimer. "He can, peradventure, interpret their mystic voice." Norton was in the attitude of intense and earnest expectation or inquiry, his head slightly turned and depressed on one side, the opposite ear raised, so as to catch the most distinct impressions of sound. His eyes might have been listening too, yet his vision was absorbed, and apparently withdrawn from surrounding objects. He was standing near the window, and the workings of his countenance betrayed a strange and marvelous expression of wonder and anxiety. It grew still darker, and the rain came down in torrents. The thundercloud, as though attracted by the height of their situation, kept hovering over the hill, and often seemed to coil round, and wrap them in its terrific bosom. Night, they knew, was about setting in, but they were still unable to issue forth without imminent danger. The thick cloud by which they were enveloped would have rendered it a hazardous attempt to proceed under any circumstances. "We are in excellent condition for a night's lodging in our good fortalice," said Pilkington. it hath stood many a close siege from the elements, and will abide a stouter brush before it yields. But surely the storm is too violent to continue. I hope we may venture out ere it be long, said Mortimer, anxiously. Maybe the clouds will either be driven off or disperse. Should a breeze spring up from the west, which is not unusual after such a turbulent condition of the atmosphere, it will clear us rapidly from these lumbering masses of almost impregnable vapor. I think Norton is still in close communion with the elements. I can yet see his outline by the window. I thought the last flash lighted on his visage as though it would tarry there a while ere it departed. The servants were huddled in a corner by the door, sitting on the ground, with the dogs between their legs, the timid animals, terrified exceedingly at every thunder peal, and shivering, as though from cold and distress. Suddenly one of them began to growl, and a short, sharp bark from another, with eyes and ears turned towards the entrance, seemed to announce the approach of an intruder. The brutes now stuffed their officious noses in the crevice beneath the door, but immediately withdrew them, evidently in great terror, as they slunk back, trembling and dismayed, to the opposite side of the chamber, where they crouched, as if to screen themselves from correction. "What ails the cowards?" exclaimed Norton, who had apparently observed their proceedings by the scanty light that was yet left. "They are witched, I think," said one of the men, "or they've seen, or haply smelt, a boggart. 'Tis our soon for such like gear, they stir not abroad before the bats and owls be gone to bed," said another. "Eh? Your common everyday sort o' breeing garena show their bits o' wizen cheeks by daylight, but there be some that will abroad at all hours, without fear o' being laid by the parson. Though a spectre horseman, I think they see him. I've heard my granum tell as how it feared neither sunshine nor shade," but here the speaker's voice failed him, every eye and ear being turned towards the entrance. There seemed to come a sound from without, as though a horse were urged to the utmost of its speed, his clattering hoofs driven to the very threshold, and there he paused, awaiting some communication from those within. "Naught living or breathing," cried Mortimer, "could come that bent. Perched as we are on this tall steep summit, 'tis not possible for—" "Hush," said Norton. "I verily think 'tis some adventure which I must achieve. What if I should turn giant killer, this invisible steed being sent for mine especial use, whereon I may ride, like Amadis or Sir Lancelot, or any other knight or knave o' the pack, delivering damsels, slaying dragons and old wicked magicians, by virtue of this good right arm alone." "Thou art a strange enthusiast, Norton," said Pilkington. "Thy love of the marvellous will sooner or later thrust thee into some ridiculous or perilous scrape, from which not all thy boasted prowess can deliver thee unshent." "Hark," said one of the servants in a whisper. "Is not that a knock?" The loud uproar of the elements had suddenly abated, and the sound, from whatever source it might arise, was distinctly audible to the whole group. A dull hollow blow seemed to vibrate round the walls, as if they had been struck with some heavy instrument. They seemed to breathe the very atmosphere of terror. A strange feeling, portentous and unaccountable, pervaded every bosom. The quadrupeds too crept behind their masters for protection. Fear, like other strong and unreasonable impulses, rapidly becomes infectious. In all likelihood, the mere mention of the spectre horseman, together with their novel and somewhat dangerous situation, had disposed their minds for the reception of any stray marvels, however ridiculous or improbable. Yet this impression could not extend to the trembling brutes, evidently under the influence of alarm, and from a similar source. Another blow was heard, louder than before. Those who were nearest crept farther from the entrance, but Norton, as though bent on some wild exploit, approached the door. He raised the latch, and, as it swung slowly back, most of the party beheld a figure on horseback, motionless before the opening. From the height they occupied, this mysterious visitor was depicted in a clear bold outline against a mass of red angry-looking clouds, towards the southeast, on the edge of which hung the broad disk of the moon breaking through Alps of clouds, her calm sweet glance fast dissipating the wrath that yet lowered on the brow of heaven. The intruder wore a dark-coloured vestment, a low-crowned hat surmounted his figure. His steed was black and heavily built. Probably, from the position whence he was seen, both horse and rider looked almost gigantic. Not a word was spoken. The stranger stood apparently immovable, like some huge equestrian statue, in the dim and mystic twilight. Norton's two friends were evidently astonished and alarmed, but he scarcely evinced any surprise, some superior and unknown source of excitement overpowered the fear he might otherwise have felt. Silence continued for a few moments, the strange figure remaining perfectly still. Pilkington approached nearer to his friend, who was yet standing near the threshold, gazing intently on the vision before him. He whispered a few words over Norton's shoulder. "Knowest thou this stranger, Norton?" "Yes," he replied with great earnestness and solemnity, "years have gone by since I saw him." "Thou never knewest mine uncle, but that is he, or one sense of turned traitor to the rest. This very night, 12 years ago, it was just before I left home for school." His voice now became inaudible to his friend, who observed him, after a gaze of inquiry on the stranger, suddenly disappear through the opening. The door was immediately closed by a loud and violent gust. Flying open again with the rebound, the figure of Norton was seen rapidly descending the hill towards the southeast, preceded by the mysterious horseman. The light was too feeble for enabling them to ascertain the course they took, but it seemed probable that Norton was away over the hills with the unknown messenger. Their first impulse was to follow, but the impossibility of overtaking the fugitives, and the near approach of night, would have rendered it a vain and probably a perilous attempt. Looking anxiously down the dark ravine where Norton had so strangely disappeared, Pilkington was startled by a voice from behind. Turning, he saw it was the man who had previously dropped those mysterious hints about the spectre horseman, which now vividly recurred to his memory and imagination. "Master," said this personage, respectfully touching his cap, "you had better not follow." "Follow," said Pilkington, as though bewildered, and the words were but the echo of his thoughts. "Follow, I cannot, yet why should we not make the attempt? Step in, if you please, sir. I should not like to speak of it here." He said this hurriedly, in a tone of deep anxiety and apprehension, looking wistfully around and over the dark hills, fearful, apparently, that others were listening. Pilkington obeyed, but with reluctance. The door was cautiously latched, and to prevent the wind, which now began to rise in louder gusts, from bursting this crazy barrier, a heavy stone was laid to the threshold. "It is, let me see," said Martin, counting the laps upon his fingers, 8, 10, 11, 'tis 12 years ago, on this very night, St. Bartholomew's Eve, my father, a hale old man at that time of day, somewhat given, though, to hunting and fowling a bit o' moonlights, and a fine penny he made on tea, for many a week, selling the birds at Manchester. Well, as I was saying, one evening before dusk, the sun had but just cooled his chin in the water away yonder, he trudged off the dogs, Crab and Pincher, two as cunning brutes as ever ran afore a tail. They might ha' known the errand they were going on, sneaking about such hangdog looks, which they always took care to put on when old man began to get ready for a night's foraging. They would follow at his heels, almost on their bellies, for fear o' being seen by the squire's men, but when fairly a start for the game, they could show as much breeding as the best trained pointer at the parish. I am getting sadly wide o' my story, your honour, but I used to like the cubs dearly, and many a time I have played with them when I wasn't a bit bigger than themselves. They came to a sad end, sir, like most other rogues and thieves besides, but we are not getting an inch nearer the end of the story all this time, said Pilkington. True, your honour, but I'll piece to it presently. I was a great lubberly lad, I know, and tended the cattle then upon the moors. Well, on this same night, as I was saying, my mother and the rest were gone to bed, my father was upon the hills, and I was watching at home, thinking maybe of the next Michaelmas fair, and many a fine bit of fun thereby. The fire was gone out, but I had lighted a scrap of candle, which sweled sadly down, I remember, in the socket. Well, just as I was getting sleepy I heard a scratch, and then a whine at the door. What's to do now, thinks I, that the dogs are here again so soon, and, without more ado, I lifted the latch, when, sure enough, it was them, dirty draggled beasts, they might ha' been possid through a slutch pit. Where's yer master, says I, the things took no heed to me, but began licking themselves, tidying their nasty carcasses, till the house verily reeked again. So, friends, says I, if ye re for that gate, you may as well take a turn I the yard, and without more ado, I bundled them off, with a sound kick into the bargain. Well, you see, I hearkened till my ears cracked for my father's foot, but I heard naught except the crickets, and the little brook that runs behind the house, for everything was so still I could have heard a mouse stir. I opened the door, and looked out, I think, into as clear and mellow a night as ever gazed down from the sky upon our quiet hills. Then I went to the gate, and looked up the road which takes you into the little glen by a short path, away up to the high meadows, but I could neither see him, nor hear any likelihood of his coming. I could told his footstep amongst 1,000, and his cough, too, for that matter. I felt myself growing all of a shake, and the very hairs seemed crawling over my head. A pea might have knocked me down, and, for the life of me, I durst not venture farther. It was something so strange that the dogs should come back without their master. I was sure some mischief had happened to him. All at once it jumped into my head that he had stuck fast in some of these bogs or mosses, and the rascal curs had left him there instead of their own pitiful carcasses. But that my father should be so forthoughten as to let himself be nabbed in one of these bog traps I could hardly believe. Yet the dogs, there was the mischief, and the lurching ne'er-do wheels coming back in such dismal pickle. I went back to the house, for I durst not stay abroad, and yet, when I was indoors, I could not bide there neither, so I walked up and down the house flags, like as I were dazed. I durst not go to bed, so there I was, and for a couple of hours too, in a roaring pickle, that I would not be steeped in again for the moorgates between here and Chorley. Go on, we've no loitering time now, said Pilkington. Thy story sticks fast, I fear, like thy father I the bog. Why, I was but rinsing the evil thoughts out of my mind, as it were, for they come about me like a honey swarm at the thoughts on tea, and I don't just like their company at present. It minds me o' the time when this plaguey chance befell my father. He did not tarry away for good and all, I reckon. You shall hear, sir, if you but gie me a taste o' the flask, for I feel just like to go into a swoon, or some tantrum or another. Martin took a strong pull at the bottle, and, thus refreshed, he resumed his story. Well, you see as how I waited, and my mind was like as it might been set on a pismire hillock. I wore so uneasy. The dogs, too, began to howl pitifully at the door, so I let the poor things in for a bit o' company. I had not wakened mother, for I kept thinking I'd wait a while longer, as I never in all my life liked to bring bad news. Well, it might be about 2 or 3 hours I went on at that gate, and just as I was pondering as to whether I should go upstairs or not, I heard something come with a quick step through the gate and up the flags to the door. It was not like father's foot, neither, it was so terrible sharp and hasty. I felt as if I'd been strucken of a heap. My knees shook and dithered as if I'd had the ague. Up goes the latch, for I could not stir, I was holden fast to the floor. The door bangs open in a fearful hurry, and in comes my father, as though a legion had been at his heels. He looked pale, and almost fled out of his wits, so I made sure he had seen the bogle that my granum used to frighten us with. Father, father, says I, as soon as I could speak, what's happened? Ye seen it? He did not say a word, but sat down in the big rocking chair by T. Hobend, when he tilted his head back, and began swinging backward and forward, moaning all the while as if he were in great trouble. I looked at him, as well as I could, for I had lighted a whole candle a while before. I sat down, too, and not another word could I say. But, my conscience! What a racket the dogs made when they saw him! They jumped, and frisked, and almost cried for joy, as though they had gin him up for lost, and were desperately fain, poor things, at his return. The first word he spoke was to these dummies, for they whined, wriggled, and wagged their tails, and licked his fingers, enough to have drawn words from a stone. Ye sneaking rascals, said he, ye left me your tails down low enough, and as fast as your legs could lilt ye off, when I was forefoughten here he looked round, with a face so dismal and disturbed that I verily think I should not forget it if I were at my last shrift. Taking this opportunity, as I may say, I ventured a word or so. The old man gave me another of those terrible looks before he spoke. Me, said he, my days are but few now, I reckon. I've seen that. He stopped and looked round again, then he said, almost in a whisper, I've seen him, Martin. I thought so, says I, I've seen the old one, I believe, says he, and that's more nor I'll like to do again, or the either. We've done our night work now, and the dogs may just go where they can get an honest bellyful. You may be sure I was sadly feared. I durst not ask him how it happened that he should have snapped upon old Sootypaws, but in a while he saved me the spearing, and, as well as I can think, this was the account of his misadventure. I was going up by the pike, said he, and a brave shower of moonlight there was weltering on the side of the hill, when, just as I got behind it there in the shadow, I thought I saw something big and black standing among a little clump of gorses afore me. I felt started somehow, but I rubbed my forehead and eyes, and looked again. It did not shift, so I thought I might as well make the best of the matter, and went forward without altering my speed. Well, what should I see when I got nearer, but a great spanking black horse, and a littleish man upon it, who seemed just waiting till I came up. I stood still when I got within a yard or two, expecting he would speak first, for I thought as how it might be some poor body belike that had lost his way in crossing the moors. But he did not say a word, which I thought mighty uncouth and uncivil. So making my best speech for the once, though fearful it was some fellow watching to waylay me, I asked him civilly how he did, and so on. Then I asked if he were in want of a guide over the hills any way. The thing here set up a great rollicking, hoarse laugh, that frightened my father worse than anything he said, but he durst not turn back for fear he might follow, and happened to catch him as he ran, so he stood still, dithering like a top all the while. "Canst show me the road to the two lads, 76?" he asked, as soon as he had gotten his laugh out. "That can I," says my father, "as well as anybody in the parish." "On with thee, then," says the devilkin, "and don't mind picking your way, friend, for my horse can tread a bog without wetting a hair of his foot." My father walked on, but the dogs kept a wary eye towards the stranger, he thought, and hung their tails, and slunk behind, like as they were mightily afeard on him. But it wasn't long afore my father began to wonder within himself what this unlikely thing could want there at the two lads, which, as you know, is scarcely 2 miles off yonder, and on the highest and ugliest part of the whole commoning, a place, too, which is always said to have a bad name sticking to it. He durst not ask him his business though, and they went on without speaking, until the two lads were just peeping out before them into the clear soft moonlight. "There they are," said my father, "and now I'll bid you on a good night." "Stay," said his companion, "I may want you a little while yet, so budge on, if you please." Somehow my father felt as though he durst not refuse, and however loath to such company, he trudged away till they came together to the spot. "Now," says the little gentleman, "lift up that big heap of stones there, and I'll tell you what to do with them." "Sir," says my father, "you are in jest, belike." "Not a bit of it," replied the other, "see, 'tis easy as flying." That he leaps off his horse, and at one stroke of his switch, up they went, jump, 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 like a batch of crows from a cornfield. The dogs set up a fearful howl, and, without once turning to see what was behind them, set off helter-skelter through bog and bush for the nearest, and left my father to himself with the foul fiend. All at once it popped into his head the tales he had once heard about the spectre horseman, that was said to ramble about these hills, sometimes in the air, sometimes on the ground, like the dark clouds and their shadows upon the soft grass, without ever a footprint. My poor father could have wished the ground to gape and swallow him, he said, he was so frightened. Where the stones had been there was a great hole gaping, like one of the mouths of the bottomless pit, and try how he would, he could not turn away his eyes from it. "That's the place," said this fearful thing, but my father was ready to cower down with terror. He could not speak, but he thought he saw a great long black arm thrust out of the hole. "Take what he gives thee," says Blackface, "and make haste." But he might as well have spoken to the winds and gorses, for the chance of being obeyed. "Take it," said this ill-tongued limb of old Harry, in a voice like thunder. But my father could not stir, and then there were shrieks, yells, and moans, and such noises as he had never heard. The creature looked angry, and full of venom as a toad. "I shall miss my time," said he, and with that he began to listen, for there came the sound of footsteps on the dark heather, and then the ugly thing did laugh for very gladness. "Go, fool," he cried, "here comes one better than thee," and with that he lent my father a kick that might have sent him across the valley, at a moderate calculation, had he not remembered an old witch charm which he mumbled as he fell. How long he lay there, and what happened the while, he did not know, but when he awoke, he saw the heap was in its place again, the moon looking down bright and beautiful as ever, as if she thought nothing particular had taken place. He could hardly persuade himself that he had not dreamed an ugly dream, until he remembered the spot, and how he had been enticed, or rather forced there against his will. You may be sure he made the best of his way home again, where he came in the condition I have just told you. Not many days after we heard that a gentleman of no mean condition, that lived not many miles off, I have forgotten his name, and who was supposed to be crossing the hills on that very night, was lost. He never appeared afterwards. It was generally thought he was swallowed up in some bog, but my father always believed that he had fallen into the clutches of that evil one, from whom he himself had escaped, but with the skin of his teeth. From that time to his dying day was he never known to ramble on the moors again. An altered man he became, sure enough, and our big Bible, with the pictures in it, was brushed fro the dust. He might be seen with the book upon his knee at the doorstone on a summer's night, and the third bench from the squire's pew at Blackrod Church never missed a tenant till my father was laid quietly down in the churchyard. During this recital there had been a close and almost breathless attention. As he concluded, a buzz of agitation pervaded the group. Not a word was spoken for a little while until Pilkington exclaimed, slowly passing one hand over his brow, "A marvellous delivery, which I might have been disposed to treat like other marvels, had not our own senses in some measure left with us a show of truth, or probability at least, about the adventure, which, for my own part, I find it difficult to throw off. Exaggerated and full of improbabilities, I admit, yet the story hath some substratum of truth, no doubt by which it is supported. What it is, would be difficult to ascertain, but the mystery or misapprehension, whatever it be, shall be cleared up, and that speedily." "Doubtless," said Mortimer, "but first let us return to our lodging. Marvels, being in the inverse ratio to truth, always appear greatest at a distance, and when the explanation comes, we may perhaps smile at our present embarrassment. The riddle is easy when solved." "True, but how is that to be accomplished? Let us return to our quarters, we may perhaps find that our companion has arrived there before us." Pilkington shook his head incredulously. Indeed, the whole affair had made a much greater impression upon him than he was willing to allow, even to himself. The moon lighted them on their path as they took the nearest route to their temporary sojourn. Many a cautious glance was cast behind, and many a dark stone or bush, many a grotesque shadow, assumed the form they feared to encounter. They arrived at their dwelling without molestation, but Norton was not there. "Here is foul play somewhere," said Mortimer thoughtfully. "Think you, Pilkington, that we could find out our way in this quiet moonshine to that same 2 lads which Martin pointed out? I fancy the louts we have about us durst not venture thither. Indeed, I think it may be prudent to go unattended on several accounts." "That is my opinion," said Pilkington, "and as for poking out the way, I can do that readily. I cannot rest without making the attempt, at any rate. Let us not create any alarm, but steal quietly off when we have refreshed ourselves," said Mortimer. "We need not tell them of our intent." "It were best," replied Pilkington, "that we give these knaves a caution first that they bruit not forth the adventure at present, or until we have more exact information as to the nature of the proceedings it may be needful to adopt." It was not long ere they commenced their journey, traversing the hill path in the requisite direction. By day, the pillars are easily seen from some parts of the valley below, and Pilkington had frequently passed them in crossing the moors. A pretty accurate notion of their bearing was thus formed from the point whence they started. The greater part of the way was trodden in silence. The rivulets were swollen with the heavy rains, and great care was necessary to attain their object in safety. The path was not devoid of danger at any time, by reason of the spongy and uncertain nature of the bogs, accumulated masses of spumous unhealthy vegetation, showing patches of bright green verdure, holding water often to an unknown depth, and sometimes proving fatal to those who dare to venture upon this deceitful and perilous surface. By using great caution, and carefully ascertaining the nature of the ground before them, they passed on, without further inconvenience than that of wading through bogs and ditches, climbing stone walls and embankments, aided by the uninterrupted light of a blazing harvest moon. They had now accomplished the most fatiguing part of the ascent, the dark heathery crown of the mountain, whereon the moonbeams lay so beautiful, as though nature were one vast region of universal silence, forever unbroken and undisturbed. It was like gazing on a statue. There was the semblance of life, but all was silent and motionless, the very stillness startling like a spectre. Soon they had passed through the creaking heather bushes on the summit, when they saw 2 rude pillars peeping up from the dark line of the horizon before them. A sensation, not unallied to fear, passed with a sudden thrill across the deep, unseen sources of feeling, the sealed fountains of the spirit. They felt as though entering on mysterious or forbidden ground. The hour, the circumstances which led to their present situation, their companion's recent and unaccountable disappearance, and the prevalent superstitions connected with this solitary spot, all contributed to their present alarms with a force and poignancy unusual, and even appalling. They almost expected the spectre horseman to rush by, or to rise up suddenly before them, and forbid their further progress into his domains. I am not prone to pay much heed either to marvels or superstitions, and yet, said Mortimer, again pausing after a long silence. Why, said Pilkington, the very air feels rank with mystery. Whatever may be the cause, I never felt more at the mood for an hour of devotion in my life. We may both have need for the exercise ere we depart hence, or my thoughts misgive me, replied Mortimer. It may be the mystery connected with our expedition which operates in its own nature upon the mind, said Pilkington. I feel, as it were, every faculty impressed with some fearful and indissoluble spell. An atmosphere, impervious, and almost impalpable, seems to oppress the spirit. Surely we are on the trail of some demon, and his subtle influence is about us. Ah, said Mortimer, starting aside with a shudder, as though a serpent stung him. Heardest thou aught, Mortimer? I thought there was a rushing past my ear. I heard it too, replied Pilkington, in a low and agitated tone, but I heard more, Mortimer. A voice, methought, distinct as thine own, swept by, go not, was faintly uttered. I am sure I heard the words. This place affects me strangely, said Mortimer, but I will not go back, though the very jaws of the pit were to interpose. Suddenly a mist gathered about them, not an unusual circumstance in these mountain regions, but a sufficiently portentous one to fasten strongly upon their imaginations, already predisposed to invest every appearance, however trivial, or according to the common course of events, with supernatural terrors. A gust of wind soon curled the vapor into clouds, which swept rapidly on, sometimes with the moonlight through their shattered rifts, then dark and impervious, shutting out the whole hemisphere, and wrapping them as with a cloak. Still they kept on their way, slowly, but in the direction, as near as they could ascertain, towards the place where they hoped to find some clue to their search. They felt convinced, though neither of them could state the nature of their convictions, that the mystery would here terminate. The wind came on now in heavier and more continuous gusts, like the distant rumble of the ocean. They fancied other sounds were audible in the blast, yells and howlings that seemed to approach nearer with every successive impulse. A sound, like the rush of wings, brushed past them, and, instinctively, they grasped each other by the arm. A moan was distinctly heard, then another, louder and more terrible. A cry of agony succeeded, then a shriek, so loud and appalling that a cry of horror involuntarily burst from their lips. Save us, Father of mercy! It was the cry of faith, a look fixed upon him, who is not slow to hear, nor impotent to save. The cloud rolled suddenly away, unfolding, as though for the disclosure of some mighty pageant. They saw before them, and within a very few paces, the dark, heavy pillars, looking more black and hideous in the garish light by which they were seen. A cloud or mist seemed to have rolled, as suddenly, from their mental vision, a weight was removed from their apprehensions. They felt as though scarcely acting, previously, as free agents, but impelled by some unseen power, to which every faculty and every thought was in thraldom. Beside one of the heaps lay a figure, prostrate and motionless. It was the death-like form of Norton. He was, to all appearance, lifeless, with hands clenched, and his whole attitude betokening some recently desperate and painful struggle. They tried to arouse him, and a cordial with which they moistened his lips produced some slight symptoms of returning consciousness, but the spark disappeared with the breath that fanned it. The safest plan was evidently to attempt his removal. With as little delay as possible they bore him gently between them, and as the first streak of daylight was dawning over the hills, they had the satisfaction to see him safely disposed of in their little hostelry, whither a surgeon was speedily summoned from the adjacent village. He was yet insensible, but life was not extinct, the medical attendant pronouncing him in great jeopardy, from some violent struggle and exertion, both of body and mind. Rest, and the most careful attention, were absolutely necessary, lest, with returning consciousness, reason should be disturbed, and the mind remain bewildered from the agitation previously undergone. For several weeks this unfortunate victim, as they supposed, to his own vague and supernatural terrors, lay without showing the slightest symptom of recognition. Groans and incoherent murmurs, after long intervals of silence, proclaimed that life was yet lingering on the threshold of the tabernacle, unwilling for her flight. A cry of terror would sometimes break forth, and his whole frame become violently convulsed, while he seemed to exhaust himself in struggles to escape. We will not prolong the recital, nor is it needful to relate how the first light glimpse broke through the clouds that had so long veiled his spirit. Fearful were the first awakenings of the soul. Like the last dread summons, it was not an awakening from oblivion. Every faculty wore the dark impress of terror, though he remained apparently unconscious of the interval that had passed. Pilkington and his friend were unremitting in their attentions. The issue was long doubtful, but in the end he recovered from the dread hallucination under which he labored. With restored health, he disclosed, to them only, the events which had occurred in the brief interval of their separation. "I think I before told you," said he, reluctantly commencing the narrative, "that the figure who appeared so mysteriously at the door of our temporary shelter on the hill wore the very image of my uncle, whom you never knew, Pilkington. You may conceive that my surprise was excessive, though I cannot say that I felt so, but it will, in some measure, account for my apparent rashness and eager determination to follow, when I inform you that it was just 12 years previously, on that self-same night, the eve of St. Bartholomew, when his unaccountable disappearance on these moors, of which I have before spoken, threw consternation and distress into the hitherto peaceful and happy community with which he was associated. I need not recount the family disasters and disagreements which his mysterious absence has originated. No trace was left of his disappearance, nor could his body ever be discovered. The night prior to our excursion I saw him, but it was in a dream. This circumstance, together with the place and the very time, 12 years since his departure, was the cause of my apparent thoughtfulness and abstraction prior to the appearance of our mysterious visitor. I felt an apathy, and, at the same time, a load upon my spirits for which I could not account. I remember that I was scarcely alarmed, or even surprised, when he presented himself, and that I felt as though I had been waiting for his arrival, more under the bewildering influence of a dream than the sober conceptions of waking truth. I made no doubt but that the mystery would now be elucidated. I followed the retreating horseman, who, I saw, beckoned me forward, and occasionally seemed to chide my tardiness and want of speed. I could not hear his voice, but I thought he pronounced my name. He descended the hill with considerable haste, and it was with difficulty that I could now keep him in sight. Fully bent on the discovery, I resolved, if possible, let the consequence be what it might, that I would follow. The storm had suddenly abated, and the clouds were rolling off in broken masses through the calm ether, from which the moon crept out, by whose aid I hoped to keep in view the object of my pursuit. The path he now took led up the ascent on the opposite hill. I clambered up with some difficulty, but the flying horseman before me seemed to accomplish the work without either hesitation or inconvenience. He waited for me when he had surmounted the steepest part of the acclivity, and I grew more and more convinced that it was my uncle's form, as I had seen him in my boyhood. Memory was sufficiently tenacious on this head, and knowing the great need, as it concerned family affairs, that his fate should be clearly ascertained, I braved all hazards, and still followed this mysterious conductor. I do not recollect I felt any apprehension that I was following a supernatural guide, or that it might possibly be a phantom who was luring me on to misery and destruction. The mild, benevolent aspect of my relative was before me, and I could not associate an idea of danger with the guide and protector of my youth. As I gained the brow of the hill I saw the dark form of the horseman dilated upon the wide, bare, uninterrupted horizon, in almost gigantic proportions. It might be the distance that caused this illusion, but the huge black horse appeared to wax in magnitude with every step, and to become more fiend-like and terrible. Still I followed, and ere long I beheld the two pillars unto which our course was evidently tending. They seemed to rise up from the earth like huge giants waiting for their prey. My guide, whom I had previously attempted to overtake, stood still when he reached them, awaiting my approach. With feelings strangely akin to those of an ill-fated victim, urged by some resistless fascination into the very jaws of his destroyer, I drew nearer to the object of my hopes and apprehensions. I recognized the very dress my uncle wore on ordinary occasions, and the strong square-built form that in my childhood I was accustomed to view with a parental regard. Yet was I disquieted with alarm and agitation. Horrible images rushed upon my brain. I seemed to be the sport and prey of some power I could not withstand, a power that apparently might wield my very faculties at his will, and had already taken the reins of self-government into his own keeping. I began to fancy that it was some terrible vision by which I was harassed, and I well remember it was the precise feeling that haunts us in our dreams when a horrible doom is approaching from which apparently there is no escape, and yet we feel as though assured some way will be opened for our deliverance. While we endure all the horrors of our situation, we know of a surety that our miseries shall soon terminate. Yet a cloud was gathering upon my soul, and objects assumed another hue seen through its wild and chaotic elements. With all the vagueness and uncertainty of a dream, I felt that I was awake. "Dost thou know me?" said the mysterious inquirer, in a tone which I immediately recognized. Still there was an awful and thrilling emphasis in the expression which alarmed me more than before. "I know you," I replied, "as the friend and guardian of my youth, but, to what end am I called hither, and why are you thus?" "My path is hidden," said he, in a voice terrible and foreboding. "Tell me, where have you been? Is this your habitation? Unless," shuddering, I added in a low but energetic tone, "unless you are some evil one that hath ta'en his semblance to lure me to my hurt. When the moon rides o'er the blue south, 'tis midnight, I will then reveal what thou hast desired, and the purpose of my coming. Art thou really he whose form thou bearest? Answer truly, as thou dost hope for my stay." "I am," he replied, in a tone so like that of my uncle that I was now satisfied his very form was before me. Conjecture was vain as to the motives that prompted this long and extraordinary concealment. "Promise, Norton, that thou wilt tarry here until my return." "I will, but give me some pledge, some proof that thy being is real, that thou comest not as a phantom to delude my hopes." He stretched out his hand. I again felt the warm pressure of my earliest friend, whom I had so long mourned as dead. I would have embraced him, but he shrunk back, and I saw the black steed again preparing and impatient to depart. "Remember," said he, in a hollow voice, "at midnight I will return." I leaned against the stone, determined to await the arrival of my mysterious relative, who would, I was convinced, on his return satisfactorily elucidate his proceedings. Occupied with vain surmises and reflections, time passed on almost unperceived, and ere I was aware the black steed was at my side. The rider suddenly dismounted. I drew back, instinctively, as he approached, for I saw, in the still clear light of the unclouded moon, his countenance hideously distorted and almost demoniacal in its expression. "Thou art mine," said he, laying one hand upon my shoulder, "and thou shalt know too soon my terrible secret." He came nearer, I felt his breath upon my face, it was hot and even scorching, I was unable to resist, he clung round me like a serpent, his eyes shot livid fire, and his lips, hideous, detestable thought, his lips met mine. His whole spirit seemed diffusing itself throughout my frame. I thought my body was destined to be the habitation of some accursed fiend, that I was undergoing the horrid process of demoniacal possession. Though gasping, almost suffocating, for I could not disengage myself from his deadly fangs, I exerted my utmost strength. One cry was to heaven, but it was the last, the soul seemed to have exhausted herself with the effort. All subsequent and sensible impressions vanished, and I remember nothing save horrible incoherent dreams, wherein I was the sport and prey of demons, or my own body the dwelling place of some ever restless and malicious fiend. From the long night of insensibility that ensued I would be thankful that reason has awaked without injury, and though fearful beyond the common lot of mortals has been my destiny, yet I would render homage to that power whose might rescued me from the very grasp of the evil one. The listeners were appalled, horror-struck beyond measure, at this fearful narrative. Its mysteries they could not solve by any reference to the usual course of natural events, no key that nature holds would unlock this dark and diabolical mystery. To his dying day Norton firmly believed that his uncle's body was the abode of some foul spirit, permitted to sojourn upon earth only on the fearful condition that he should effect his entrance, at stated periods, into a living human frame, whose proper occupant he might be able to dispossess for this horrible purpose. Many circumstances would seem to corroborate this belief. The adventure of the old poacher, in particular, happening precisely on the night of his uncle's disappearance, led Norton to conclude that the foul fiend was obliged to renew his habitation upon every 12th return of the holy festival of St. Bartholomew. That a solution so inconsistent with our belief in the constant care and control of an all-wise and an all-powerful providence was incorrect, we need not be at any pains to prove in this era of widely disseminated knowledge and intelligence. Still, a mystery, inscrutable under the ordinary operations of nature, appears to hang over the whole proceeding, and though a legend only, yet the events bear a wonderful semblance and affinity to truth, even in their wildest details. It is said that the spectre horseman appeared no more, and that having failed in fulfilling the terms by which his existence upon earth was, from time to time, permitted and prolonged, he was driven to his own place, where he must abide for ever the doom of those kindred and accursed spirits whose aim it is continually to seduce and to destroy. Mother Redcap, or the Rosicrucians, a Legend of the North. Part the First. In the wild and mountainous region of East Lancashire, at the foot of the long line of hills called Blackstone Edge, and not far from the town of Rochdale, stood one of those old grim-looking mansions, the abode of our Saxon ancestors, a quiet, sheltered nest, where ages and generations had alike passed by. The wave of time had produced no change, the name and the inheritance were the same, and seemingly destined to continue unaltered by the mutations, the common lot of all that man labors to perpetuate. This state of things existed at the date of our story. Now, alas, the race of its former possessors is extinct, their name only remains a relic of things that were, their former mansion standing, 77, as if in mockery, amidst the hum of wheels, and in melancholy contrast with the toil and animation of this manufacturing, money-getting district. Buckley Hall, to which we allude, is still an object of interest to the antiquary and the lover of romance, telling of days that are forever departed, when the lords of these paternal acres were the occupants, not impoverishers, of the soil from unrecorded ages, constituting a tribe, a race of sturdy yeomanry attached to their country and to the lands on which they dwelt. But they are nigh extinct, other habits and other pursuits have prevailed. Profuse hospitality and rude benevolence have given place to habits of business as they are called, and to a more calculating and enterprising disposition. The most ancient families have become absorbed or overwhelmed by the mighty progress of this new element, this outpouring of wealth as from some unseen source, and in many instances their names only are recognized in these old and rickety mansions, now the habitation of the mechanic and the plebeian. Many of these dwellings remain, a melancholy contrast to the trim erections, the symbols of a new race, along with new habits and forms of existence, sufficiently testifying to the folly and the vain expectations of those who toil and labor hard for a long lease with posterity. This mansion, like the rest of our ancestral dwellings of the better sort, was built of wood, on a stone basement. The outside structure curiously vandyked in a zigzag fashion with wooden partitions, the interstices were filled with wickerwork, plastered with well-tempered clay, to which chopped straw imparted additional tenacity. When newly embellished, looking like the pattern, black and white, of some discreet magpie perched on the wooden pinnacles terminating each gable, or hopping saucily about the porch, that never-failing adjunct to these homely dwellings. Here, on a well-scoured bench, the master of the house would sit in converse with his family or his guests, enjoying the fresh and cheering breeze, without being fully exposed to its effects. The porch was universally adopted as a protection to the large flagged hall called the house part, which otherwise might have been seriously incommoded by the inclement atmosphere of these bleak districts. On one side of the hall, containing the great fireplace, was the guest parlour. Here the best bed was usually fixed, and here, too, all great occasions took place. Births, christenings, burials, all emanated from, or were accomplished in, this family chamber. Every member was there transmitted from the cradle to the grave. The low wide oaken stairs, to the first bending of which an active individual might have leaped without any such superfluous media. The naked gallery, with its little quaint doors on each side, hatched in the usual fashion, this opening into the storeroom, that into the servants' lodging, another into the closet where the choicest confections were kept. Opposite were the bed-chambers, and at the extremity of the gallery a ladder generally pointed the way to a loft, where, amongst heaps of winter stores, dried roots, and other vegetables, probably reposed one or two of the male servants on a straw mattress, well fortified from cold by an enormous quilt. Our description will apply with little variation to all. We love these deserted mansion houses that speak of the olden time, its good cheer and its rude but pleasant intercourse, times and seasons that are forever gone, though we crave pardon for indulging in what may perhaps find little favor in the eyes of this generation, whose hopes and desires are to the future, who say the past is but the childhood of our existence, it is gone, and shall not return. But there are yet some who love to linger on the remnants, the ruins of a former state, who look at these time-honored relics but as links that bring them into closer communion with bygone ages, and would fain live in the twilight of other years rather than the meridian splendor of the present. But we must not be seduced any further by these reflections. Our present business concerns the legend whose strange title stands at the head of this article. In one of the upper chambers at Buckley Hall before named, and not long ago, was an iron ring fixed to a strong staple in the wall, and to this ring a fearful story is still attached. The legend, as it is often told, is one of those wild improbable fictions, based on facts distorted and embellished to suit the taste of the listener or the fancy of the narrator. It will be our task to make out from these imaginative materials a narrative divested as much as possible of the marvelous, but at the same time retaining so much as will interest and excite the reader and lover of legendary lore. It was in one of those genial, mellow, autumnal evenings, so dear to all who can feel their influence, and so rare a luxury to the inhabitants of this weeping climate, when all living things wear the hue and warmth of the glowing atmosphere in which they are enveloped, that two lovers were sauntering by the rivulet, Wimpling Burn, that, rising among the bare and barren moorlands of this uncultivated region, runs past Buckley Hall into the Valley of the Rock. It was near the close of the 16th century, in the days of good Queen Bess, yet their apparel was somewhat homely even for this era of stuffed doublets and trunk hose. Such unseemly fashions had hardly travelled into these secluded districts, and the plain, stout, woolen jacket of their forefathers, and the ruffs, tippets, stays, and stomachers of their grandmothers, formed the ordinary wear of the belles and beaux of the province. Fardingales, or hooped petticoats, we are happy to say, for the sake of our heroine, were unknown. "Be of good cheer," said the lover, "there be troubles enow, believe me, without building them up out of our own silly fears, like boys with their snow hobgoblins, terrible enough in the twilight of fancy, but a gleam of sunshine will melt and dissipate them. Thou art sad tonight without reason. Imaginary fears are the worst to cope withal, having nor shape nor substance, we cannot combat with them. 'Tis hard, indeed, fighting with shadows. I cannot smile tonight, Gervase, there's a mountain here, a foreboding of some deadly sort. I might as soon lift Robin Hood's bed yonder as remove it. No more of this, my dearest Grace, at least not now. Let us enjoy this bright and sunny landscape. How sharply cut are those crags yonder on the sky. Blackstonedge looks almost within a stride, or at least a good stone's throw. Thou knowest the old legend of Robin Hood, how that he made yonder rocks his dormitory, and by way of amusement pitched or quoit huge stones at a mark on the hill just above us, being some 4 or 5 miles from his station. It is still visible along with several stones lying near, and which are evidently from the same rock as that on which it is said he slept. I've heard such silly tales often. Nurse had many of these old stories wherewith to beguile us winter nights. She used to tell, too, about Eleanor Byron, who loved a fay or elf, and went to meet him at the fairies' chapel away yonder where the Spodden gushes through its rocky cleft. 'Tis a fearful story, and how she was delivered from the spell. I sometimes think on't till my very flesh creeps, and I could almost fancy that such an invisible thing is about me. With such converse did they beguile their evening walk, ever and anon making the subject bend to the burden of their own sweet ditty of mutual unchanging love. Grace Ashton was the only daughter of a wealthy yeoman, one of the gentry of that district, residing at Clegg Hall, a mile or 2 distant. Its dark low gables and quiet smoke might easily be distinguished from where they stood. It was said that the Cleggs, its original owners, had been beggared and dispossessed by vexatious and fraudulent lawsuits, and the Ashtons had achieved their purpose by dishonesty and chicane. However this might be, busy rumour gave currency and credit to the tale, though probably it had none other foundation than the idle and malevolent gossip of the envious and the unthinking. They had toiled up a narrow pathway on the right of a woody ravine, where the stream had evidently formed itself a passage through the loose strata in its course. The brook was heard, though hidden by the tangled underwood, and they stopped to listen. Soothing but melancholy was the sound. Even the birds seemed to chirp there in a sad and pensive twitter, not unnoticed by the lovers, though each kept the gloomy and fanciful apprehensions untold. Soon they gained the summit of a round heathery knoll, whence an extensive prospect rewarded their ascent. The squat, square tower of Rochdale Church might be seen above the dark trees nestling under its grey walls. The town was almost hidden by a glowing canopy of smoke gleaming in the bright sunset, towards the north the bare bleak hills, undulating in sterile loneliness, and associating only with images of barrenness and desolation. Easterly, a long, level burst of light swept across meadow, wood, and pasture, green slopes dotted with bright homesteads, to the very base apparently of, though at some distance from, Blackstone Edge, now of the deepest, the most intense blue. Such a daring contrast of colour gave a force and depth to the landscape, which, had it been portrayed, would, to critical eyes perhaps, have outraged the modesty of nature. The sky was already growing cold and grey above the ridge opposed to the burning brightness of the western horizon, and Grace Ashton pointed out the beautiful but fleeting hues of the landscape around them. Her companion, however, was engrossed by another object. Before them was an eminence marking the horizon to the northwest, though not more than a good bowshot from where they stood. Between this and their present standing was a little grassy hollow, through which the brook we have described trickled rather than ran, amidst moss and rushes, rendering the ground swampy and unsafe. On this hill stood Robin Hood's quoit stones, and on the largest, called the marking stone, a wild-looking and haggard figure was crouched. Her garments, worn and tattered, were of a dingy red, and her cap, or coiffure as it was then called, was of the same colour. Her head was bent forward beyond the knee, as though she were listening towards the ground, or was expecting the approach of the individuals who now came suddenly, and to themselves unexpectedly, in view. Her figure, in the glow of that rich autumnal sky, looked of the deepest crimson, and of a bloody and portentous aspect. "What strange apparition is yonder," said Gervase Buckley, "on the hilltop there before us? Beshrew me, Grace, but it hath an evil and a rancorous look." But Grace, along with a short scream of surprise, betrayed, too, her recognition of the object, and clung with such evident terror to her companion that he turned from the object of his inquiries to gaze on his mistress. "What," said he, "hath yonder unknown such power? Methinks it hath moved thee strangely. Speak, Grace, can that hideous appearance in any way be linked with our destiny? I am ignorant as thou. But its coming, as I have heard, always forebodes disaster to our house. Hast not heard of a red woman that sometimes haunts this neighbourhood? I never saw her until now, but I've heard strange and fearful stories of her appearing some years ago, and blighting the corn, poisoning the cattle, with many other diabolical witcheries. She is best known by the name of Mother Redcap. I've heard of this same witch in my boyhood. But what should we fear? She is flesh and blood like ourselves, and, in spite of the prevailing belief, I could never suppose power would be granted to some, generally the most wicked and the most worthless, which from the rest of mankind is capriciously withholden. Hush, Gervase, thou knowest not how far the archenemy of mankind may be permitted to afflict bodily our guilty race. I could tell thee such tales of yonder creature as would stagger even the most stubborn of unbelievers. I will speak to her, nevertheless. Tarry here, I prithee, Grace. It were best I should go alone. Oh, do not, do not. None have sight of her, as I've heard, but mischief follows. What disaster, then, may we not expect from her evil tongue? I shudder at the anticipation. Stay here. I will not be left, and I cannot cross this dangerous swamp. Buckley was, however, bent on the adventure. His natural curiosity, inflamed by forbidden longing after the occult and the mysterious, to which he was too prone, even though skeptical as to their existence, rendered him proof against his mistress' entreaties. Probably from situation, or rather, it might be, the distance was judged greater than in reality it proved, but the form before them looked preternaturally enlarged, and as she raised her head her arms were flung out high above it like withered and wasted branches on each side. Trembling in every limb, Grace clung to her lover, and it was after long persuasion that she suffered him to lift her over the morass, and was dragged unwillingly up the hill. As though she were the victim of some terrible fascination, her eyes were constantly riveted on the object. A raven wheeled round them, every moment narrowing the circle of its flight, and the malicious bird looked eager for mischief. As they approached nearer to the summit, this ill-omened thing, after having brushed so close that they felt the very breath from its wings, alighted beside the red woman, who hardly seemed to notice, though well aware of their proximity. They paused when several paces distant, and she rose up suddenly, extending both arms, apparently to warn them from a nearer approach. Her skinny lips, rapidly moving to and fro, and her dark withered, bony, and cadaverous features, gave her more the appearance of a living mummy or a resurrection from the charnel house than aught instinct with the common attributes of humanity. Buckley was for a moment daunted. The form was so unlike anything he had ever seen. He was almost persuaded of the possibility that it might be some animated corpse doomed to wander forth either for punishment or expiation. Her lips still moved. A wild glassy eye was fixed upon them, and as she yet stood with extended arms, Gervase, almost wrought to desperation, cried out, "Who art thou? Thy business here?" A hollow sound, hardly like the tones of a human voice, answered in a slow and solemn adjuration, "Beware, rash fools. None approach the Red Woman but to their undoing. I know no hindrance to my free course in this domain. By whose authority am I forbidden?" said he, taking courage. "Away, mine errand is not to thee unless provoked. Unto whom is thy message?" "To thy leman, thy lady-love, whom thou wilt cherish to thine hurt. Leave her, though both hearts break in the separation." "I will not." "Then be partaker of the wrath that is just ready to burst upon her doomed house." "I told thee," said Grace, "she is the herald of misfortune. What woe does she denounce? What cruel judgment hast thou invoked upon our race?" cried she to this grim messenger of evil. "Evil will, evil must. I will cling to ye till your last sustenance be dried up, and your inheritance be taken from ye." "Her fate be mine," said Buckley, indignantly. "Her good or evil fortune I will share. Be it so. Thou hast made thy choice, and henceforth thou canst not complain." She stretched out her two hands, one towards Clegg Hall, the abode of the maiden, and the other towards Buckley, her lover's paternal roof, from which a blue curl of smoke was just visible over the rising grounds beneath them. "A doom and a curse to each," she muttered. "Your names shall depart, and your lands to the alien and the stranger. Your honors shall be trodden in the dust, and your hearths laid waste, and your habitations forsaken." In this fearful strain she continued until Buckley cried out, "Cease thy mumbling, witch! I'll have thee dealt with in such wise thy tongue shall find another use." Turning upon him a look of scorn, she seemed to grow fiercer in her maledictions. "Proud minion," she cried, "thou shalt die childless and a beggar." The cunning raven flapped his great heavy wings and seemed to croak an assent. He then hopped on his mistress' shoulder, and apparently whispered in her ear. "Sayest thou so?" said the witch. "Then give it to me, Ralph." The bird held out his beak, and out popped a plain gold ring. "Give this to thy mother, Dame Buckley. Say, 'tis long since they parted company, and ask if she knows or remembers aught of the Red Woman." Away. She threw the ring towards them. Both stooped to pick it up. They examined it curiously for a short space. "'Tis a wedding ring," said Buckley, "but not a wed bride of mine." Where was this? He stopped short in his inquiry, for lifting up his eyes he found the donor was gone. Neither of them saw the least trace of her departure. The stone whereon she sat was again vacant. All was silent, undisturbed, save the night breeze that came sighing over the hill, moaning and whistling through the withered bent and rushes at their feet. The shadows of evening were now creeping softly around them, and the valley below was already wrapped in mist. The air felt very chill. They shuddered, but it was in silence. This fearful vision, for such it now appeared to have been, filled them with unspeakable dread. Gervase yet held the ring in his hand. He would have thrown it from him, but Grace Ashton forbade. "Do her bidding in this matter," said she. "Give it thy mother, and ask counsel of the sage and the discreet. There is some fearful mystery, some evil impending, or my apprehensions are strangely misled." They returned, but he was more disturbed than he cared to acknowledge. He felt as though some spell had been cast upon him, and cowed his hitherto undaunted spirit. They again wound down beside the rivulet into the meadows below, where the mist alone pointed out the course of the stream. The bat and the beetle crossed their path. Evil things only were abroad. All they saw and felt seemed to be ominous of the future. As they passed through a little wicket to the hall porch, Nicholas Buckley the father met them. "Why, how now, loiterers? The cushat and the curlew have left the hill, and yet ye are abroad. 'Tis time the maiden were at home and looking after the household. We've been hindered, good sir. We will just get speech of our dame, and then away home with the gentle Grace. Half an hour's good speeding will see her safe." Belike," said the old man. Lovers and loiterers make mickle haste to part. Our dame is with the maids, and the milk pans I at the dairy. The elder Buckley was a hale hearty yeoman, of a ruddy and cheerful countenance. A few wrinkles were puckered below the eyes, the rest of his face was sleek and comfortably disposed. A beard, once thick and glossy, was grown grey and thin, curling up short and stunted round his portly chin. 2 bright twinkling eyes gave note of a stirring and restless temper, too sanguine, maybe, for success in the great and busy world, and not fitted either by education or disposition for its suspicions or its frauds. Yet he had the reputation of a clever merchant. Rochdale, even at that early period, was a well-known mart for the buyers and sellers of woolen stuffs and friezes. Many of the most wealthy merchants, too, indulged in foreign speculations and adventures, and amongst these the name of Nicholas Buckley was not the least conspicuous. They passed on to the dairy, where Dame Eleanor scolded the maids and skimmed the cream at the same moment, by way of economy in time. "What look ye for here?" was her first inquiry, for truly her temper was of a hasty and searching nature, somewhat prone, as well, to cavilling and dispute, requiring much of her husband's placidity to furnish oil for the turbulent waters of her disposition. "Thou wert better at thy father's desk than idling after thine unthrifty pleasures, tomorrow, maybe, sauntering among the hills with hound and horn, beating up with all the rabble in the parish." "Nay, mother, chide not, I was never made for merchandise and barter, the price of fleeces in Todd Lane, and the broad ells at Manchester Market." "And why not?" said the dame, sharply. "Haven't I been the prop and stay of the house? Haven't I made bargains and ventures when thou hast been idling in hall and bower with love ditties and ladies' purfles?" She was now moved to sudden choler, and Gervase did not dare to thwart her further, letting the passion spend itself by its own efforts, as he knew it were vain to check its torrent. Now Dame Eleanor Buckley was of a sharp and florid countenance, short-necked and broad-shouldered, her nose and chin almost hiding a pair of thin severe lips, the 2 prominences being close neighbours, especially in anger. In truth she guided, or rather managed, the whole circle of affairs, aiding and counselling the speculations of her husband, who had happily been content with the produce and profit of his paternal acres, had not his helpmate, who inherited this mercantile spirit from her family, urged her partner to such unwonted lust and craving for gain. A huge bundle of keys hung at her girdle, which, when more than usually excited, did make a most discordant jingle to the tune that was a-going. Indeed, the height and violence of her passion might be pretty well guessed at by this index to its strength. When the storm had in some degree subsided, Gervase held up the ring. "What's that, silly one?" "A wedding ring." She grew almost pale with wrath. "How darest thou, thee, a ring, to wed ere thou hast a home for thy pretty one? Ye may go beg, for here ye shall not tarry. Go to the next buckle beggar. A pretty wedding truly. When thou hast learned how to keep her honestly, 'twill be time enough to wed. But thou hast not earned a doit to put beside her dower, and all our ready moneys, and more, be in trade, though, for the matter o' that, the pulling would be no great business either. But I tell thee again, thy father shall not portion an idler like thyself and pinch his trade. Marry, 'tis enough to do, what with grievous sums lost in shipwrecks, and the time we have now to wait our returns from our sea." She went on at this rate for a considerable space, pausing at last, more for lack of breath than subject matter of discourse. "Mother," said he, when fairly run down, "'tis not a purchase, 'tis a gift. By some one sillier than thyself, I warrant. I know not for that, I had it from a stranger." "Stranger still," she replied sharply, chuckling at her own conceit. "Look at it, mother. Know you such a one?" The dame eyed it with no favour, but she turned it over with a curious look, at the same time lifting her eyes now and then towards the ceiling, as some train of recollection was awakening in her mind. "Where get ye this?" said Dame Eleanor, in a subdued but still querulous tone. "On the hilltop yonder. Treasure trove belongs to Sir John Byron. 78 The lord of the manor claims all from the finders. It was a gift." "Humph. Hast met gold finders on the hills, or demons or genii that guard hidden treasure?" "We've seen the Red Woman." Had a sudden thunderclap burst over them, she could not have been more startled. She stood speechless, and seemingly incapable of reply. Holding the ring in one hand, her eyes were intently fixed upon it. "What is it that troubles you?" said Gervase. "Yon strange woman bade me give you the ring, and ask if so be that you remembered her." The dame looked up, her quick and saucy petulance exchanged for a subdued and melancholy air. "Remember thee? Thou foul witch? Long, long years have passed, I thought thy persecutions at an end, thy prediction was nigh forgotten. It was my wedding ring, Gervase. More marvellous still. Peace, and I'll tell thee. Grace Ashton, come forward. I know thine ears are itching for the news. Well, well, it was when thou wast but a boy, Gervase, and I remember an evening just like this. I was standing by the draw-well yonder, looking, I now bethink me, at the dovecot, where I suspected thieves, and in a humour somewhat of the sharpest, I trow. By and by comes, what I thought, an impudent beggar-woman for an alms. Her dress was red and tattered, with a high red cap to match. I chided her it might be somewhat harshly, and I shall not soon forget the malicious look she put on. I ask not, I need not thy benison, she said, I would have befriended thee, but I now curse thee altogether, and stretching out her shriveled arm, dry and bare, she shook it, threatening me with vengeance. Suddenly, or ere I was aware, she seized my left hand, drew off my wedding ring, breathing upon it and mumbling a spell, she held it as though for me to take back, but with such a fiendish look of delight that I hesitated. All on a sudden I remembered to have heard my grandmother say that should a witch or warlock get your wedding ring, and have time to mutter over it a certain charm, so long as that ring is above ground so long misery and misfortune do afflict the owner. Lucky it was I knew of this, for instead of replacing it I threw it into the well, being the nearest hiding place. And happy for me and thee it was so near, for, would you believe, though hardly a minute's space in my hand, the black heifer died, the red cow cast her calf, and a large venture of merchandise was wrecked in a fearful gale off the Gulf. I had no sooner thrown it into the well than the witch looked more diabolical than ever. It will come again, dame, said she, and then looked to it, and with this threat she departed. But what am I doing? If it be the ring, which I doubt not, I've had it all along in my keeping. Even now disaster may be a-brewing, and is there not a richly freighted ship on its passage with silks and spices? I'll put it out of her reach this time anyhow. No? I'll hide it where never a witch in Christendom shall poke it out. Dame Eleanor went to the little burn below. Stooping, she scooped a hole in the gravel under water, there she laid the ring, and covered it over with stones. Thou art always after some of thy megrims, dame, said the elder Buckley, who had been watching her from the porch. Some spell or countercharm, I say warrant. With a look of great contempt for the incredulity of her spouse, she replied, goodman, sit there and scoff your fill. If 't hadn't been for my care and endeavours you had been penniless ere now. But so it is, I may slave night and day, I reckon. The whole roof tree, as a body may say, is on my shoulders, and what thanks? More hisses than thanks, more knocks than fair words. Never so well pleased as when opportunity was afforded for grumbling, the dame addressed herself again to her evening avocations. Pondering deeply what should be the issue of these things, Gervase set out with Grace Ashton to her house at Clegg Hall, a good mile distant. Evening had closed in, a chill wind blew from the hills. The west had lost its splendour, but a pure transparent brightness filled its place, across which the dark wavy outline of the high moorlands rested in deep unvarying shadow. In these bright depths a still brighter star hung, pure and of a diamond-like lustre, the precursor, the herald of a blazing host just rising into view. As they walked on, it may well be supposed that the strange occurrences of the last few hours were the engrossing theme of their discourse. My mother is a little too superstitious, I am aware, said Gervase, but what I have witnessed tonight has rendered me something more credulous on this head than aforetime. I don't half like this neighbourhood, said his companion, looking round. It hath an ill name, and I could almost fancy the Red Woman again, just yonder in our path. She looked wistfully, it was only the mist creeping lazily on with the stream. They were now ascending the hill towards Beal or Belfield, where the Knights Templars had formerly an establishment. Not a vestige now remains, though at that period a ruinous tower covered with ivy, a gateway, and an arch, existed as relics of their former grandeur. Here lived the Lady Eleanor Byron, said Grace, pointing to the old hall close by, and as though an unpleasant recollection had crossed her. She shuddered as they passed by the grim archway beneath the tower. Whether it was fancy or reality she knew not, but as she looked curiously through its ivied tracery she thought the Red Woman was peering out maliciously upon them. She shrank aside, and pointed to the spot, but there was nothing visible save the dark and crumbling ruins, from which their steps were echoed with a dull and sullen sound. The night wind sighed round the grey battlements, and from its hidden recesses came moans and whispers, at least so it seemed to their heated imaginations. "Let us hasten hence," said Grace, "I like not this lonely spot." There was always a fear and a mystery about it. The tale of the invisible Sylphid and Eleanor Byron's elfish lover haunts me whenever I pass by, and I feel as though something was near, observing and influencing every movement and every thought. Come, come, don't I pray. Let not fear, O our master, reason, else we shall see bogles in every bush. Above the gateway, in the little square tower now pulled down, was a loophole, nearly concealed by climbing shrubs, which rendered it easy for a person within to look out without being observed. As they passed, a low humming din was heard. Then a rude ditty trolled from some not unskilful performer. The lovers stayed to listen, when a dark figure issued out of the gateway singing, "The bat haunts the tower, and the redbreast the bower, and the merry little sparrow by the chimney hops, good e'en, hoots Master Owl, to woo, his troll, sing high-o, swing the can with, what, thee, Tim." "Is that thy stupid face?" said Gervase, breaking in upon his ditty, and right glad to be delivered from supernatural fears, though the object of them proved only this strolling minstrel. "Thou might as well kill us outright as frighten us to death." He that stood before them was one of those wandering musicians that haunt fairs and merrymakings, wakes, and such like pastimes, playing the fiddle and Jew-trump too at weddings and alehouses. In short, any sort of idleness never came amiss to these representatives of the old troubadours. A tight oval cap covered his shaggy poll, he was clad in a coarse doublet or jerkin slashed in the fashion of the time, while his nether integuments were fastened in the primitive mode by a wooden skewer. He could conjure too, and play antics to set the folks agape, but as to his honesty, it was of that dubious sort that few cared to have it in trust. He was apt at these alehouse ditties, many of them his own invention. He knew all the choicest ballads too, so that his vocation was much akin to the jongleurs or joglots of more ancient times, when Richard of the Lion's Heart and other renowned monarchs disdained not the gentle craft of poesy. Wherever was a feast, let it be a wedding or a funeral, Tim, like the harpies of old, scented the meat, and some of his many vocations were generally in request. This important functionary now stood whistling and singing by turns with the most admired unconcern. "What's thy business here?" cried Gervase, approaching him. The maid was fair, and the maid was coy, but the lover left, and the maid said, "Why? Sing, O the green willow. Answerest thou me with thy trumpery ditties? I'll have thee put in the stocks, sirrah." "Oh, ha, mercy, master. There's naught amiss, that I know. I'm but taking roost here the owls and jackdaws a bit, maybe for want o' better lying. It were hard to have a better knack at lying than thou hast already. Hast gotten the weather into thy lodgings? When didst flit to thy new quarters? Hamo at Clegg is our savoured the new crop, and I want fresh air for my studies." "Now art thou lying, like a lover to his sweetheart," said Tim, interrupting him, and finishing the sentence. "Peace, knave. There's some mischief o' the wind. Thou art after no good, I trow. What dickens do I ail here? Is aught that a man can lift off but stone was and ivy boughs? Marry, my little pokeman summat else to thrive on nor these. There's been great outcry about poultry and other farmyard appendances a-missing of late, besides eggs and such like dainties in to furnish pancakes and fritters for the whole parish. Hast got 'em company in thy den above there? Jacks and rousels, if ye like, Master Gervase. Climb up, lad, and there'll be a prile on us. Ha, ha. What? Our little sweetheart there would liefer be gangin. Weel, 'tis natural, as a body may say, one is good, and two is good, but three's no company. Answer me quick, thou rogue. Is there any other but thyself yonder above? When I'm there I'm not here, and when I'm here, sirrah, I'll flog the wind out o' thy worthless carcass. Hast any pilfering companions about thee? I do smell a savoury refection, victuals are cooking, or my nose belies its office. Fair speech, friend, wins a quiet answer, a soft word and a smooth tongue all the world over. What for mayn't I sup as well as my betters? As well, better belike. There's no such savour in our hall at eventide, nor in the best kitchen in the parish. It's not my foul tea, is tea? By Our Lady, there's somebody in the chamber there. I saw the leaves fluttering from the loophole. Villain, who bears thee company? Daft, daft. What fool would turn into roost me? Clean gone crazy, sure as I'm living. Nay, nay, there's some plot here, some mischief hatching. I'll see, or, he was just going to make the attempt, but Tim withstood him, and in a peremptory manner barred the way. How? Am I barred by thee, and to my face? It's no business o' thine, Master Gervase. What's hatching there concerns not thee. Keep back, I say, or, ha! Thou jingle-pated rascal, stand off, or I'll wring thy neck round as I would a jackdaw. Do not, Gervase, said Grace Ashton, fearful of some unlucky strife. Let us begone. We are too late already, and 'tis no business of ours. What? And be o'erfoughten by this scurvy lackwit. Once more, who is there above? And what if I shouldn't tell thee? I'll baste thy carcass to a mummy, I'll make thee tender for the hounds. Another word to that, master, and it's a bargain. Let me pass. Not without my company. He whistled, and in a moment Gervase felt himself pinioned from behind. Looking round, he saw two stout fellows with their faces covered, and any other possibility of recognition was impracticable in the heavy twilight. Whose stocks now, cried the malicious rogue, laughing. Unhand me, or ye'll rue that ever ye wrought this outrage. Nay, nay, that were a pretty stave, when we've gotten the bird, to open the trap, said Tim. Gervase immediately saw that another party had seized Grace Ashton. He raved and stamped until his maledictions were put an end to by an effectual gag, and he did not doubt but she had suffered the same treatment, for a short sharp scream only was heard. Being immediately blindfolded, he could only surmise that her usage was of a similar nature. He was so stupefied with surprise that for a short period he was hardly sensible to their further proceedings. When able to reflect, he found himself pinioned, and in a sitting posture. A damp chill was on his forehead. He had been dragged downwards, and, from the motion, steps were the medium of descent. A door or two had been raised or opened, a narrow passage previously traversed, and a short time only elapsed from the cool freshness of the evening air to the damp and stifling atmosphere that he now breathed. What could be the cause of his seizure he was quite incompetent to guess. He could not recollect that he had either pique or grudge on his hands, and what should be the result he only bewildered and wearied himself by striving to anticipate. It was surely a dream. He heard a voice of ravishing sweetness, such pure and silvery tones, that aught earthly could have produced it was out of the question. It was like the swell of some Aeolian lyre, words, too, modifying and enhancing that liquid harmony. It was a hymn, but in a foreign tongue. He soon recognized the evening hymn to the Virgin, Mater Amata, Intemerator ora, pro nobis. So sweetly did the music melt into his soul, that he quite forgot his thrall, and every sense was attuned to the melody. When the sound ceased he made an effort to get free. He loosened his hands, and immediately tore off the bandage from his eyes. A few seconds elapsed, when he saw a light streaming through a crevice. Looking through, he saw a taper burning before a little shrine, where two females in white raiment, closely veiled, were kneeling. The celebration of such rites, at that time strictly prohibited, sufficiently accounted for their concealment, and plainly intimated that the parties were not of the Reformed faith. By the light which penetrated his cell from this source he saw it was furnished with a stone bench, and a narrow flight of steps in one corner communicated with a trapdoor above. The old mansion at Belfield, contiguous to these ruins, once belonging to the Knights of St. John, had been for some years untenanted, and, as often happens to the lot of deserted houses, strange noises, sights, and other manifestations of ghostly occupants were heard and seen by passers-by, rendering it a neighborhood not overliked by those who had business that way after nightfall. Gervase Buckley was pretty well assured that he had been conveyed into some concealed subterranean chamber, but for what purpose he could not comprehend. He was not easily intimidated, and though in a somewhat sorry plight, he now felt little apprehension on the score of supernatural visitations, but his seizure did not hold out an immunity as regards corporeal disturbers. He had not long to indulge these premonitory reflections ere a door was opened. A figure, completely enveloped in a black cloak, on which a red cross was conspicuously emblazoned, stood before him. He carried a torch, and Gervais saw a short naked sword glittering in his belt. "Follow me," said the intruder, and, without further parley, pointed to where another door was concealed in the pavement. This being opened, Gervais beheld, not without serious apprehension, a flight of steps evidently communicating with a lower dungeon. His conductor pointed to the descent, and it would have been useless folly to disobey. A damp and almost suffocating odor prevailed, as though from some long pent-up atmosphere, which did not give the prisoner any increasing relish or affection for the enterprise. He looked at his conductor, whose face and person were yet covered. Had he been a familiar of the Holy Inquisition, he could not have been more careful of concealment. Gervais looked now and then with a wistful glance towards his companion's weapon. Being himself unarmed, it would have been madness to attempt escape. He merely inquired in his descent, "Whence this outrage? I am unarmed, defenseless." But there was no reply. The guide, with an inclination of the head, pointed with his torch to the gulf his victim was about to enter. There was little use in disputation where the opposite party had so decided an advantage, and he thought it best to abide the issue without further impediment. He accordingly descended a few steps. His conductor fastened the door overhead, and they soon arrived at the bottom, at a low arched passage, where his guide dashed his flambeau against the wall, and it was immediately extinguished. Gervais was left once more in doubt and darkness. There was little space for explanation. He felt himself seized by an invisible hand, hurried unresistingly on, till, without any preparation, a blaze of light burst upon him. It was for a moment too overpowering to enable him to distinguish objects with any certainty. Soon, however, he saw a tolerably spacious vault or crypt, supported by massy pillars. He had often heard there existed many unexplored subterranean passages reaching to an incredible distance, made originally by the Knights Templars for their private use. One of these, it was said, extended even to the chantry just then dissolved at Milnrow, more than a mile distant. Many strange stories he had been told of these warrior monks. But centuries had elapsed since their suppression. For a moment he almost believed they were permitted to reappear, doomed at stated periods to reenact their unhallowed orgies, their cruelties, and their crimes. The chamber was lighted by 3 or 4 torches, their lurid unsteady life giving an ever-varying character to the surrounding objects. Opposite the entrance was a stone bench, occupied by several figures attired in a similar manner to his conductor. An individual in the center wore in addition a belt covered by some cabalistic devices. The scene was sufficiently inexplicable, and not at all elucidated by the following interrogation: "Thou hast been cited to our tribunal," said the chief inquisitor. "I know ye not," said Gervais, with great firmness, though hardly aware of the position he occupied. "Why hast thou not obeyed our summons?" "I have not heard of any such, nor in good sooth should I have been careful to obey had your mandate been delivered." "Croix Rouge," said the interrogator, "has this delinquent been cited?" The person he addressed arose, bowed, and presented a written answer. "I have here," continued the chief, "sufficient proof that our summons hath been conveyed to thee, and that hitherto thine answer hath been contumaciously withheld. What sayest thou?" "I have yet to learn, firstly," said Gervais, with more indignation than prudence, "by what authority you would compel me to appear, and secondly, how and in what form such mandate had been sent. Bethink thee, is our answer to the last; the first will be manifested in due time. We might indeed leave thee ignorant as to what we require, but pity for thy youth and inexperience forbids. Clegg Hall is, thou knowest, along with the estate, now unlawfully holden by the Ashtons. I know that sundry popish recusants, plotting the overthrow of our most gracious Queen, do say that other and more legitimate rights are in abeyance only, but the present owners are too well fortified to be dispossessed by hearsay. In the porch at Clegg thou wast accosted not long ago by a mendicant who solicited an alms. Probably so. Did he not hold out to thee the sign of the Rosy Cross, the token of our all-powerful fraternity of Rosicrucians? I do remember such a signal, and furthermore, I drove him forth as an impostor and a pretender to forbidden arts. He showed thee the sign, and bade thee follow? He did. And why was our summons disobeyed? Because I have yet to learn what authority you possess either for my summons or detention. The Brotherhood of the Red Cross are not disobeyed with impunity. I have heard of such a fraternity, as well too that they be idle cheats and lying impostors. We challenge not belief without sufficient testimony to the truth of our mission. In pity to man's infirmity this indulgence is permitted. We unfold the hidden operations, the very arcana of nature, whom we enclothe as it were to her very nakedness. Our doctrines thereby carry credence even to the most impious and unbelieving. Ere we command thy submission, it is permitted to behold some manifestation of our power. By means derived from the hidden essences of nature, the first principles which renovate and govern all things, the very elements of which they consist, we arrive at the incorporeal essence called spirit, holding converse with it undebased, uninfluenced by the intervention of matter. Thus we converse in spirit with those that be absent, even though they were 1,000 leagues apart. And what has this jargon to do with my being despatched hither? Listen, and reply not, the purport will be vouchsafed to thee anon. We can compel the spirits even of the absent to come at our bidding by subtle spells that none have power to disobey. We too can renew and invigorate life, and by the universal solvent bring about the renovation of all things, renovation and decay being the two antagonist principles, as light and darkness. As we can make darkness light, and light darkness at our pleasure, so can we from decay bring forth life, and the contrary. Sayest thou this dead body? A black curtain he had not hitherto observed was thrown aside, and he beheld the features of Grace Ashton, or he was strangely deceived. She was lying on a little couch, death visibly imprinted on her collapsed and sunken features. Murderers! I will have ye dealt with for this outrage. Maddened almost to frenzy, he would have rushed towards her, but he was firmly holden by a power superior to his own. She is now in the first region of departed spirits, said the chief. We have power to compel answer to our interrogatories. Listen, perverse mortal. We are well assured that a vast treasure is concealed hereabouts, hidden by the Knights of St. John. 'Tis beyond our unassisted power to discover. We have asked counsel of one whom we dare not disobey, and she it is commanded that we cite thee and Grace Ashton to the tribunal of the Rosy Cross. This corporeal substance now before us, by reason of its intimate union with the spirit, purged from the dross of mortality, will answer any question that may be propounded, and will utter many strange and infallible prophecies. It will solve doubtful questions, and discourse of things past, present, and to come, seeing that she is now in spirit where all knowledge is perfect, and hath her eyes and understanding cleared from the gross film of our corruption. But as spirit only hath power over those of its own nature by the law of universal sympathy, so she answers but to those by whom she is bidden that are of the same temperament and affinity, which is shown by your affiance and love towards each other. The prisoner heard this mystic harangue with a vacant and fixed expression, as though his mind were wandering, and he hardly understood the profundity of the discourse. Every feeling was absorbed in the conviction that some horrid incantation had for ever deprived him of his beloved. Then he fancied some imposition had been practiced upon him. Being prevented from a closer examination, at length he felt some relief in the idea that the form he beheld might possibly be a counterfeit. He knew not what to say, and the speaker apparently waited his reply. Finding he was still silent, the former continued after a brief space, our questions to this purport must necessarily be propounded by thee. Art thou prepared? Say on, said Gervase, determined to try the issue, however repugnant to his thoughts. Two of them now arose and stood at each end of the couch. The superior first made the sign of the cross. He then drew a book from his girdle, and read therein a Latin exorcism against the intrusion of evil spirits into the body, commanding those only of a heavenly and benign influence to attend. He lighted a taper compounded of many strange ingredients emitting a fragrant odor, and as the smoke curled heavily about him, flickering and indistinct, he looked like some necromancer about to perform his diabolical rites. The occupant of that miserable couch lay still as death. The first question, cried out the chief, and he looked towards the prisoner, who was now suffered to approach within a few paces of the bed. Is there treasure in this place? Gervase tried to repeat the question, but his tongue clave to his mouth. For the first time probably in his life he felt the sensation of horrible, undefined, uncontrollable fear, that fear of the unknown and supernatural, that shrinking from spiritual intercourse even with those we have loved best. It seemed as though he were in communion with the invisible world, that awful, incomprehensible state of existence, and with beings whose power and essence are yet unknown, armed, in imagination, with attributes of terror and of vengeance. With a desperate effort, however, he repeated the question. Breathless, and with intense agony, he awaited the response. It came. A voice, not from the lips of the recumbent victim, but as though it were some inward afflatus, hollow and sepulchral. The lips did not move, but the following reply was given, "There is." Even the guilty confederates started back in alarm at the success of their own experiment. All was, however, still, silent as before. Taking courage, the next question was put in like manner. In what direction? Under the main pillar of the southeastern corner of the vault. After another pause, the following questions were asked. How may we obtain the treasure sought? By diligence and perseverance. At what time? When the mooneth trine to Mercury in the house of Saturn. Is it guarded? It is. By whom? By a power that shall crush you unless propitiated. Show us in what manner. I may not, my lips are sealed. That power is superior to mine, the rest is hidden from me. The treasure-seekers were silent, as though disappointed at this unexpected reply. Another attempt was, however, made. Shall we prosper in our undertaking? My time is nigh spent. I beseech you that I may depart, for I am in great torment. Thou shalt not, until thou answer. Beware. But this admonition was from another source, and in a different direction. The obscurity and smoke from the torches made it impossible to judge with any certainty whence the interruption proceeded. Gervais started and turned round. It might be fancy, but he was confident the features of the Red Woman were present to his apprehension. Horrors were accumulating. Even the United Brotherhood seemed to tremble as though in the presence of some being of whom they stood in awe. They awaited her approach in silence. Fool! Did I not warn thee to do my bidding only? And thou art hankering again, pampering thy cruel lust for gold. How darest thou question the maiden for this intent? Hence, and thank thy stars thou art not even now sent howling to thy doom. This terrible and mysterious woman came forward in great anger, and the Rosicrucian Brotherhood were thereby in great alarm. The maid is mine, begone, said she, pointing the way. Like slaves under their master's frown, they crouched before this fearful personification of their unhallowed and forbidden practices, and departed. Gervais Buckley, she cried, thou art betrothed to the heiress of yon wide possessions. I am, said he, roused either to courage or desperation, even in the presence of a being whose power he felt conscious was not derived from one common source with his own. Dost thou confirm thy troth? I do, in life and in death she is mine. Pledge thyself, body and soul, to her. I am hers whilst I live, body and soul. Nothing but death shall part us. On thy soul's hope thou wilt fulfill this pledge. I will. Gervais looked wistfully towards his beloved. The inanimate form was yet pale and still, but a vague hope possessed him that the witch would again quicken her. 'Tis enough. But it must be sealed with blood. He felt her clammy hand on his arm, and a sharp pain as though from a puncture. He quickly withdrew it, and a blood drop fell on the floor. Thou art mine, forever. A loud yell rang through the vaults, and Gervais felt as though the doom of the lost spirits were his, that a whole troop of fiery demons had assailed him, and that he was borne away to the pit of torment. Happily his recollection forsook him, and he became unconscious of future suffering. Part the second. Morning rose bright and ruddy above the hills. The elder Buckley was up and stirring betimes. Agreeably to his usual practice, he had retired early to bed, leaving the household cares and duties to his helpmate. He was sitting in the porch when his dame, with a disturbed and portentous aspect, accosted him. I know not what hath come to the lad. Gervais, what of him? Said Nicholas, carelessly. He came home very late yesternight. But he did not speak, and he looked so wan and woebegone that I verily thought he had seen a ghost or some uncanny thing yonder on his road home. I've just now been to rouse him, but he will not answer. Prithee go and get speech of him, good or bad. I think my heart the lad's bewitched." Nicholas Buckley was a man of few words, especially in the presence of his helpmate, so he merely groaned out an incredulous wonder, and went off as he was bidden. He saw Gervase evidently under the influence of some stupefying spell. His eyes were open, but he noticed neither the question nor the person who accosted him. There was something so horrible and mysterious in his whole appearance that the good man felt alarmed, and went back to his dame with all possible expedition. What could have happened? They guessed, and made 1,000 odd surmises, improbable enough the greater part, but all merging in the prevailing bugbear of the day, witchcraft, which was resorted to as a satisfactory explanation under every possible difficulty. Had his malady any connection with the unexpected appearance of the Red Woman and the ring? It was safe buried, however, and that was a comfort. But after all, her thoughts always involuntarily recurred to this unpleasant subject. She could not shake off her suspicions, and there was little use in attempting further measures unless she could fight the evil one with his own weapons. To this end, she began to cast about for some cunning wizard who might countervail the plots of this malicious witch. Now at this period, Dr. D, celebrated for his extraordinary revelations respecting the world of spirits, had been promoted by Queen Elizabeth, a firm believer in astrology and other recondite pursuits, to the wardenship of the Collegiate Church at Manchester. His fame had spread far and wide. He had not long been returned from his mission to the Emperor Rodolph at Prague, and his intercourse with invisible things was as firmly believed as the common occurrences of the day, and as well authenticated. The character of D has both been underrated and misunderstood. By most, if not all, he has been looked upon merely as a visionary and an enthusiast, credulous and ambitious, without the power, though he had sufficient will, to compass the most mischievous designs. But under these outward weaknesses and superstitions, tinctured and modified by the prevailing belief in supernatural interferences, there was a bold and vigorous mind, frustrated, it is true, by circumstances which he could not control. D aimed at the entire change and subjugation of affairs, ecclesiastical and political, to the dominion of an unseen power, a theocracy or millennium, himself the sole medium of communication, the high priest and lawgiver. To this end he sought the alliance and support of foreign potentates, and his diary, published by Casaubon, the original of which is in the British Museum, is a remarkable and curious detail of the intrigues resorted to for this purpose. His mission to the Emperor Rodolph, offering him the sceptre of universal dominion, is told with great minuteness, and there is little doubt that Elizabeth herself did not disdain to converse and consult with him on this extraordinary project. Her visits to his house at Mortlake are well known. He had been consulted as to a favourable day for her coronation, and received many splendid promises of preferment that were never realised. At length, disappointed and hopeless as to the success of his once daring expectations, he settled down to the only piece of preferment within his reach, to wit, the wardenship of the Collegiate Church of Manchester, where he arrived with his family in the beginning of February 1596. His advice and assistance were much resorted to, and particularly in cases of supposed witchcraft and demoniacal possession, articles of unshaken belief at that period with all but speculatists and optimists, the Sadducees of their day and generation. His chief colleague throughout his former revelations had been one Edward Kelly, born at Worcester, where he practiced as an apothecary. In his diary D says they were brought together by the ministration of the angel Uriel. He was called Kelly the Seer. This faculty of seeing, by means of a magic crystal not being possessed by the doctor, he was obliged to have recourse to Kelly, who had, or pretended to have, this rare faculty. Afterwards, however, he found out that Kelly had deceived him, those spirits which ministered at his bidding not being messengers from the deity, as he once supposed, but lying spirits sent to deceive and to betray. Kelly was an undoubted impostor, though evidently himself a believer in magic and the black art. Addicted to diabolical and mischievous practices, he was a fearful ensample of those deluders given up to their own inventions to believe the very lies wherewith they attempted to deceive. He was a great treasure hunter and invoker of demons, and it is said would not scruple to have recourse to the most disgusting brutalities for the gratification of his avarice and debauchery. In Weaver's funereal monuments, it is recorded that Kelly, in company with one Paul Waring, went to the churchyard of Walton-le-Dale, near Preston, where a person was interred at that time supposed to have hidden a large sum of money, and who had died without disclosing the secret. They entered precisely at midnight, the grave having been pointed out to them the preceding day. They dug down to the coffin, opened it, and exorcised the spirit of the deceased, until the body rose from the grave and stood upright before them. Having satisfied their inquiries, it is said that many strange predictions were uttered concerning divers persons in the neighborhood, which were literally and remarkably fulfilled. At the date of our legend, Kelly had been parted from the doctor for a considerable time. The doctor having found out his proneness to these evil courses, Kelly bore no goodwill to his former patron and associate. We have not space, or it would be an interesting inquiry, as connected with the superstitions of our ancestors, to trace the character and career of these individuals, men once famous amongst their contemporaries, forming part of the history of those times, and exerting a permanent influence immediately on the national character, and remotely on that of a future and indefinite period. Dame Eleanor Buckley was morally certain, firstly, that her son was witched, and secondly, that no time should be lost in procuring relief. Nicholas therefore took horse for Manchester that very forenoon, with the intention of consulting the learned doctor above named on his son's malady. Ere he left, however, there came tidings that Grace Ashton had not returned home, and was supposed to have tarried at Buckley for the night. Trembling at this unexpected news, the dame once more applied to her son. He was still wide awake on the couch, in the same position, and apparently unconscious of her presence. In great anxiety she conjured him to say if he knew what had befallen Grace Ashton. "She is dead," was his reply, in a voice strangely altered from his usual careless and happy tone. Nothing further, however, could be drawn from him, but shortly after there came one with additional tidings. "Inquiry has been set on foot," said the messenger, "and Tim, well known at wakes and merrymakings, doth come forward with evidence which justifies a suspicion that is abroad, to wit, that she has met death by some unfair dealing, and further, he scruples not to throw out dark and mysterious hints that implicate your son as being privy to her disappearance." At this unlooked-for intelligence the mother's fortitude gave way. Tribulation and anguish had indeed set in upon them like a flood. The ring, so unaccountably brought back by the Red Woman, was beyond doubt the cause of all their misfortunes, its reappearance, as she anticipated, being the harbinger of misery. What should be the next arrow from her quiver she trembled to forebode. But in the midst of this fever of doubt and apprehension one hope sustained her, and that was the result of her husband's mission to Dr. D, who would doubtless find out the nature of the spell, and relieve them from its curse. Let us follow the traveller to D's lodgings in the deanery, where at that time this renowned astrologer was located. Alchemy was just then his favourite research, and he was vainly endeavouring to master the jargon under which its worthlessness and folly were concealed. Nicholas Buckley related his mishap, and, as far as he was able, the circumstances connected with it. The doctor then erected a horoscope for the hour. After consulting this, he said, "I will undertake for thee, if so be that my poor abilities, hitherto sorely neglected, and I may say despised, can bring thee any succour. Indeed the land groans by reason of the sin of witchcraft, a noisome plague now infesting this afflicted realm, and a grievous scandal to the members and ministers of our Reformed Church. The ring is of a surety bewitched, and by one more powerful and wicked than thou canst possibly imagine. I tell thee plainly, that unless the charm be broken, the recovery of the young man were vain, nay, in all likelihood, thine own ruin will be the result." The merchant groaned audibly at this doleful news. He thought upon his merchandise and his adventures o'er sea, his treasures and his argosies, committed to the tender mercies of the deep, and he recounted them in brief. "Cannot these be rescued from such disaster?" inquired he dolefully. "I know not yet," was the reply. "Saturn, that hath his location here, governing these expected treasures, now beholds the seventh house of the figure I have just erected with a quartile aspect. They be evil tokens, but as regards this same Mother Redcap or the Red Woman, who hath doubtless brought you into grievous trouble, I know her. Nay, look not incredulous. How, it is not needful to inquire. Suffice it that she hath great power, through from a different source from mine. She is of the Rosicrucian order, one of the sisters, of which there are 5 throughout Europe and Asia. They have intercourse with spirits, communicating too with each other, though at never so great a distance, by means of this mystical agency. She hath been here, even in the very place where thou sittest." The visitor started from his chair. "And I am not ignorant of her devices. She is of a papistical breed, and the recusant priests, if I mistake not, are at the working of some diabolical plot, it may be against the life and government of our gracious Queen. they would employ the devil himself, if need were, to compass their intent. She hath travelled much, and doubtless hath learned marvellous secrets from the Moors and Arabian doctors. It is, however, little to the purpose at present that we continue this discourse. What more properly concerns thee is how to get rid of this grievous visitation, which, unless removed, will of a surety fall out to thine undoing. By prayer and fasting much may be accomplished, together with the use of all lawful means for thy release. Alas, said Buckley, I fear me there is little hope of a favourable issue, and I may not be delivered from this wicked one. Be of good heart, we will set to work presently, and, if it be possible, counterplot this cunning witch. But to this end it is needful that I visit the young man, peradventure we may gather tidings of her. I know not any impediment to my journey this very day. Eh? Even so, said he, poring over some unimaginable diagrams. Good. There is a marvellous proper aspect for our enterprise 30 minutes after midnight. Thou hast doubtless taken horse with thy servant hither. I will take his place and bear thee company. The doctor was soon equipped for travel, much to the comfort of the afflicted applicant, who was like to have taken his departure with a sorry heart, and in great disquietude. On their arrival at Buckley, Dee would needs see the patient instantly. No change had taken place since morning, and he still refused any sustenance that might be offered. The doctor examined him narrowly, but refrained from pronouncing on his case. It was now evening. The sun shot a languid and fitful ray athwart the vapours gathering to receive him, and its light shone on the full couch of the invalid. The astrologer was sitting apart, in profound meditation. Dame Eleanor suddenly roused him. He has just asked for the Red Woman, said she, and I heard him bemoaning himself, saying that he is betrothed to her, and that she will come ere long to claim his pledge. Hark, he mutters again. Dee immediately went to the bedside. I did not kill her, said the victim, shuddering. He dashed the cold sweat from his forehead with some violence. He then started up. Is she come? Said he in a low, hollow voice, and he sat up in the attitude of intense expectation. Not yet, he uttered with great rapidity, and sank down again as though exhausted. A stormy and lowering sky now gathered above the sun's track, and the chamber suddenly grew dark. The inmates looked as though expecting some terrific, some visible manifestation of their tormentor. Dee looked out through the window. There was nothing worthy of remark, save an angry heap of clouds, rolling and twisting together, the sure forerunner of a tempest. The whole country is astir, said Dame Eleanor. They are seeking for the body of Grace Ashton in pits and secret places. Woe is me that I should live to see the day. The poor lad there is loaden with curses, and fearful threatenings are uttered against us. We are verily in jeopardy of our lives. Hereat she fell a weeping, and truly it was piteous to behold. We must first get an answer from him, said the doctor, ere measures can be devised for his recovery. 'Tis said there will be a warrant for his apprehension on the morrow, said the elder Buckley. There is some terrible perplexing mystery, if not knavery, in this matter, said Dee, and I have been thinking, nay, I more than suspect, that rascal Kelly hath a hand in it. He is ever hankering after forbidden arts, and many have fallen the innocent victims to his diabolical intrigues. He hath become a great adept of late, too, as I am told, in this Rosicrucian philosophy, and if we have here a clue to our labyrinth, depend on it we'll get to the end speedily. To spite and frustrate that juggling cheat I will spare neither pains nor study, though of a surety we only use lawful and appointed means. Prayers and exorcisms must be resorted to, and help craved from a higher source than theirs. At length the forms and usages generally resorted to on such occasions were entered upon. Loud and fervent were the responses, continuing even to a late hour, but without producing any change. The wind, hitherto rushing only in short fierce gusts through the valley, now gathered in loud heavy lunges against the corner of the house, almost extinguishing the solitary light on the table near to which Dee sat. The casements rattled, and the whole fabric shook as they passed by. At length there came a lull, fearful in its very silence, as though the elements were gathering strength for one mighty onslaught. On it came like an overwhelming surge, and for a moment threatened them with immediate destruction. Dust, pebbles, and dead branches were flung on the window, as though bursting through, to the great terror of the inmates. Again it drew back, and there was stillness so immediate, it was even more appalling than the loudest assaults of the tempest. The household, too, were silent. Even Dee was evidently disturbed, and as though in expectation of some extraordinary occurrence. A sharp quick tapping was heard at the casement. "What is that?" was the general inquiry. Gervase evidently heard it too, and was apparently listening. Dee arose. He went slowly towards the window, as if carefully scrutinizing what might present itself. He put his face nearly close to the glass, and manifestly beheld some object which caused him to draw back. His forehead became puckered by intense emotion, either from surprise or alarm. He put one finger on his brow, as though taking counsel from his own thoughts, deliberating for a moment what course to pursue. At length, much to the astonishment of his companions, he opened the latch of the casement, when, with a dismal croak, a raven came hopping in. With outstretched wings he jumped down on the floor, and would have gone direct to the bed, but the doctor caught him, and by main force held him back. Fluttering and screaming, the bird made every effort to escape, but not before Dee was aware of a label tied round his neck. This he quickly detached, after which the winged messenger flew back through the open window, either having finished his errand, or not liking his entertainment. Dee opened the billet, a bit of parchment, and out dropped the ring. In the envelope was a mystical scroll, encompassed with magic emblems, wherein was written the following doggerel, either in blood or coloured so as to represent it: "By this ring a charm is wound, rolling darkly round and round, ne'er beginning, ending never. Woe betide this house for ever. Thou art mine through life, in death I'll receive thy latest breath. Plighted is thy vow to me, mine thy doom, thy destiny, sealed with blood, this endless token like the spell, shall ne'er be broken." Alarm was but too legible on the doctor's brow. He was evidently taken by surprise. He read it aloud, while fearful groans responded from the victim. "'Tis a case of grievous perplexity," said he, "and I am sore distraught. If he have sworn his very soul to her, as this rhyme doth seem to intimate, I am miserably afflicted for his case. Doubtless 'tis some snare which hath unwillingly been thrown about him. Nevertheless, I will diligently and warily address myself to the task, and heaven grant us a safe deliverance. Yet I freely own there is both danger and extremity in the attempt. She will doubtless appear and claim the fulfillment of his pledge. But I must cope with her alone, none else may witness the conflict. It is not the first time that I have battled with the powers of darkness. But what motive hath she for this persecution? It is not surely out of sheer malice," said the dame, weeping. "Belike not," replied Dee thoughtfully. "It doth savour of those incantations whereof I oft read in divers tractates, whereby she expects to gain advantage or deliverance if she sacrifice another victim to the demon whereunto she hath sold herself. Indeed, we hear of some whose tenure of life can only be renewed by the yearly substitution of another, and it is to this possible danger that our feeble efforts must be directed. But I trust in aid stronger than the united hosts of the Prince of Darkness. This very night, I doubt not, will come the final struggle." The wind was now still, but ever and anon bursts of hail hurtled on the window. Thunder growled in the distance, waxing louder and louder, until its roar might have appalled the stoutest heart. With many anxious wishes and admonitions, the distressed parents left the doctor to himself. He took from his pocket an hourglass, a Bible, and a Latin translation from the Arabic, being a treatise on witches, genii, demons, and the like, together with their symbols, method of invocation, and many other subjects equally useful. Intent on his studies, he hardly looked aside save for the purpose of turning the glass, when he immediately became absorbed as before. Now and then he cast a glance towards the bed. His patient lay perfectly quiet, but the doctor fancied he was listening. About midnight he heard a groan, he shut his book, and, looking aside, beheld the terrible iron aspect of the Red Woman glaring fiercely upon him. She had in all likelihood been concealed somewhere within hearing, for a closet door, on one side of the chamber, stood open as though she had just issued from it. With great presence of mind he adjured her that she should declare her errand. "I am here on my master's business, mine errand concerns not thee," was the reply. Her terrible eyes glanced, as she spoke, towards the bed where the unfortunate Gervase Buckley lay writhing as though in torment. "By what compact or agreement is he thine, foul sorceress? Knowest thou not that there are bounds beyond which ye cannot prevail? He hath sworn, the compact is sealed with blood, and must be fulfilled. I am here to claim mine own, and it is at thy peril thou prevent me. I fear thee not, but am prepared to withstand thee and all thy works. Beware. There's a black drop in thine own cup, said she. Thou thyself hast sought counsel by forbidden arts, and I can crush thee in a moment. Dee looked as though vanquished on the sudden. He was not altogether clear from this charge, having, though at Kelly's instigation, been led somewhat farther than was advisable into practices which in his heart he condemned. He, however, now felt convinced that Kelly had some hand in the business, knowing, too, that he would associate with the most wicked and abandoned, if so be that he might compass his greedy and unhallowed desire. Depart whilst thou may, she continued. I warn thee. Yonder inheritance is mine, though the silly damsel they have lost be the reputed heir. Aforetime I have told thee. Wronged of our rights, I have sold myself, body and soul, for revenge. By unjust persecutions we have been proscribed, those of the true faith have been forced to fly, and even our lands and our patrimony given to young graceless heretics. But why persecute this unoffending house? They have not done thee wrong. It is commanded, the doom must be fulfilled. One condition only was appointed. A hard task, to wit, but what cannot power and ingenuity compass, when one shall pledge himself thine and for ever, then the inheritance thou seekest is thine also, which none shall take from thee. But he too must be rendered up to me. This was the doom. 'Tis fulfilled. He hath pledged himself body and soul, and that ring, if need be, is witness to his troth. Is Grace Ashton living or dead? Inquired Dee, with a firm and penetrating glance. When he hath surrendered to his pledge it shall be told thee. Wicked sorceress, said the doctor, rising in great anger, he shall not be thy victim, thine arts shall be countervailed. The powers of darkness are not, in the end, permitted to prevail, though for a time their devices seem to prosper. Listen, and answer me truly, or I will compel thee in such wise that thou darest not disobey. Was there none other condition to thy bond? The weird woman here broke forth into a laugh so wild and scornful that the archfiend himself could hardly have surpassed it in malice. Fret not thyself, she said, and I will tell thee. No, then, I am scathless from all harm until that feeble ring shall be able to bind me, none other bonds may prevail. This ring bind thee? Even so, and as a blade of grass I could rend it. Judge, then, of my safety. Fire, air, and water, all the elements, cannot have the power to hurt me, I hold a charmed life. The price is paid. Dee looked curiously round the little thin ring which he held, and indeed it were hopeless to suppose so frail a fetter could restrain her. Thou hast told me the truth? I have, on my hope of prospering in this pursuit of our patrimony. And what is thy purpose with the lad? I have need of him. He is my hostage to him whom I serve. Thou wilt not take him by force. I will not. He will follow whithersoever I lead. He has neither will nor power to disobey. Grant a little space, I prithee. 'Tis a doleful doom for one so young. Tomorrow my time hath expired. Either he or I must be surrendered to. Here she pointed downwards. Agreed. Tomorrow at this hour. We will be prepared. The witch unwillingly departed as she came. The closet door was shut as with a violent gust of wind, after which Dee sat pondering deeply on the matter, but unable to come to any satisfactory conclusion. He never suspected for one moment what in this evil and matter-of-fact generation would have occurred even to the most credulous, to wit, that either insanity or fanaticism, aided by fortuitous events, if we may so speak, was the cause of this delusion, at least to the unhappy woman now the object of Dee's most abstruse speculations. His thoughts, however, would often recur to his quondam associate, Kelly, and, if in the neighbourhood, which he suspected, an interview with him might possibly be of use, and afford some clue to guide their proceedings. Committing himself to a short repose, he determined to make diligent search for this mischievous individual, having comforted in some measure the unhappy couple below stairs, who were in a state of great apprehension lest their son had already fallen a victim, and were ready to give up all for lost. Early on the ensuing day the doctor bent his steps towards Clegg Hall, whence the old family of that name had been dispossessed, and from whom that mysterious individual, the Red Woman, claimed descent. The air was fresh and bracing after the night's tempest. Traces of its fury, however, were plainly visible. Huge trees had been swept down, as though some giant hand had crushed them. Rising the hill towards Belfield, he stayed a moment to look round him. There was something in the loneliness and desertion of the spot that was congenial to his thoughts. The rooks cawed round their ancient inheritance, but all was ruin and disorder. His curiosity was excited. He had sufficient local knowledge to remember it was once an establishment of the Knights of St. John some centuries before, and he remembered, too, that according to vulgar tradition, great riches were buried somewhere in the vaults. A thought struck him that it was not an unlikely spot for the operations of Master Kelly. Impressed with this idea, a notion was soon engendered that his errand need not carry him farther. He drew near to the ivied archway beneath the tower. The mavis whistled for its mate, and the sparrow chirped amongst the foliage. All else was silent and apparently deserted. He entered the gateway. Inside, on the right hand, was a narrow flight of steps, and, impelled by curiosity, he clambered, though with some difficulty, into a dilapidated chamber above. Here the loopholes were covered with ivy, but it was unroofed, and the floor was strewn with rubbish, the accumulation of ages. Through a narrow breach at one corner he saw what had once been a concealed passage, evidently piercing the immense thickness of the walls, and leading probably to some secret chambers not ordinarily in use. He now heard voices below, and taking advantage thereby, crept into the passage, probably expecting to gather some news by listening to the visitors if they approached. Two of these ascended the broken steps, and every word was audible from his place of concealment. He instantly recognized the voice of Kelly. The other was a stranger. "Ah, old Mother Redcap, I tell thee, says we can never get the treasure. By this good spade, and a willing arm to wit, the gold is mine ere 2 hours older," said Kelly. "I am terribly afeard o' these same boggarts," replied his companion. "Teoden, LL come sure enough among us, sure as my name's Tim, some time or another. Never fear, Nunkey, thee knows what a lump I've promised thee, and as for the old one, trust me for that, I can lay him in the Red Sea at any time. Haven't I and that old silly doctor, who pretends, forsooth, to have conscience qualms when there's aught to be gotten, though as fond o' the stuff as any of us, haven't we, I say, by conjurations and fumigations, raised and laid a whole legion o' them? Why, man, I'm as well acquainted with the kingdom of Beelzebub, and his ministers to boot, as I am with my own. Don't make sich an ugly talk about prithee, good sir. I thought I heard some at their eye at the passage, and I think my heart I darna face again for gowd amongst cellar. Tush, fool. If we get hold on now it shall be ours, and none o' the rest of our brethren o' the Red Cross need share, thee knows. But thou be'st but newly dubbed and hardly initiated yet in our sublime mysteries. Nevertheless, I will be indifferent honest too, and for thy great services to us and to our cause I do promise thee a largesse when it comes to our fingers, that is to say, 1/5 to thee, and 1/5 to me, the other 3 shares do go to the general treasure house of the community, of which I take half. A goodly portion, marry, but I'd liefer not gang one farther. Villain! Thou art bent on treachery, if thou draw back I'll ha' thee hanged or otherwise punished for what thou hast done. Remember, knave, thou art in my power." The guilty victim groaned piteously, but he was irretrievably entangled. The toils had been spread by a master hand. He saw the gulf to which he was hurried, but could not extricate himself. "Yonder women, plague take, said Tim, what's up now? I know this old witch who sold her sail to blackface I'm afeard, is many a good rood land hereabout, and t'od ha, too, its pertinences. But she's brought fro Spain or Italy, as I be tued, a main lot o' these same priest gear, and they're lurking hereabout like loiker rabbits in a warren, till she can get rid o' these Ashtons. Mony a year long past I've seen her prowling about, but she never could get her ends gregly till now." "By my help she shall," said Kelly, "it's a bargain between us. She's brought her grandchildren too, who left England in their youth, being educated in a convent o'erseas. They are just ready to drop into possession. But poor Grace Ashton, she's gien me mony a dish of hot porridge and a bannocks. She shorna be hurt if I can help it. Fool, the wench must be provided for. Look thee, If she get away, she'll spoil all. When dead, young Buckley must be charged with the murder. We'll, but I'll ha' naught more to do wit, intact your own fling, I'll wash my hands on tea altogether, and so, I want help, thou chicken-faced varlet, come, budge, to thy work, we may have helpers to the booty, if time be lost. Mercy on us, said Tim, in great dolour, I wish I had ne'er had aught to do wit, treasure hunting and sich-like occupation. If ever I get rid of this job, if I don't stick to my old trade, hang me up to dry. Hold thy peace, carrion. And remember, should a whisper even escape thee, I will have thee hanged in good earnest. Just like Satan, ticing to iniquity, and then, biggest rogue lies turns retriever. None o' thy pretences, thou hast as liquorish a longing after the gold as any miser in the parish, and when the broad pieces and the silver nobles jingle in thy fob, thou'lt forget thy qualms, and thank me into the bargain. Now to work. Let me see, what did the sleeping beauty say? Humph, under the main pillar at the southeast corner. Good. Nay, man, don't light up yet. Let us get fairly underground first, for fear of accidents. To the great alarm of Dr. D, who heard every word, these two worthies came straight towards the opening. He drew on one side at a venture. Luckily it proved the right one, they proceeded up the passage in the opposite direction. He heard them groping at the further end. A trapdoor was evidently raised, and he was pretty well convinced they had found the way to the vaults. Probably it had been blocked up for ages until recently, and in all likelihood Tim had pointed it out, as well as the notion that treasure was concealed somewhere in these labyrinths. How to make this discovery in some way subservient to his mission was the next consideration, and with a firm conviction, generally the forerunner of success, he determined to employ some bold stratagem for their detection. They were now fairly in the trap, and he hoped to make sure of the vermin. For this end he cautiously felt his way to the opposite extremity of the passage, where he found the floor emitted a hollow sound. This was assuredly the entrance, but he tried in vain, it resisted every effort. Here, however, he determined to keep watch and seize them if possible on their egress, trusting to his good fortune or his courage for help in any emergency that might ensue. At times he laid his ear to the ground, but nothing was audible as to their operations below. This convinced him they were at a considerable distance from the entry, but he felt assured that ere long they must emerge from their den, when, taken by surprise, he should have little difficulty in securing the first that came forth, keeping fast the door until he had made sure of his captive. He watched patiently for some time, when all on a sudden he heard a rumbling subterraneous noise, and he plainly felt the ground tremble under his feet. A loud shriek was heard below, and presently footsteps approaching the entrance. He had scarcely time to draw aside ere the door was burst open, and some one rushed forth. The doctor seized him by the throat, and ere he had recovered from his consternation, dragged him out of the passage. Villain! What is it ye are plotting here about? Confess, or I'll have thee dealt with after thy deserts. Oh, I'll tell all, I will, sobbed out the delinquent, gasping with terror. Tim, for it was none other, fell on his knees crying for mercy. Whoever thou art, continued he, come and help for one that's under a heavy calamity. Bad though he be, we mourner let him perish for lack o' looking after. Hast got a light, knave? I'll run and fetch one. Nay, we part not company until better acquainted. Is there not a candle below? Alas! 'Tis put out, and, oh! I'd forgotten, here's a matchbox in my pocket. He drew forth the requisite materials, and they were soon equipped, exploring the concealed chambers we have before described. With difficulty they now found their way, by reason of the dust arising from the recent catastrophe. D followed cautiously on, keeping a wary eye on his leader lest some deceit or stratagem should be intended. They now approached a heap of ruins almost choking the entrance to the larger vault. He thought groans issued from beneath. He's not dead yet, said Tim. Here, good sir, help me to shift this stone first. They set to work in good earnest, and, with no little difficulty and delay, at length succeeded in releasing the unfortunate treasure hunter. Eager to possess the supposed riches, they had incautiously undermined one of the main supports of the roof, and Kelly was buried under the ruins. Fortunately he lay in the hollow he had made, otherwise nothing but a miracle could have saved him from immediate death. He was terribly bruised, nevertheless, and presented a pitiable spectacle. Bleeding and sore wounded, he was hardly sensible as they bore him out into the fresh air. Apparently unable to move, they laid him on the ground until help could be obtained. In a while he recovered. "Thou art verily incorrigible," said the doctor to his former associate. "Where is the maiden ye have so cruelly conveyed away?" But Kelly was dogged, and would not answer. "I have heard and know all," continued D, "so that, unless thou wilt confess, assuredly I will have thee lodged in the next jail on accusation of the murder. Thy diabolical practices will sooner or later bring thee to punishment." "Promise not to molest me," said Kelly, who feared nothing but the strong arm of the law, so utterly was he given over to a reprobate mind, even to commit iniquity with greediness. "What? And let thee forth to compass other and maybe more heinous mischief." "I promise nothing, save that thou be prevented from such pursuits. Thou hast entered into covenant with the woman whom it is our purpose in due time to deliver up to the secular arm. You think to compass your mutual ends by this compact, but be assured your schemes shall be frustrated, and that speedily." At this Kelly again fell into a sulky mood, maimed and helpless though he was, and revenge, dark and deadly, distorted his visage. Tim here stepped forward. "I do repent me of this iniquity, and, if ever I'm catched meddling sich tickle gear again, I'll gie ye leave to hang me up without judge or jury." "The best proof of repentance is restitution," said the doctor. "Knowest thou aught of the maiden?" "I'll find her, if ye can keep that noisome wizard Frey hurting me. He swears that if I tell, e'en by nods, winks, or otherwise, he'll send me in a whirlwind. I will give thee my pledge, not a hair of thy head shall be damaged. He has the key in his pocket." "What of that?" "It's the key to the old house door yonder, and she's either there or but lately fetched away." The doctor proceeded, though not without opposition, to the search. The key was soon produced, and accompanied by the repentant ballad-monger, he approached the mansion, which, as we have before noticed, was near at hand, apparently untenanted. "Yonder knave, I think, cannot escape," said D. "No, no," said his conductor, "unless summat fetches him, is too well hampered for that. His legs are all smashed at that downfall." They entered a little court almost choked up with leaves and long grass. The door was unlocked, and a desolate scene presented itself. The whole was covered with damp and mildew, all was rotting in ruin and decay. Tim led the way upstairs. The same appearances were still manifest. The dark shadow of death seemed to brood there, an interminable silence. They entered a small closet, nearly dark, and here, on a miserable pallet, lay the form of Grace Ashton, now, alas, pale and haggard. She seemed altogether unconscious of their presence. The horrible events of the preceding night had brought on mental as well as bodily disease. It was the practice of these treasure-seekers either to raise up a dead body for the desired information, or to throw the living into such a state of mental hallucination that they should answer dark and difficult questions whilst in that condition. It not unfrequently happened, however, that the unfortunate victims to these horrid rites either lost their lives or their reason during the experiment. We will not pursue the recital in the present case, suffice it to say, that Grace Ashton was immediately removed and placed under the care of her friends. The doctor went back to Kelly for further disclosures, but what was his surprise to find that by some means or another he had escaped. He now lost no time in returning to Buckley, communicating the painful, though in some degree welcome, intelligence that Grace Ashton had been rescued from her persecutors. It was now time to adopt measures for their reception of the witch, who would doubtless not fail in her appointment. D was yet in doubt as to the issue, and he thought it needful to acquaint them with the only method by which the spell could be broken. How it were possible that the ring should ever bind her was a mystery that at present he could not solve. Dame Eleanor listened very attentively, then sharply replied, "I have heard this charm aforetime, or, by Our Lady, but I have it." She almost capered for joy. We will not, however, anticipate the result, but entreat our readers to suspend their guesses, and again accompany us to the chamber where lay the heir of Buckley, still grievously tormented. Midnight again approached. D was sitting at the table, apparently in deep study. He had examined the closet, and found it communicated by another passage to an outer door, and it was through this that the Red Woman had contrived to enter without being observed. The learned doctor was evidently awaiting her approach with no little anxiety. Once or twice he fancied someone tapped at the casement, but it was only the wind rushing by in stormy gusts, increasing in strength and frequency as the time drew nigh. Hark! Was not that a distant shriek? It might be the creaking of the boughs on the old yew tree by the door, thought Dee, and again, in a while, he relapsed into a profound reverie. Another. He heard the jarring of rusty hinges, a heavy step, and the Red Woman stood beside him, but with such a malevolent aspect that he was somewhat startled and uneasy at her presence. I am beguiled of my prey, mocked, thwarted. But beware, old man, thy meddling may prove dangerous. I will possess the inheritance, though every earthly power withstood me. That boy is mine. He hath sworn it, sealed it with his heart's blood, and I demand the pledge. The victim groaned. Hearest thou that response? 'Tis an assent. He is mine in spite of your stratagems. This was probably but the raving of a disordered intellect, but Dee was too deeply imbued with the superstitions of the age to suppose for a moment that it was not a case of undisguised witchcraft, or that this wicked hag was not invested with sufficient power to execute whatever either anger or caprice might suggest. What is thy will with the wretched victim thou hast ensnared? He inquired. I have told thee. Thou wilt not convey him away bodily to his tormentors? Unless they have a victim, the inheritance may not be mine. She said this with such a fiendish malice that made even the exorcist tremble. His presence of mind, however, did not forsake him. The ring, I remember, there was a condition in the bond. In all such compacts there is ever a loophole for escape. None that thou canst creep through, she said, with a look of scorn. It is not permitted that the children of men be tempted above measure. When that ring shall have strength to bind me, and not till then. All other bonds I rend asunder. Even adamant were as flaming tow. Here is a ring of stout iron, said Dee, pointing to an iron ring fixed by a stout staple in the wall. I think it would try thy boasted strength. I could break it as the feeble reed. The doctor shook his head incredulously. Try me. Thou shalt find it no empty boast. She seemed proud that her words should be put to the test, and even proposed that her arms should be pinioned, and her body fastened with stout cords to the iron ring which had been prepared for this purpose. Thou shalt soon find which is the strongest, said she, exultingly. I have broken bonds ere now to which these are but as a thread. She looked confident of success, and surveyed the whole proceeding with a look of unutterable scorn. Now do thy worst, thou wicked one, said Dee, when he had finished. But lo! A shriek that might have wakened the dead. She was unable to extricate herself, being held in spite of the most desperate efforts to escape. With a loud yell she cried out, Thou hast played me false, demon. 'Tis not thy demon, said Dee, it is I that have circumvented thee. In that iron ring is concealed the charmed one, wrought out by a cunning smith to this intent, to wit, the deliverance of a persecuted house. The Red Woman now appeared shorn of her strength. Her charms and her delusions were dispelled. She sank into the condition of a hopeless, wretched maniac, and was for some time closely confined to this chamber. Buckley, recovering soon after, was united to Grace Ashton, who, it is confidently asserted, and perhaps believed, was restored to immediate health when the charm was broken. The Death Painter, or the Skeleton's Bride, this will hardly keep body and soul together, said Conrad Bergman, as he eyed with a dissatisfied countenance some score of dingy kreutzers thrust into his palm by a patron of early genius, one of those individuals who take great merit to themselves by just keeping their victims in that enviable position between life and death, between absolute starvation and hopeless, abject poverty, which effectually represses all efforts to excel, controls and quenches all but longings after immortality, who just fan the flame to let it smoke and quiver in the socket, but sedulously prevent it rising to any degree of steadiness and brilliance. Conrad that morning had taken home a picture, his sole occupation for 2 months, and this patron, a dealer in the fine arts, dwelling in the good, quiet city of Mannheim, had given him a sum equivalent to 36 shillings sterling for his labor. Peradventure, it was not in the highest style of art, but what Schwartz and Baron or Weiss Ross, black bears, white horses, spread eagles, and the like, the meanest, worst painted signs in the city, would not have commanded a higher price. In fact, Conrad had just genius enough to make himself miserable, to wit, by aspiring after those honors it was impossible to attain, keeping him thereby in a constant fret and disappointment, instead of being content with his station, or striving for objects within his reach. Could he have drudged on as some dauber of signposts, or taken to useful employment, he might doubtless have earned a comfortable sustenance. He had, however, like many another child of genius, a soul above such vulgarities, yearning after the ideal and the vain, having too much genius for himself and too little for the world, suspended in a sort of Mahomet's coffin between earth and heaven, contemned, rejected, by gods, men, and columns. Conrad Boardman was about 22, of good figure and well-proportioned features, complexion fair, bright bluish-grey eyes, whiskers well matched with a pale, poetical, it might be sickly hue of countenance, and an expression more inclining to melancholy than persons of such mean condition have a right to assume. His father had brought him up to a trade, an honest thriving business, to wit, that of knopfmaker, button-maker. But Conrad, the youngest, and his mother's favourite, happened to be indulged with more idle time than the rest, which, for the most part, was laudably expended in scrawling sundry hideous representations, all manner of things on walls and wainscots. Persevering in this occupation he was forthwith pronounced a genius. About the age of 15, Conrad saw a huge St. Christopher, by a native artist, and straightway his destiny was fixed. He struggled on for some years with little success save being pronounced by the gossips marvellously clever. His performances wanted that careful and elaborate course of study indispensable even to the most exalted genius. They were not only glaring, tawdry, and ill-drawn, but worse conceived, flashy, crude accumulations of colour only rendering their defects more apparent. He was in a great measure self-taught. His impetuous, ardent imagination could not endure the labour requisite to form an artist. He would fain have read ere he had learned to spell, and the result might easily have been foretold. His father died, and the family were but scantily provided for. Conrad was now forced to make out a livelihood by what was previously an amusement, not having a trade in his fingers, and he toiled on, selling his productions for the veriest trifle. He had now no leisure for improvement in the first elements of his art. Better starve or beg, better be errand boy or lackey, than waste my talents on such an ungrateful world. I'll turn conjurer, fire-eater, mountebank, set the fools agape at fairs and pastimes. Anything rather than killing, starving by inches. Why, the criminals at hard labour in the fortress have less work and better fare. I wish, what dost wish, honest youth, said a tall, heavy-eyed, beetle-browed, swarthy personage, who poked his face round from behind, close to that of the unfortunate artist, with great freedom and familiarity. I wish thou hadst better manners, or wast I at the stocks, where every prying impertinent should be, replied Conrad, being in no very placable humour with his morning's work. The stranger laughed, not at all abashed by this ill-mannered, testy rebuke, replying good-humouredly, Ah, Master Canvas spoiler. Wherefore so hasty this morning? My legs befit not the gyves any more than thine own. But many a man thrusts his favours where they be more rare than welcome. I would do thee a service. 'Tis the hangman's, then, for that seems the only favour that befits my condition. Thou art cynical, bitter at thy disappointment. Let us discourse together hard by. A flask of good Rhenish will soften and assuage thy humours. A drop of Kirchenwasser, too, might not be taken amiss this chill morning. Nothing loath, Conrad followed the stranger, and they were soon imbibing some excellent vin du pays in a neighbouring tavern. Conrad Boardman, began the stranger. Thou art surprised, but I know more than thy name. Wilt that I do thee a good office? Not the least objection, friend, if the price be within reach. Nothing pay, nothing have, I reckon. The price? Nothing. At least nothing thou need care for. Thou art thirsting for fame, riches, for the honours of this world, for the hand, the heart of thy beloved. Amongst the rest of Conrad's calamities he had the misfortune to be in love. Thou art mighty fluent with thy guesses, replied he, not at all relishing these unpleasant truths, and what if I am doomed to pine after the good I can never attain? I will bear my miseries, if not without repining, at least without thy pity, and he arose to depart. All that thou pinest after is thine. All, said the stranger. Mine? By what process? Whose the gift? Ha, ha, and he drained the brimming glass, waiting a solution of his interrogatory. I will be thy instructor. Behold the renowned Dr. Gabriel Rasmussen, who hath studied all arts and sciences in the world, who hath unveiled nature in her most secret operations, and can make her submissive as a menial to his will. In a period incredibly short I engaged to make thee the most renowned painter in Christendom. And the time requisite to perform this? 1 month. By the wand of Hermes, in 1 month, under my teaching, shalt thou have thy desire. I watched thy bargain with the dealer yonder, and have had pity on thy youth and misfortunes. Humph, compassion. And the price? Again inquired Conrad, with an anxious yet somewhat dubious expression of tone. The price? Once every month shalt thou paint me a picture. Is that all? All? Now Conrad began to indulge some pleasant fancies. Dreams of hope and ambition hovered about him, but he soon grew gloomy and desponding as heretofore. He waxed incredulous. 1 month? Nothing less than a miracle. The time is too short. Impossible. That is my business. I have both the will and the power. Is it a bargain? Conrad again drained the cup, and things looked brighter. He felt invigorated. His courage came afresh, and he answered firmly, a bargain. Give me thy hand. O mine Herr, not so hard. Thy grip is like a smithy vice. Beg pardon of thy tender extremities. Tomorrow then, at this hour, we begin. Immediately after which intimation the stranger departed. Conrad returned to his own dwelling. He felt restless, uneasy. Apprehensions of coming evil haunted him. Night was tenfold more appalling. Horrid visions kept him in continual alarm. He arose feverish and unrefreshed. Yesterday's bargain did not appear so pleasant in his eyes, but fear gave way apace, and ere the appointed hour he was in his little workroom, where the mysterious instructor found him in anxious expectation. He drew the requisite materials from under his cloak, a well-primed canvas already prepared. The pallet was covered, and Conrad sat down to obey his master's directions. What shall be our subject? Inquired the pupil. A head. Proceed. A female? Yes. But follow my instructions implicitly. Conrad chalked out the outline. It was feebly, incorrectly drawn, but the stranger took his crayon, and by a few spirited touches gave life, vigor, and expression to the whole. Conrad was in despair. Oh, that it were in my power to have done this, he cried, putting one hand on his brow, and looking at the picture as though he would have devoured it. Now for color, said the stranger, and he carefully directed his pupil how to lay in the ground, to mingle and contrast the different tints, in a manner so far superior to his former process, that Conrad soon began to feel a glow of enthusiasm. His fervor increased, the latent spark of genius was kindled. In short, the unknown seemed to have imbued him with some hitherto unfelt attributes, invested him either with new powers, or awakened his hitherto dormant faculties. As before, by a few touches, the crude, spiritless mass became living and breathing under the master's hand. Not many hours elapsed ere a pretty head, respectably executed, appeared on the canvas. Conrad was in high spirits. He felt a new sense, a new faculty, as it were, created within him. He worked industriously. Every hour seemed to condense the labor and experience of years. He made prodigious advances. His master came daily at the same time, and at length his term of instruction drew to a close. The last morning of the month arrived, and Conrad, unknown to his neighbors, had attained to the highest rank in his profession. His paintings, all executed under the immediate superintendence of the stranger, were splendid specimens of art. In the year, all Paris was moved with the extraordinary performances of a young artist, whose portraits were the most wonderful, and his miniatures the most exquisite, that eyes ever beheld. They looked absolutely as though endowed with life, real flesh and blood to all appearance, and happy were those who could get a painting from his hand. The price was enormous, and the marvelous facility with which they were dispatched was not the least extraordinary part of the business. There was a mystery, too, about him, provokingly delightful, especially to the female portion of the community. In place of living in a gay and fashionable part of the city, his lodging was in a miserable garret, overlooking one of the gloomiest streets of the metropolis. His manners, too, were forbidding and reserved. Instead of exhibiting the natural buoyancy of his years, he looked careworn and dejected, nor was he ever known to smile. After a period, whispers got abroad that several of his female subjects came to strange and untimely deaths. They were seized with some dangerous malady, accompanied by frightful delusions. In general, they fancied themselves possessed. Wailings, shrieks, and horrible blasphemies proceeded from the lips of the sufferers. These reports were doubtless exaggerated, the marvelous being a prodigiously accumulative and inventive faculty, yet enough remained, apparently authentic, to justify the most unfavorable suspicions. About this time a young Italian lady of a noble house arrived on a visit to her brother in the suite of the Florentine embassy. This princely dame, possessed of great wealth and beauty, was not long unprovided with lovers, one especially, a handsome official in the royal household, de Vesey by name, and as gallant a cavalier as ever lady looked upon. But her term of absence being nigh expired, the lovers were in great perplexity, and nothing seemed so likely to contribute to their comfort during such unavoidable separation as a miniature portrait of each from the hands of this inimitable painter. Leonora sat first, and the lover was in raptures. Hour by hour he watched the progress of his work in a little gloomy chamber, where the artist, like some automaton fixture, was always found in the same place, occupied too, as it might seem, without intermission. "The gaze of that strange painter distresses me inexpressibly," said Leonora to her companion, as they went for the last time to his apartment. "I have borne it hitherto without a murmur, but words cannot describe the reluctance with which I endure his glance, yet while I feel as though my very soul abhorred it, it penetrates, nay, drinks up and withers my spirit. Though I shrink from it, some influence or fascination, call it as thou wilt, prevents escape, I cannot turn away my eyes from his terrible gaze." "Thou art fanciful, my love," said de Vesey, "the near prospect of our parting makes thee apt to indulge these gloomy impressions. Be of good cheer, nothing shall harm thee in my presence. 'Tis the last sitting, put on a well-favoured aspect, I beseech thee. Remember, this portraiture will be my only solace during the long hours of thine absence." As they entered the artist's chamber, the picture lay before him, which he seemed to contemplate with such absorbing intensity that he was hardly aware of their entrance. He did not weep, but grief and pity were strangely mingled in his glance. It was but for a moment, he quickly resumed his usual attitude and expression. Whether the previous conversation had made her lover liable to take the tone and character of her own thoughts, we know not, but for the first time he fancied Leonora's apprehensions were not entirely without excuse. He looked on the artist, and it excited almost a thrill of apprehension. But speedily chiding himself for these untoward fancies, he felt that little was apparent either in look or manner but what the painter's peculiar and unexampled genius might sufficiently explain. Suddenly his attention was riveted on the lady. He saw her lips quiver and turn pale as though she would have swooned. In a moment he was at her side. The support seemed to reanimate the fainting maiden, her head drooping on his shoulder. Almost gasping for utterance, she whispered, "Take me hence, I want breath, air, air." De Vesey lifted her in his arms and bore her forth into the open doorway. Trembling, shuddering, and looking round, the first words she uttered were, "We are watched, by some unseen being in yonder chamber, I am persuaded. Didst not mark an antique, dismal-looking ebony cabinet immediately behind the painter?" "I did, and admired its exquisite workmanship, as though wrought by some cunning hand. As I fixed my eyes on those little traceries, it might be fancy, but methought I saw the bright flash of a human eye gazing on me. Oh, my Leonora, indulge not these gloomy impressions. Throw off thy wayward fancies. 'Tis but the reflex image the mind mistakes for outward realities. When disordered she discerns not the substance from the shadow. Thou art well nigh recovered. Come, come, let us in. Today is the last of our task, prithee take courage and return. On one condition only, if thou take the chair first, and note well an open scroll to the right where those fawns and satyrs are carved." "Agreed. And now shake off thy fears, my love." De Vesey led her again to the apartment, and as though without consideration sat down, his face directly towards the cabinet. He fixed his eyes thereon a few seconds only, when Leonora saw him start up suddenly with a troubled aspect and grasp the hilt of his sword. Then turning to the painter he said, sternly, "So, we have intruders here, I trow." "Intruders?" "None," was the artist's reply, without betraying either surprise or alarm. "That we'll see presently," said the cavalier, hastening to the cabinet, which, with hearty goodwill, he essayed to open. "Why this outrage?" inquired the painter, colouring with a hectic flush. "Because 'tis my good pleasure," was the haughty reply. The door resisted his utmost efforts. "Doubtless held by some one within. Open, or by this good sword I'll make a passage through both door and carcass." The hinges slowly gave way, the folding doors swung open, and displayed a grinning skeleton. "Ah! What lodger is this?" "Mine art requires it," said the painter, with a ghastly smile, but in that smile was an expression so fearful, yet mysterious, that even de Vesey quailed before it. Another miniature portrait, a precise copy of the one in hand, hung from the neck of the skeleton. Leonora, with a loud shriek, covered her face, but the lover, though far from satisfied himself, strove to assure his mistress and besought her not to indulge any apprehension. "You are disturbed, lady," said the artist. "'Tis but a harmless piece of earth, a mouldering fabric of dust, a thing, a form we must all one day assume. But tomorrow, if you will, we resume our work." Leonora, relieved by the intimation, gladly consented, fain for a while to escape from this terrible chamber. "Naught living was there, of a truth," said the cavalier, in evident perplexity, as they regained their coach. "But I saw plain enough, or imagination played me the prank, a semblance of a bright and flashing eye on the spot pointed out. Something incomprehensible hangs about the whole." Leonora agreed in this conclusion, expressing a fear lest harm should happen to themselves thereby. They were not ignorant of the whispers afloat, but hitherto treated them either with ridicule or indifference. Suspicion, however, once awake, mystery once apprehended, every circumstance, even the most trivial, is seized upon, the mind bending all to one grand object which haunts and excites the imagination. Having left his companion at her brother's dwelling, de Vesey came to his own, moody and dispirited. A vague sense of some grievous but impending misfortune hung heavily upon him. Night brought no mitigation of his fears. Spectres, skeletons, and demon painters haunted his slumbers. He awoke in greater torment than ever. The duplicate portrait was brought to his remembrance with a vividness, an intensity so appalling, that he almost expected to behold the skeleton wearer at his bedside. Involved in a labyrinth of inextricable surmises, and not knowing what course to pursue, he arose early, and walked forth without aim or design towards the church of Notre Dame. The red sun was just bursting through a thick atmosphere of mist, illuminating its two dark western towers, which looked even more gloomy under a bright and glowing sky, like melancholy in immediate contrast with hilarity and joy. He passed the morgue, or dead house, where bodies found in the Seine are exposed, in order that they may be owned or recognized. Impelled by curiosity, he entered. One space alone was occupied. He could not surely be deceived when he saw the body of the unfortunate painter. Those features were too well remembered to be mistaken. Here was new ground for conjecture, fresh wonder, and perplexity. He left this melancholy exhibition and entered the cathedral. Mass was celebrating at one of the altars. De Vesey joined in adoration, strolling away afterwards towards the vaults. One of them was open. From some vague, unaccountable impulse, he thus accosted the sexton, "Whose grave is this, friend?" "A maid's, mayhap." "Her name?" "The only remaining descendant of the Barons Montages." "I have some knowledge of that noble gentlewoman, she was just about to be married." "What might be the nature of her malady?" "Why, verily there be as many guesses as opinions. The doctors were all at fault, and, 'tis said, even now in great dispute. The king's physician tried hard to save her. Old Fra Geronimo, the confessor, will have it she was possessed, but all his fumigations, exorcisms, paters, and holy water could not cast out the foul fiend. She died raving mad. A miserable portion for one so young and high-born. Was there no visible cause? Cause, marry, if common gossip be not an arrant jade. Her portrait had been taken by that same limner who, they say, has been taught in the devil's school, and can dispatch a likeness with the twirl of his brush. And what of that? Cried de Vesey, in an agony of impatience. Why, the same fate has happened to several of our city dames. That is all. What has happened? They have gone mad, and either felt or fancied some demon had gotten them in keeping. For my part, I pretend not to a knowledge of the matter. But you seem strangely moved, methinks. The cavalier was nigh choking with emotion. Sick at heart, and with a fearful presentiment of impending evil, he turned suddenly away. His next visit, as may be supposed, was to his mistress. He found her in great agitation. The portrait had been sent home the preceding night, and completely finished, lay before her, an exquisite, nay, marvellous, specimen of art. She was gazing on her own radiant counterpart as he entered. They both agreed that something more than ordinary ran through the whole proceedings, though unable to comprehend their meaning. De Vesey related his discovery in the morgue, but not his subsequent interview with the sexton. Ere night, Leonora was seized with a strange and frightful disease. Symptoms of insanity were soon developed. She uttered fearful cries, calling on the painter in language wild and incoherent, but of terrific import. The lover was at his wit's end. He vowed to spare no efforts to save her, though scarcely knowing what course to pursue, or in what quarter to apply for help. His first care was to seek the dwelling of a certain renowned doctor, a German, whose extraordinary cures and mode of treatment had won for him great wealth and reputation. Though by some accounted a quack and impostor, nevertheless de Vesey hoped, as a last resource, so cunning a physician might be able to point at once to the source and cure of this occult malady. Dr. Hermann Sichel lived in one of those high, antique, dreary-looking habitations, now pulled down, situate in the Rue d'Enfer. A common staircase conducted to several suites of apartments, tenanted by various occupants, and at the very summit dwelt this exalted personage. A pull at the ponderous bell-handle gave notice of de Vesey's approach, when, after due deliberation, it might seem, and a long trial to the impatient curent, a little wicket was cautiously slid back, behind a grating in the door. A face, partially exhibited, demanded his errand. Thy master, knave. He is in the very entrails of a sublime study. Not for my beard, grey though it be, dare I break in upon him. Mine errand is urgent, said de Vesey, and, look thee, say a noble cavalier hath great need of succour at his hands. Gram mercy, Sir Cavalier, and hath not everybody an errand of like moment, thy business, peradventure, less urgent than 50 others whose suit I have denied this blessed day? I tell thee, my master may not be disturbed. De Vesey held up a coin temptingly before the grating. It would not go through, and the crusty Cerberus gently undid a marvellous array of chains, bars, and other ingenious devices, opening a slit wide enough for its insertion. Wider? Thou trusty keeper, said the artful suitor outside. I cannot fly through a keyhole. A hand was carefully protruded. The cavalier, espying his opportunity, thrust first his sword, afterwards himself, through the aperture, in spite of curses and entreaties from the greedy porter. He was immediately within a dark entrance or vestibule, the astonished and angry menial venting his wrath in no measured phrases on the intruder. De Vesey, in a peremptory tone, demanded to be led forthwith into the doctor's presence. The old man delayed for a while, almost speechless from several causes. His breath was nigh spent. Wrath on the one hand, fear of his master's displeasure on the other, kept him, like antagonistic forces, perpetually midway between both. Lead the way, knave, or, by the beard of St. Louis, I'll seek him through the house. Quick! Thou hast legs, if not, speak. Mine errand is urgent, and will not wait. A stout and determined cavalier, with a strong gripe, and a sword none of the shortest, was not to be trifled with, and, after many expostulations, warnings, threats, had failed of their effect, he at length doggedly consented. Thou wilt give me the coin, then, Sir Cavalier? When thou hast earned it. Away. Passing through a narrow passage, lighted from above, his conductor paused before a curiously carved oaken door, at which 3 taps announced a message. Now enter, and pray for us both a safe deliverance. But, prithee, tell him it was not my fault thou hast gotten admission. The door slowly opened, as though without an effort, and de Vesey was immediately in the presence of the physician, evidently to the surprise of the learned doctor himself, who angrily demanded his business and the ground of his intrusion. "Mine hour is not yet come, young man. Wherefore shouldst thou, either by stratagem or force, thrust thyself, unbidden, into our presence? To buy or beg thine aid, if it be possible. The case admits not of delay. I crave thy pardon, most reverend doctor, if that content thee, and, rest assured, no largesse, no reward shall be too great, if thou restore one, I fear me, beyond earthly aid." "Thus am I ever solicited," replied the sage, with a portentous scowl. He was clad in a gown of dark stuff, with slippers to match, his poll surmounted by a small black velvet skull-cap, from which his white, intensely white, hair escaped in great profusion. His visage was not swarthy, but of a leaden, pale complexion, where little could be discerned of the wondrous microcosm within. Books, and manuscripts of ancient form and character, emblazoned in quaint and mystic devices, lay open on a long oak table, on which rested one elbow of the wise man, the other was thrown over an arm of the high-backed chair whereon he sat today. The room contained plenty of litter in the shape of files, boxes, and other strange furniture. A cupola furnace was just heated, the doctor apparently concocting some subtle compound. "I am expected to wrest these helpless mortals even from the ravening jaws of the grave. My skill never tried until beyond other aid. But this disorder is of a sudden emergency. A lady of high birth and lineage, a few hours since, was seized with a raging frenzy. A female, then? And of such sweet temper and excellent parts, there be none to match with her, body or mind, in Christendom. When did this malady attack her?" "Almost immediately after a portrait, made by the celebrated painter, was finished. Of him thou hast doubtless heard." "The painter, There be more than thou have rued his skill. Young man, thy pretty one is lost." "Lost? Oh, say not so. I will give thee thine utmost desire, riches, wealth thou hast never possessed, if thou restore her. She is beyond my skill. Hast visited him since?" "I have seen him. She is the last victim, if such be her fate. This very morning, betimes, I saw his body in the morgue." "They have found him, then," said the doctor, sharply. "Yet our bodies are but exuviae. When cast off, this thinking, sentient principle within has another tabernacle assigned to it, until the great consummation of all things. But these are fables, idle tales, to the unlearned. Nevertheless, I pity thy cruel fate, and, if aid can be afforded, will call another to thine help. Hence. Thou shalt hear from me anon. And without loss of time, for every moment, methinks, our succor may come too late. I will forthwith seek out one whom I have heretofore taken knowledge of. Every science has its votaries, its adepts, and this evil caseth its remedy only by those skilled in arts called, however falsely, supernatural. Even now there be intelligences around us which the corporeal eye seeth not, nor can see, unless purged from the dross, the fumes of mortality. Some, peradventure, by long and patient study, have arrived on the very borders, the confines that separate visible from invisible things, and become, as it were, the medium of intercourse for mortals, who are by this means mightily aided in matters beyond ordinary research. Put thine ear to this shell. Mark its voice, like the sound of many waters. Are not these the invisible source, the essence of its being? Has not everything in like manner, even the most inanimate, a tongue, a language, peculiar to itself, a soul, a spirit, pervading its form, which moulds and fashions every substance according to its own nature? Now, this voice thou canst not interpret, being unskilled, knowing not the languages peculiar to every form and modification of matter, else would this beautiful type of the ever-rolling sea discourse marvellously to thine ear. But thou hast not the key to unclose its mystic tongue, hence, like any other unknown speech, 'tis but a confused jumble of unmeaning sound. I have little more knowledge than thyself, but there be those who can interpret. Vain man, presumptuous, ignorant, scoffs at knowledge beyond his reach, and thinks his own dim, nay, darkened reason, glimmering as in a dungeon, the narrow horizon that circumscribes his vision, the utmost boundary of all knowledge and existence, while beyond lies the infinite and unknown, utterly transcending his capacity and comprehension. De Vesey drank up every word of this harangue, and something akin to hope rose in his bosom as he withdrew. "Thou wilt have a message ere nightfall. An awful trial awaits thee ere the spell can be countervailed." The cavalier withdrew, suffering many wistful remarks from the old doorkeeper, who marvelled greatly at the interview so graciously conceded by his master, while at the same time holding out his palm for the promised largesse. De Vesey waited impatiently at his own dwelling for the expected message. Evening drew on, dark and stormy. The wind roared along the narrow streets in sharp and irregular gusts, while, pacing his chamber in an agony of suspense, he fancied every sound betokened the approaching communication. At length, when expectation was almost weary, a louder rumbling was heard, a coach drew up at the door, a hasty knock, and a heavy tramp, then footsteps ascending the staircase. The door opened, and 2 gens d'armes entered. "We have authority and instructions for the arrest of one Sigismund de Vesey, on a charge of murder, made this day by deposition before the mayor and prefecture of the Ville de Paris. The individual so named, we apprehend, is before us. The same, though assuredly there is some mistake. Of whose death am I accused? Of one Conrad Bergman, a painter, whose body, last night thrown into the Seine, was today exposed in the morgue. The rest will be explained anon. But an engagement, too, of a most important nature, demands my presence. No discretion is allowed us in this matter. The carriage waits." However reluctant, de Vesey was forced to obey. Though confident of a speedy release, this arrest at so important a juncture was provoking enough. Leonora's recovery might probably depend on his exertions for the next few hours, which were now suddenly wrested from him. Leaving word that he would shortly return, the cavalier stepped into the vehicle, which immediately drove off. In a little space the coach stopped, and de Vesey was invited to alight. He was led up a narrow staircase, a door flew open. He entered. Could it be? Surely imagination betrayed his senses. He could scarcely believe himself once more in the apartment of the painter. Yet there was no mistaking what he saw. The ebony cabinet, the easel, table, chair, all left as he saw them yesterday. But the living occupants were strangely diverse. 2 or 3 functionaries of the civil power, and in one corner a black cloth, spread on the floor, concealed some unknown object. The whole was lighted by a feeble lamp from the ceiling. A dusky haze from the damp, foggy atmosphere rendered objects ill-defined, indistinct, almost terrific to an excited imagination. In addition to the usual articles of furniture was a desk, with writing materials, at which one of the officers of justice appeared dictating something to his secretary. On de Vesey's entrance, the scribe made some minute preparatory to his examination, which commenced as follows: Sigismund de Vesey. The same. Being accused upon oath before us of murder, thou art brought hither to confront thine accusers, and to answer this heinous charge. First, let the body be produced. The cloth was removed, and de Vesey beheld the corpse lying on a mattress. Knowest thou this body? I do, said the cavalier, firmly. When was he seen by thee alive, the last time? Yesterday, about noon. Where? In this chamber. Not since? Yes, but not living. Dead, sayest thou? This morning in the morgue. Not previously? I have not. But pray to what purport this examination? This will appear presently. When taken out of the river, marks were found upon the throat, as though from strangulation. Knowest thou aught of these? I do not, said the accused, indignantly. This answer being written down, the examination was resumed. We have testimony that the unfortunate victim and thyself were seen together about midnight, and, further, a short but violent struggle was heard, and a heavy plunge. Afterwards an individual, with whom thou art identified, was seen departing in great haste, and entering the house well known as thy residence in the Rue de, a most foul and wicked fabrication, for purposes of which as yet I am ignorant. Of such charges I hardly need affirm that I am innocent. Let the accuser stand forth. To the surprise and horror of de Vesey, there appeared from a recess the German doctor, Hermann Sichel, who, without flinching, recapitulated the foregoing accusation. Moreover, he swore in the most positive terms to his identity, and that not a doubt rested on his mind but de Vesey was the murderer. In this very apartment, said the witness, he, de Vesey, drew his sword upon the painter yesterday, doubtless either from grudge or jealousy, being enamored of a fair Italian dame, Leonora di Rimini. Most abominable of liars, said the accused, eyeing him with a furious look. How darest thou to my face bring this foul accusation? Thou shalt answer for it with thy blood. Hear him. What need of further testimony? His own betrays him, said the doctor, with unblushing effrontery. We have other witness thou wilt not dare to gainsay, said the presiding officer. This learned person is amply corroborated by evidence that must effectually silence all denial. He hath referred us to her who was present, Leonora di Rimini. Leonora? What, my own, my betrothed? She my accuser? Spare thy speech and listen. We could not bring the maiden hither, insomuch as the nature of her malady admits not of removal, but her evidence and accusation are duly attested, taken at her own request, not many hours ago. The substance of her deposition is as follows: a confession to her of thine intention to murder Conrad Bergman, the artist aforesaid, being jealous of his attentions, and furthermore, in the agony of guilt, thou didst confess in her presence, having first strangled, and afterwards thrown him into the river, hoping thereby to conceal thy crime, then forcing her to swear she would keep the matter secret, and threatening her life in case it were divulged. This outrage, and this alone, hath nigh driven her frantic, her life being in jeopardy from thy violence. What sayest thou, Sigismund de Vesey? A lie, most foul and audacious, trumped up by that impostor. Leonora? Impossible. I would not believe though it were from her own lips. Some demon hath possessed her. This disorder is more than common madness. He looked around. The whole was like the phantasma of some terrible dream. Bewildered, and hardly knowing what course to pursue, in vain he attempted to shake the testimony of the hoary villain before him, and having at present none other means of rebutting the accusation, he was ordered into close custody until the morrow. Utterly unprepared with evidence, he knew not where to apply. That he was the victim of some foul plot so far appeared certain, but for what purpose, and at whose instigation, was inexplicable. Ere an hour had elapsed, de Vesey found himself in one of the cells of a public dungeon, with ample leisure to form plans for proving his innocence. He determined early on the morrow to acquaint his friends, and employ a celebrated advocate to expose this villainous doctor, who no doubt had designs either on his purse or person. In a while the prisoner fell asleep from fatigue and exhaustion. He was awakened by a sudden glare across his eyelids. At first, imagining he was under the influence of some extravagant dream, he made little effort to arouse himself. A figure stood beside the couch, a lamp lifted above his head. A friar's cowl concealed his features, his person, too, was enveloped in a coarse garment, with a huge rosary at his girdle. "Mortal, awake and listen," said the unknown visitor. "Art weary of life, or does this present world content thee?" "Who art thou?" said de Vesey, scarcely raising himself from the pallet. "I am thy friend, thy deliverer, and thou wilt." "Thanks," said the knight, springing from his recumbent posture. "Stay," replied the intruder, "there be conditions ere thou pass hence. Miserable offspring of Adam, ye still cling to your prison and your clay. Wherefore shrink from the separation, afraid to shake off your bonds, your loathsome carcass, and spring forth at once to life? Art thou prepared to fulfill but one condition for thy release? Name it. Manifest my innocence, and if it be gold, thou shalt have thy desire. No hired advocate ere yet held such a fee. Keep thy gold for baser uses, it buyeth not my benefits. But remember, thy life is not worth a week's purchase, neither is thy mistress's, forsooth, shouldest thou be witless enough to refuse. An ignominious death, a base exit for thyself, for her, madness and a speedy grave. One fate awaits ye both. Life and health, if thou consent, are yours. Thou speakest riddles. It were vain trying to comprehend their import. Name thy conditions. Aught that honor may purchase will I give." The stranger threw back his cowl, displaying the features of the renowned Dr. Hermann Sichel. A gleam of lurid intelligence lighted his grim grey eyes, that might betoken either insanity or excitement. Without reflecting for one moment on the hazard or imprudence of his conduct, de Vesey immediately rushed forward, grappled with his adversary, and threw him. "Now will I have deadly vengeance, fiend." "Take that," said he, drawing forth a concealed poniard and thrusting with all his might. Scorn puckered the features of the pretended monk. The weapon's point was driven back, refusing to enter, as though his enemy held a charmed existence. Put back thy weapon, thou wilt have need of it elsewhere, silly one. De Vesey was confounded at this unlooked-for result. His foe seemed invulnerable, and he slunk back. I forgive thee, poor fool. Put it back, I say. There, now to work, time hastens, and there is little space for parley. What is thy will? Thy welfare, thy life, listen. Yonder unhappy wretch I have loaden with benefits, rescued from poverty, disgrace, lifted him to the pinnacle of his ambition, the highest rank in art. Base ingrate, he threatened to betray, to denounce, and I crushed the reptile. He is now what thou shalt be shortly unless my power be put forth for thy rescue. Not all the united efforts of man can deliver thee. Beyond earthly aid, thou diest the death of a dog. Why dost thou accuse me of a crime, knowing that I am innocent? To drive thee, helpless, into my power. Think not to escape save on one condition. Name it, said De Vesey. Self-preservation is the great, the paramount law of our nature, the most powerful impulse implanted in our being. All obey this impulse, and who can control or forbid its operation? Will not the most timid, the most scrupulous, if no alternative be afforded, slay the adversary who seeks his life, and does not the law both of earth and heaven hold him guiltless? Thou art now denounced. Innocent, thy life must be sacrificed. Thou diest, or another, there is no choice. But shall I murder the innocent? And suppose it be. What thinkest thou? Two persons, equally guiltless, one of them must die. Self-preservation will prompt instinctively to action. Does not the drowning man cling to his companions, nay, rescue himself at the expense of another's life? De Vesey felt bewildered, if not convinced. Need we wonder if he yielded? Life or death, honor, disgrace. His mistress restored, his innocence proved. Life, with him, had scarcely been tasted. A glorious career awaited him, his lady love smiling through the bright vista of the future, and the tempter prevailed. But who must be the victim? The appalling truth was not then disclosed. De Vesey promised to obey. But remember, no power, not even flight, can screen thee from my vengeance shouldst break thy vow. Take warning by the painter, the poor fool but hesitated, and his doom was swift as it was sure. Take this cowl and friar's garment, I was admitted by the jailer for thy shrift. The lamp will guide thee. Be bold, and fear not. I will remain, tomorrow they will find out their mistake, but I have other means of escape. And Leonora? How shall she be recovered? That is a work of peril, and will need thine utmost vigilance. Rememberest thou the skeleton? In the ebony cabinet, inquired the cavalier, with a cold shudder. He hath her portrait, and will not lightly be persuaded to give his prey. Every month I am bound to furnish him a bride. My own life pays the forfeit of omission. Leonora is the next victim, unless thou prevail, betrothed to that grisly type of death. Oh, horrible! Mine the bride of a loathsome skeleton. Of anatomy. A fiend. Monster, I will denounce thee. I care not for my own life. Of what worth if torn from hers? Wretch, give back my bride or spare these transports. I am now thine only friend. Thou art now cut off from thy kin, shunned by mankind. To whom, then, wilt thou turn for help? Mine thou art forever. De Vesey gasped for utterance. Nevertheless, continued his tormentor, I will direct and help thee in this matter also. But 'tis a fearful venture. Hast thou courage? If to rescue her, aught that human arm can achieve shall be done. He holds the portrait, I tell thee, with a steady gripe. Those skeleton fingers will be hard to unloose. I will break them or perish. This good, touch them not for thy life. Death, sure but lingering, awaits whomsoever they fasten upon. Take this key. It will admit thee to the apartment. Tonight the deed must be accomplished, or tomorrow the maiden is beyond succor. And how is this charmed picture to be wrested from him? An ebony wand lies at his feet, he will obey its touch. But whatsoever thou sayest, be nothing daunted, nor let any silly terror scare thee from thy purpose. Now to thy task. But keep these marvels to thyself. If thou whisper, to the winds, our compact, thou art not safe. Soon de Vesey, enveloped in his disguise, found egress without difficulty. Once outside the prison, he hurried on, scarcely giving himself time for reflection. The night was dark and stormy. Torches, distributed about the streets, rocked and swung to and fro in their sockets, the flames, with a strange and flickering glare, giving an unnatural distorted appearance to objects within reach, and to some solitary individual, at this late hour hurrying alone, the grim aspect of a demon or a spectre to the disturbed imagination of the lover. His courage, at times on the point of deserting him, revived when he remembered that another's life, dearer than his own, depended on his exertions. The streets, almost deserted, swam with continually accumulating torrents, but he felt not that terrible tempest. The turmoil, the conflict within, was louder than the roar and tumult of outward elements. Almost ere he was aware he found himself opposite the entrance of the painter's habitation. A shudder, like a death chill, shot through his frame. He applied his key. A distant gleam, a dim lurid light, seemed to quiver before him. He heard the quick jar, the withdrawing bolt, that gave him admittance, as though it were a spectral voice warning him to desist. The unknown dangers he anticipated, rendered more terrific by their vague indefinite character, were enough to appall a stouter bosom. De Vesey would have faced and defied earthly perils, but these were almost beyond his fortitude to endure. Love, however, gave excitement, if not courage, and he resolved either to succeed or perish in the attempt. The stairs were partially illumined by an uncertain glimmer from a narrow window into the street. He felt his way, and every step sent the lifeblood curdling to his heart. He reached the topmost stair, laid one hand on the latch. He listened, all was still save the hollow gusts that rumbled round the dwelling. With a feeling somewhat akin to desperation he entered. A lamp, yet burning, emitted a feeble glare, but was well nigh spent, giving a more dismal aspect to this lonely chamber. It was apparently unoccupied. The chair, the black funeral pall left by the officers of justice over the pallet, the mysterious cabinet, the desk where the painter usually sat, all remained undisturbed. De Vesey's attention was more particularly directed towards the cabinet. There alone, according to his instructions, were the means of deliverance. A cold, clammy perspiration, a freezing shiver, came upon him as he approached. He laid one hand on the latch, it resisted as before. He tried force, a loud groan was heard in the chamber. Every fibre of his frame seemed to grow rigid, every limb stiffened with horror, and he drew back. This was a sorry beginning to the adventure, and he inwardly repented of his rashness. Looking round in extreme agony, his eyes rested on the black pall. Could it be, or was it from the expiring glimmer of the lamp? The drapery appeared to move. Another and a deeper groan. De Vesey for a space was unable to move, but his courage came apace, inasmuch as it was some relief, and a diversion from the awful mysteries of that grim cabinet. He approached the pallet hastily, throwing off the heavy coverlet. The recumbent body was yet beneath, but convulsed, as though struggling to free itself from an oppressive burden. De Vesey watched, while his blood froze with terror. Gradually these convulsive movements extended to the features. The lips quivered as though essaying to speak, the eyeballs rolling rapidly under their lids. A slight flush dawned upon the cheek, the hands were tightly closed, and another groan preceded one desperate attempt to throw off the load which prevented returning animation. At length the eyes opened with a ghastly stare, but evidently conveying no outward impression to the inward sense. With a loud shriek the body started up, then, uttering a wild and piercing cry, rolled on the floor, foaming and struggling for life as though with some powerful adversary. "Save me, was uttered in a tone so harrowing and dreadful, more than mortal agony, that De Vesey would have fled, but his limbs refused their office. "He strangles me. Fiend, have mercy. Wilt thou not? Oh, mercy, heaven!" His senses, though evidently bewildered, resumed their functions. With a glare of intense anguish he appeared as though supplicating help and deliverance. "Who art thou?" was the first inquiry and symptom of returning reason. "I know thee, De Vesey. But why art thou here?" Another victim. Yes, to torture me. Where am I? In my own chamber. Oh, that horrid cabinet. Yet these cruel torments. Will they never end? De Vesey immediately perceived there was no delusion, the mortal form of the artist was really before him. Terrible though it were, yet it was a relief to have companionship with his kind, a being of flesh and blood beside him. He might now peradventure accomplish his task. Providence, maybe, had opened a way for his deliverance, and hope once more dawned on his spirit. He helped the miserable artist to regain his couch, and sought to soothe him, beseeching the helpless victim not to give way to frenzy, doubtless resulting from his strange and emaciated condition. A miracle or a spell had been wrought for his resuscitation, but the events of the last few hours were alike enigmas, beyond the common operations of nature to explain. Yesterday I attempted suicide, said the artist, taking poison to escape a life insupportable to me. Fain would I have broken the chain which binds me to this miserable existence. But yon tyrant hath given me a charmed life. I cannot even die. Thy body was dragged from the same. How? Inquired the artist, with an incredulous look. And exposed this morning in the morgue, continued de Vesey. When will my sufferings cease? How have I prayed for deliverance from this infernal thraldom? Yon deceiver hath doubtless thrown thee into the river, and supposing thou wert dead, he designs me to supply thy place, to carry on the dark mystery of iniquity, a glimpse of which hath already been revealed. Would that I had been left to perish, that my doom were ended. Avarice, ambition, how enslaved are your victims! How have I longed for my miserable cottage, my poverty, my obscurity, cold and pinching want, but a quiet conscience to season my scanty meal. I bartered all for gold, for fame and misery. A cruel bondage, compared to which I could envy the meanest thing that crawls on this abject earth. In my trance I dreamed of green fields and babbling streams, of my brethren, my playmates, my days of innocence and sport, when all was freshness and anticipation, life one bright vista beyond, opening to sunny regions of rapture and delight. And now, what am I, a wretch, degraded, undone, a spectacle of misery beyond what human thought can conceive. Doomed to years, ages it may be, of woe, to scenes of horror such as tongue ne'er told, and even imagination might scarce endure, and my miseries but a foretaste of that hereafter. Here the guilty victim writhed in a paroxysm of agony, his veins swollen almost to bursting. Whether real or imaginary, whether a victim to insanity or of some supernatural agent, its influence was not the less terrible in its effects. Starting suddenly from his grovelling posture, he cried, fixing his eyes on de Vesey with a searching glance, "What brings thee hither? Leonora is in jeopardy by your spells. I seek her deliverance. She is beyond rescue. Leonora da Rimini is the skeleton's bride." Here the painter threw such a repulsive glance towards the cabinet that the cavalier shrank back as though expecting some grisly spectre from its portals, yet, himself the subject of an extraordinary fascination, he could not withdraw his gaze. "Fly, fly, or thou art lost. My tormentor will be here anon, I would have saved her," and he fixed his burning gripe here, "I feel it still, not a night passes that he comes not hither. Away! Shouldest thou meet him thy doom is fixed, and forever. I would not that another fell into his toils. Couldst thou know, but as a whisper, the secrets of this prison house, thy spirit would melt, thy flesh would shrink as though the hot wind of the desert had passed over it. What I have endured, and what I must endure, are alike unutterable. Thy keeper comes not tonight. He hath sent me to this chamber of death instead. He knows not thou art alive. Thee, too, but I must not reveal, my tongue cleaves to my mouth. Nay, nay, it cannot be, none but a fiend could do his behest. Away! For thy life, away!" De Vesey related the events of the last few hours. The artist ruminated a while, then abruptly exclaimed, "He hath some diabolical design thereupon which I am not yet able to fathom. That it is for thine undoing, Sir Knight, for thy misery here and hereafter, doubt not. Thou hast promised, but not yet offered him a victim. Thus far thou art safe, but he will pursue thee, and think not to escape his vengeance. How to proceed is beyond my counsel. Should midnight come, thou wouldest see horrors in this chamber that might quail the stoutest heart. Thou art bereft of life or reason if thou tarry. From those hollow sockets too, or his imagination played strange antics, a faint glare shot forth. A dizzy terror crept over him. His brain reeled. His energies were becoming prostrate, and unless one desperate attempt could be made, all hopes of rescue were past. He sought the ebony wand, but forgetful or incautious, laid hold of the chain which encircled the skeleton's wrist. A bell answered to the pressure, a deep hollow reverberation, like a death knell, in his ear. Hark! That iron tongue, lost, lost! Oh! Mercy, mercy, shrieked the death painter, covering his eyes. At this moment de Vesey heard a noise like the jarring of bolts and hinges. Ere he was aware the skeleton's arms were fastened round him, the doors closed, the floor gave way under his feet. He felt the pressure relaxing, he fell, the hissing wind rushed in his ears. Stunned with his fall, he lay for a while in the dark, scarcely able to move. It was not long ere he was able to grope about. Rotting carcasses and bones met his touch, a noisome charnel house gorged with human bodies in all the various stages of decay. His heart sickened with a fearful apprehension that he was left to perish by a lingering death, like those around him. Despair for the first time benumbed his faculties. His courage gave way at the dreadful anticipation, and he grasped the very carcass on which he trod for succor. Suddenly, a loud yell burst above him. A blaze of burning timbers flashed forth, crackling, they hissed, and fell into the vault. Through an opening overhead he saw the skeleton seized by devouring flames. They twined, they clung round it. Their forky tongues licked the bones that appeared to writhe and crawl in living agony. Soon the chain which held the portrait gave way, and it dropped at his feet unhurt. A shriek issued from the flaming cabinet, and he saw the painter with a burning torch above. A maniac joy lighted up his features, he shouted to de Vesey, and with frantic gestures beckoned that he should escape. If thou canst climb yonder stair, he cried, before the flames cut off thy retreat, thou art safe. See, Leonora is already free. Haste, this way, there, now leap, mind thy footing, 'tis too frail, creep round, those rafters are unbroken, another spring, and thou mayest reach them in safety. The flames were close upon him. He was nigh suffocated. A perilous attempt, but at length he gained the upper floor, and his deliverer exclaimed, Thanks, thanks, he is safe. By this good hand, too, that wrought your misery. Oh, that a life of penitence and prayer might atone for my guilt. It was a thought inspired by heaven, prompted me to set on fire that insatiate demon, to whom my taskmaster offered those wretched victims, and every month a bride, on pain of his own destruction. What might be the nature of that skeleton form, or their compact, thou canst neither know nor understand. Even I, though nightly witnessing horrors which have given to youth the aspect and decrepitude of age, cannot explain. A connection, if not inseparable, yet intimate as body and soul, existed between those demon-haunted bones and yon monster who sought and accomplished my ruin. What I have seen must not, cannot be told. My lips are forever sealed. But the flames are fast gaining on us. Let us hasten ere they prevent our retreat. The whole fabric will shortly be enveloped, and every record of this diabolical confederacy consumed. Go to thy lady love. She is recovered, and as one newly awakened from some terrific dream. With the earliest dawn hie thee to the prison lest he escape. Let him be instantly secured. When summoned, I will not fail to confront, to denounce the wretch. He cannot penetrate yonder wall save by fraud or stratagem. How I have escaped death is one of the mysteries which time perchance may never develop. One might fancy the cunning leech who supplied the drug did play me false. Instead of poison, mayhap, one of those potions of which we have heard, that so benumb and stupefy the faculties that for a space they mimic death, nor can anything rouse or recover from its influence until the appointed time be past. They hurried away as he spoke. De Vesey could scarcely wait until daylight. His first care was to secure the old sorcerer. He sought aid from the police, and, as far as might be, revealed the dreadful secret. An immediate visit was made to the cell. On entering, its inmate was in bed, a scorched, a blackened corpse. it may be supposed the lover was not long in attending on his mistress. She was free from disorder, and happily unconscious of what had passed during the interval, save that an ugly dream had troubled her. Nor was she aware that more than one night had elapsed. In a few days afterwards de Vesey led her to the altar. The mystery was never fully penetrated. That imposture and partial insanity might be involved, and have the greatest share in its development, is beyond doubt, but they cannot explain the whole of these diabolical proceedings. That the powers of darkness may have power over the bodies of wicked and abandoned men cannot be denied. Whether this narration discloses another instance of such mysterious agency our readers must determine. What the painter knew was buried in eternal silence. The monks of La Trappe received a brother whose vows were never broken. The Crystal Goblet. A tale of the Emperor Severus. This tale was written for the traditions of the county of York. It appeared by permission in an annual entitled The White Rose of York, but having only had a local circulation at the time, and having been carefully revised by the author during the last winter of his life, it finds a place here. It was midnight, yet a light was burning in a small chamber situated in one of the narrowest and least frequented streets of Eboracum, then the metropolis of the world. York at that period being the residence of the Emperor Severus, his court and family were conveyed hither, and the government of the world transferred to an obscure island in the west, once the Ultima Thule of civilization, its native inhabitants hardly yet emerged from a state of barbarism, and addicted to the most gross and revolting superstitions. A lamp of coarse earthenware was fastened on a bronze stand, having several beaks, and of a boat-like shape. Near it stood the oil vase for replenishing, almost empty, while the wicks, charred and heavy with exuvie, looked as though for some time untrimmed. On the same table was a Greek and a Coptic manuscript, an inkhorn, and the half of a silver penny, the Roman cymbalum. Breaking a piece of money as a keepsake between two friends was, even at that period, a very ancient custom. A brass rhombus, used by magicians, lay on a cathedra or easy chair, which stood as though suddenly pushed aside by its occupier in rising hastily from his studies. An iron chest was near, partly open, wherein papers and parchments lay tumbled about in apparent disorder. Vellum, so white and firm as to curl even with the warmth of the hand, purple skins emblazoned in gold and silver, and many others, of rare workmanship, were scattered about with unsparing profusion. It was evidently the study, the librarium of some distinguished person, and consisted of an inner chamber beyond the court, having one window near the roof, and another opening into a small garden behind. From the ceiling there hung a dried ape, a lizard, and several uncouth, unintelligible reptiles, put together in shapes that nature's most fantastic forms never displayed. Vases of ointments, and unguents of strange odors, stood in rows upon a marble slab on one side of the apartment. Scrinia, or caskets for the admission of rolls and writing materials, were deposited on shelves, forming a library of reference to the individual whose sanctum we are now describing. It was apparently undisturbed by any living occupant save a huge raven, now roosting on a wooden perch, his head buried under a glossy tissue of feathers, and to all appearance immovable as the grinning and hideous things that surrounded him. A magpie, confined in a cage above the door, was taught to salute those who entered with the word chair, a Grecian custom greatly in vogue amongst the most opulent of the Romans. Ere long there came a footstep and a gentle summons at the door. The bird gave the usual response, and straightway entered a stout muscular figure, wrapped in a chlamys, fastened on the shoulder with a richly embossed fibula. Beneath was the usual light leathern cuirass, covered with scales of shining metal, the center, over the abdomen, ornamented with a gorgon's head and other warlike devices, a short sword being stuck in his girdle. From the lowest part hung leathern straps, or lambrequins, highly wrought and embellished. He wore breeches or drawers reaching to the knees, and his feet and the lower part of the leg were covered with the cothurnus, a sort of traveller's half-boot. A sumptuous mantle, made of leopard skin, was thrown carelessly about his head, hardly concealing his features, for the folds, relaxing in some measure as he entered, showed a youthful countenance, yet dark and ferocious, indicating a character of daring and vindictive energy, and a disposition where forgiveness or remorse rarely tempered the fiercer passions. As he looked round, the raven raised his head on a sudden, and peering at him with that curious unfamiliar eye so characteristic of the tribe, gave a loud and hollow croak, which again arrested the notice of the intruder. "Most auspicious welcome truly, ill-omened bird. Is thy master visible?" There was no reply, and the inquirer, after a cautious glance round the chamber, sat down, evidently disconcerted by this unexpected reception. Scarcely seated, he felt the clasp on his shoulder suddenly risen, as though by an intruder from behind. Looking round, he saw the raven with the bauble in his beak, hopping off with great alacrity to his perch. The magpie set up a loud scream, as though vexed he was not a participator in the spoil. The owner, angry at his loss, pursued the thief, who defied every attempt to regain it, getting far above his reach, ever and anon the same ominous croak sounding dismally through the gloom by which he was concealed. Finding it fruitless, the stranger gave up the pursuit, and again sat down, examining carelessly the papers which lay open for perusal. But it might seem these feathered guardians were entrusted with the care of their master's chamber during his absence. "Beware," said the same querulous voice that before accosted him. Looking up, he saw the magpie, his neck stretched to the utmost through the bars of his cage, and in the act of repeating the injunction. "'Tis an ill augur to my suit," he muttered, hastily. "Destiny." Starting up at the word, which he spoke aloud, he clenched his hand. "The inexorable gods may decree, but would it not be worthy of my purpose to brave them, to render even fate itself subservient to me?" He hurried to and fro across the chamber with an agitated step. Suddenly he stood still in the attitude of listening. He drew the folds of his mantle closer about his head, when, by another entrance, there approached a tall majestic figure, clad in dark vestments, who, without speaking, came near and stood before him. A veil of rich network fell gracefully below his mantle, being in that era the distinctive garb of soothsayers and diviners. His hair, for he was an Asiatic, was twisted in the shape of a mitre, investing his form with every advantage from outward appearances. "I would know," said he, "by what right thou art at this untimely hour an intruder on my privacy." "By a will which even thou darest not disobey," was the answer. "It is past midnight. Knowest thou of my long watching, and the dark portents of the stars?" "Nay. But passing, I saw the door of the vestibule partly open. The fates are propitious. I crossed the court, intending to consult the most famous soothsayer in the emperor's dominions. Peradventure, 'tis no accidental meeting. Tonight I have read the stars, the book of heaven. Comest thou not, blind mortal, at their bidding?" "I have neither skill nor knowledge in the art." The stranger hesitated, as though he had as lief the conversation was resumed by the diviner himself. "Thy father." "What of him?" said the Chaldean, with a look as though he had penetrated his inmost thoughts. "True, 'tis mine errand," said the intruder. "But the event? The augury is not complete. Thine auguries are like my good fortune, long encompassing. The best augur, I trow, is this good steel. I would sooner trust it than the best thou canst bestow. Rash mortal! Impatience will be thy destruction. Listen." The raven hopped down upon his shoulder. A low guttural sound appeared to come from this ill-omened bird. The augur bent his ear. Sounds shaped themselves into something like articulation, and the following couplet was distinctly heard: "While the eagle is in his nest, the eaglet shall not prevail, nor shall the eagle be smitten in his eyrie." "Asa," said the warrior, clenching his sword, "these 3 times hast thou mocked me, and by the immortal gods thou diest. Impious one! I could strike thee powerless as the dust thou treadest on. Give me the bauble," said he, addressing the raven. The bird immediately gave the clasp he had purloined into his master's hand. "This shall witness between us," continued he. "Dare to lift thy hand, the very palace shall bear testimony to thy treason, that thou hast sought me for purposes too horrible even for thy tongue to utter. Hence, when least expected I may meet thee. If it had not been for thy mother's sake, and for my vow, the emperor ere this had been privy to it." Stung with rage and disappointment, he put back his weapon, and with threats and imprecations departed. On a couch inlaid with ivory and pearl, within a vaulted chamber in the praetorian palace of the royal city, lay the emperor, in a coverlid of rich stuff. Disease had crushed his body, but the indomitable spirit was unquenched. Tossing and disturbed, at length he started from his bed. Calling to his chamberlain, he demanded if there had not been footsteps in the apartment. The ruler of the world, whose nod could shake the nations, and whose word was the arbiter of life or death to millions of his fellow men, lay here, startled at the passing of a sound, the falling of a shadow. His face, whose chief characteristic was power, that strength and determination of spirit which all acknowledge, and but few comprehend, was furrowed with deeper marks than care had wrought. 60 years had moulded the steady and inflexible purpose of his soul in lines too palpable to be misunderstood. His beard was short and grizzled, and a swarthy hue, betraying his African birth, was now become sallow, and even sickly in the extreme, but an eagle eye still beamed in all its fierceness and rapacity from under his scanty brows. His nose was not of the Roman sort, like the beak of that royal bird, but thick and even clumsy, lacking that sharp and predacious intellect generally associated with forms of this description. Such was Septimus Severus, then styled on a coin just struck, Britannic's Maxims, in commemoration of a great victory gained over the Caledonians, whom he had driven beyond Adrian's wall. Though suffering from severe illness, he was carried in a horse litter, and, marching from York at the head of his troops, penetrated almost to the extremity of the island, where he subdued that fierce and intractable nation the Scots. Returning, he left his son Caracalla to superintend the building of a stone wall across the island in place of the earthen ramparts called Adrian's, a structure, when completed, that effectually resisted the inroads of those barbarians for a considerable period. He called a third time to Virius Lapus, the most confidential of his attendants, to whom many of the most important secrets of the state were entrusted. Thrice have I heard it, Virius. Again and again it seems to mock and elude my grasp. He paused, the officer yet listening with becoming reverence. The emperor continued, more like one whose thoughts had taken utterance than as if he were addressing the individual before him. When I led the Pannonian legions to victory, when Rome opened her gates at my command, when I fought my way through blood to the throne, I quailed not then. Now, satiated with power, careless of fame, the prospects of life closed, and forever, when all that is left for me to do is to die, behold, I tremble at the shaking of a leaf. I start even at the footstep that awakes me. Long live the emperor, said the cringing secretary. Interrupting him, as he would have proceeded with the customary adulations, the emperor again continued as though hardly noticing his presence, Caracalla yet remains with the army. Once I censured the misguided clemency of Marcus, who by an act of justice might have prevented the miseries that his son Caligula brought upon the empire, and yet I, even I, said the haughty monarch, bitterly, nourish the very weakness that in others I despise. He dashed away the sweat from his brow, ashamed of the weakness he could not quell. He hath sought your life, said the wily sycophant. He hath. Traitor. Parricide. The distinctions he would have earned. But my better genius triumphed, and history hath been spared this infamy. It may be, this temporary exile from our court with the northern army shall tame his spirit to submission. My life or his, once the bitter alternative, may yet be avoided. But may not his presence with the army be impolitic, should he turn the weapon wherewith you have girded him to your own hurt? 'Tis an evil choice, whichever way I turn, mischief is before me. Were it not best that he be recalled? What? To plot and practice against my life? To mount upon my reeking body to the throne? He will not reign with Jeta. The proud boy disdains a divided empire. And was not mine own soul fashioned in the same mould? When Niger would have ruled in Syria, and Albinus in Britain, I scattered their legions to the winds, and levelled their hopes with their pride. 'Tis nature, and shall I, the author of his being, punish him for mine own gift? He raised himself on his couch. The fierce blaze of ambition broke the dark cloud of bodily infirmities, and the monarch and the tyrant again dilated his almost savage features. The secretary, used to these fiery moods, stood awaiting his commands. The emperor, as though exhausted, sank down on his pillow, exclaiming, I have governed the world, but I cannot govern a wayward heart. Thus did he often lament and provoke himself the more with these vain regrets, forgetting that, if he had exercised the same firmness in his private as public capacity, the government of his own house would have been easy as the government of the world. Virius Lapus, there is danger, and tonight. As I have told thee, the stars do betoken mischief. But the peril is at my threshold. Let Caracalla remain, so shall we avert his weapon. Should the assassin come, it will not be with the blow of a parricide. Thou mayest retire to thy couch, but first let the guards be doubled, the watchword and countersign changed. And, hark thee, tell the tribune that he look well to the tessera, and have the right count from the inspectors. Should despatches come from Rome, let the messenger have immediate audience. Again the emperor stretched himself on the couch, and again his slumbers were interrupted. A murmur was heard along the halls and passages where the guards were stationed. The noise grew louder, approaching the very door of the royal chamber. The monarch started as from a dream, and the door at that moment opened. The Chaldean soothsayer stood before him. "Asa," said the emperor, "at this hour? What betides such unseemly greeting? Caesar trembles on his throne, but the world quakes not. The angel of death is at thy door. Caracalla hath returned." "Returned? Surely thy wits are disturbed. Caracalla? Even yesterday, we had despatches from the camp. Howbeit, he is at thy threshold. The sound of his feet is behind me. Impossible. The mischief is not from him. Even now I looked in the crystal, and behold, the soothsayer paused. Horror was gathering on his features. The light suspended above him began to quiver, and as it waved to and fro his countenance assumed a tremulous and distorted expression. Severus watched the result with no little anxiety. The magician drew a crystal cup from his girdle. Looking in apparently with great alarm, he presented it at arm's length to the emperor, who beheld a milky cloud slowly undulating within the vessel. "Take this," said the soothsayer, "and tell me what thou sayest." The monarch took it at his bidding. The cloud seemed to be clearing away, as the morning mist before the sun. "I see nothing," said the emperor, "but a silver clasp at the bottom." "And the owner?" "As I live," said the astonished parent, drawing forth a curiously embossed clasp from the goblet, and holding it out to the light, "this token of rare workmanship did the empress present to Caracalla ere he departed. Whence came it? And wherefore hast thou brought it hither? A silent witness to my word. Within the hour thy son returns," and the seer's voice grew more ominous whilst he spake. "Beware! There's mischief in the wind. The raven scents his prey afar off. If in this thou art a true prophet, I will give thee largesse, but if a lying spirit of divination possess thee, my power is swift to punish as to reward. I heed not either. Do I serve thee for lucre? Look thee, in less time than I would occupy in telling thee on't I could fill thy palace with gold and silver, and do I covet thy paltry treasures? The kingdoms of this world are his whom I serve, and shall I seek thy perishing honours? Behold, I leave this precious goblet as my pledge. I must away. Thou shalt render it back on my return. I would not part with that treasure for the dominion of the Caesars. Beware thou let it not forth from thy sight, for there be genii who are bound to serve its possessor, and peradventure it shall give thee warning when evil approaches." The soothsayer departed, and the emperor laid the crystal goblet on a table opposite his couch. He clapped his hands, and the chief secretary approached. "What said our messenger from the north? Read again the despatch they brought yesterday." The secretary drew forth a roll from his cabinet, and read as follows: "Again the supreme gods have granted victory to our legions. Favored by the darkness and their boats, the barbarians attacked us from 3 separate points. Led on by Fingal and his warriors, whom beforetime we erroneously reported to be slain, they crossed over to the station where we had pitched our tents. But the Roman eagle was yet watchful. Though retreating behind our last defences, we left not the field until 1,000, the choicest of our foes, bit the dust. Morning showed us the red-haired chief and his bards, but they were departing, and their spears were glittering on the mountains." "Enough," said the emperor. "Caracalla tarries yet with the camp. Our person is not menaced by his hand. Prithee, send a brazier hither. The night is far spent, and slumber will not again visit these eyelids." A bronze tripod was brought supported by sphinxes, the worship of Isis being a fashionable idolatry at that period. Charred wood was then placed in a round dish pierced with holes, and perfumes thrown in to correct the smell. The emperor commanded that he should be left alone. Covering his shoulders with a richly embroidered mantle, he took from behind his pillow a Greek treatise on the occult sciences, to the study of which he was passionately addicted. It is said of him by historians that he was guided by his skill in judicial astrology to the choice of the reigning empress, having lost his first wife when governor of the Lyonese Gaul. Finding that a lady of Emesa in Syria, one Julia Domna, had what was termed a royal nativity, he solicited and obtained her hand, thus making the prophecy the means of its accomplishment. A woman of great beauty and strong natural acquirements, she was at the same time the patron of all that was noble and distinguished in the philosophy and literature of the age. It was even said that secretly she was a favourer of the Christians. Be this as it may, we do not find she ever became a professor of the faith. Sleep, a capricious guest which comes unbidden but not invited, was just stealing over the monarch's eyelids when the roll fell from his grasp. The unexpected movement startled him. His eye fell on the bright crystal opposite. He thought a glimmer was moving in the glass. He remembered the words of the sage, and his eye was riveted on the mystic goblet. A sudden flash was reflected from it. He started forward, when a naked sword fell on the couch, the stroke he only escaped by having so accidentally changed his place. The glass had revealed the glitter of the blade behind him, and he was indebted to a few inches of space for his life. Looking round, he beheld a masked figure preparing to repeat the stroke. Severus, with his usual courage and presence of mind, threw his mantle across the assassin's sword. He cried out, and the chamber was immediately filled with guards, but whether from treachery or inadvertence, the traitor was nowhere to be found. He had escaped, leaving his weapon entangled in the folds of the mantle. On examination, the emperor's surprise was visibly increased when he recognized the sword as one belonging to Caracalla. The soothsayer's prediction was apparently fulfilled. To the emperor's superstitious apprehensions, the crystal goblet was charged with his safety. But lo! On being sought for, the charmed cup was gone. The next morning, as the sun was just rising over the green wolds, and the fresh air came brisk and sharply on the traveller's cheek, a stranger was noticed loitering through the narrow streets of the imperial city. He had passed the great Galcarian or Western Gate, from which the statue of the reigning emperor on that memorable morning was found raised from its pedestal. The outer and inner faces of the gate were whitened for the writing of edicts and proclamations by the government scribes, and likewise for the public notices of minor import, these being daubed on the walls with various degrees of skill, in red or black pigments, according to the nature